Now, live from Chilcompton,
the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final
2024.
with Matthew Tosh.
A very good morning from Somerset. We are at the Church of St John the Baptist in the village of Chilcompton. It's normally a quiet village with echoes of the River Somer running alongside its narrow, winding country lanes. Or at least it has been until now. Hundreds of ringers are currently gathering here for this year's 12-bell final. The test piece that the finalists will be ringing is the first 6 leads of Cambridge Surprise Maximus, and it's a piece of ringing that today's teams will all know inside out. They've spent hours practicing and refining their performances. 25 teams took part in the eliminators in March, 9 of which have made it through to join the home band of Chilcompton in the ringing today. Now, the draw for the ringing order hasn't taken place yet. This will happen in around half an hour or so. At the moment, the ringers are still arriving, and you can probably hear the hum in the background as they begin to gather in the church. Many are passing through to grab a quick bacon butty on the way. Now, the official proceedings will begin at 11 o'clock when the chair of the contest committee, Eleanor Linford, will call the ringers to order, and will bring you the draw live so you'll be able to hear it as it happens. Just looking out the window, the weather today is a little bit variable. It's quite chilly. It's chilly across the UK today, but it is forecast to be a little bit sunny later. We've seen glimpses of it already this morning, but we could get a few showers thrown into the mix as well. None of that will inhibit today's ringing, of course. We've got a full day lined up for you. We've got the test ringing totally uninterrupted. That's really important, and if you've listened before, you'll know that bringing you the ringing is our top priority. We also have got interviews with some of the stars of the show, and that's the ringers themselves. Of course, it wouldn't happen without them. We'll hear from the judges to find out how they have prepared for today and where they're going to be listening from. And of course, no competition would happen without the enormous efforts of the local ringers. So we'll be catching up with them and speaking to some of the key people here in Chilcompton. Now, that gives you a flavour of some of the things coming up on today's coverage. We've got all the ringing as it happens. We've got the people, we've got the bells, we've got the atmosphere. We may even have the rain if it happens. Hopefully not. That could be the kiss of death. And there will be opportunities for you to get involved with the show as well. And more about that in a moment. So, welcome aboard. It's lovely to be bringing you live coverage from a rural village, and I hope you'll stay with us throughout the day. It's really, really easy. Whatever you are up to and wherever you are, let us do the hard work and bring the competition directly to you.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest. National 12-Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh.
This seems a good time for me to tell you about what's coming up and when today. Now, I know that if you're a regular, then you'll know most of this, but we do have people listening for the first time. So if you're new to 12-bell coverage, welcome aboard. As I said earlier, at 11 o'clock, the chair of the 12-bell organising committee, Eleanor Linford, will start the welcome. She'll be standing just close to where I am at the moment, at the top end of the church. She'll be joined by the Reverend Stephen Miles, who is the curate here at St John's, and of course Matthew Higby, who is the chair of the local organisers. Yes, it's a day of the Matthews. You'll hear Matthew running through of some of the local arrangements. So if you want to know where the toilets are here in Chilcompton, or how to buy a beer token, even if you're on the other side of the world, this is the place to be. We'll then move to the all-important draw so that we know the order in which the bands will be ringing. Now, of course, nobody knows this yet, and it's such a pivotal part of the day as it shapes how many of the bands will structure their own day, including when they'll take breaks and have a drink and things like that. You'll probably be familiar with this if you've taken part in striking competitions before. There's that sort of sense of anticipation, isn't there? You know, will you be ringing early on or even first? You know, that carries its own pressures. Or have you got to hold out until the last slot, which today will begin at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? That's quite a time to wait, particularly when there's tempting refreshments and beverages on offer. The task of alleviating the tension will be down to the Reverend Stephen Miles, who will be drawing the names from the hat and determining that all-important order. And I should say as well, we hope to catch up with Stephen Miles a little bit later today. At the moment, he's responsible for cooking, I don't know how many pieces of bacon and sausages he's been collared and chained to the cooker in the kitchen. Well, after the draw, you'll hear how I got on when I met up with the judges earlier this morning for a pre-competition chat. Lots of excitement and a bit of innovation there, so stay around for that. Because if you think the ringers are under pressure, just imagine what it must be like for the judges at a contest like this. Think about it, you know. They may be judging ringers who are their friends. Well, at the moment, anything could happen. And that is the point, you know. It is just extremely exciting.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest. National 12 Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh.
Well, if you're just joining us, I'm Matthew Tosh, and we are coming to you today live from St John's Parish Church in Chilcompton, Somerset, for the final of the National 12 Bell Striking Contest. We've got 10 teams in this final. 9 competed in the eliminators back in March, with each eliminator sending the top 3 forward to the final. The 10th team is Chilcompton. The hosting tower gets a bye into the final. It's not compulsory, they don't have to, and they should have taken part in several previous competitions in order to get that bye and be eligible to enter. So Chilcompton is taking part in today's contest. And our teams today, in alphabetical order, are as follows. We've got the Ancient Society of College Youths, Birmingham, Bristol, Cambridge, Chilcompton, Guildford, Melbourne, Portsmouth, St Paul's Cathedral, and the Society of Royal Cumberland Youths. Now that's the participants, that's not the ringing order. That will be determined very shortly. When they do the draw, when the official proceedings start at 11 o'clock. So we just don't know the order people will be ringing yet, and neither do the participants. Now, once that draw is done, the first team will enter the ringing chamber at 11:30 to start their practice. And from then on, the day runs meticulously to the clock. And I can't emphasise enough just how important the clock is. It runs like clockwork. The ringing chamber, the church nave and the judges are all working to synchronise time. And if a team is not in changes by 45 minutes past the hour, or 15 minutes past the hour if they go into the tower on the hour, then they can be penalised. It really is that strict. And we'll have more about the rules as we go throughout the day. And if you want to check them out for yourself, you can go to the 12 Bell official website, which you can find at 12bell.org.uk. Now, you can see the official competition time on your screen in the top right-hand corner. That's synchronised with all our clocks here. So you'll be able to see for yourself if any of those bands deviate from their allocated time slots and stand at risk of being penalised. So what are the teams going to be ringing today? Well, the test piece is the first 6 leads of Cambridge Surprise Maximus. It's essentially a half course, as you would call it, if you were in a practice in a tower. It's the first half of the plain course and will be brought into rounds by calling plain hunt as the treble dodges at the end of the 6th lead. So, strictly speaking, I suppose, you might argue that this is spliced Cambridge and original Maximus. I might be controversial saying that. You can let me know your thoughts on this, but for the purposes of the contest, we will refer to it as Cambridge. And as with all competitions, you can never really predict how long it will take the judges to review their scores and come to their decision. We'd normally expect this to be between 6 and 6:30 here local time, and rest assured we'll keep you fully posted, and quite often in those latter few minutes of the day we get a bit of a tip off, we get some insider information, we get an early heads up on the expected timescale, so you can do no better than to stay with us for the latest. Now, let's cast our minds back to last year's final at Sheffield and remind ourselves of the moment that the judges announced the winners.
So, third place with 70% is Team E.
Melbourne.
Ooh, this is getting interesting now.
Do you want some more? Second place with 74%, Team F.
The Society of Royal Cumberland Youths.
Which means the first place with 79%, Team A.
And that is Birmingham.
And there you have it, Birmingham taking the lead.
I invite the captain of Birmingham to come and receive the trophy.
Well, that was the result from Sheffield Cathedral in 2023 when Birmingham took the Taylor Trophy home. The Taylor Trophy is just a few metres from where I'm standing at the moment. Now, the bets are on again for this year. Will Birmingham win for a third year on the trot? We don't know yet. That's the exciting thing. We'll be bringing you this coverage totally uninterrupted. And I'd be interested in your thoughts on this and anything else you'd like to comment on as we go through the day. I'm particularly interested to know where you are listening from. Have you arranged a little gathering? Are you alone in the garden shed? Perhaps you're icing a birthday cake on a canal boat. I really don't mind. Is your entire house listening? Why not send us a message? You can get a shout out to a team and have your name read out on the show. We can do that for you, not a problem. Here are the details.
Wherever you are, or whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you, so why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's Ringing and Chat. On X, formerly Twitter, you can mention us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Who is your favourite to win this year? Are you supporting a particular team? Are you a first-time listener to the final? That's okay, it's not a reason not to get in touch. Our coverage is for all ringers, and we really work hard to make sure it appeals to all ringers, whatever your level of experience. So go on, drop us a line, drop me an email, do the social media thing. I'd love to hear from you, and you'll get a mention on air. Well, amongst the buzz around me, the ringers are starting to pile into the church, but it just gives me time to thank our supporters, because this year's broadcast would not be possible without the generous support of our sponsors. And these are John Taylor and Company, Big Wilf's Muffles, Whites of Appleton, and Matthew Higby and Company. And we'll be mentioning them throughout today's show. And of course, there's a team working with me to make this broadcast possible. I don't do it by myself, it doesn't just happen. And I'm really pleased to have Gareth Lawson alongside me as my studio producer. Matt Thusey is our live stream producer, heading up the technical team, assisted by Pete Spain, Isaac Renton and Dave Richards. Our content producer is Rob Convey, standing behind me here in the church, and he's managing our studio, the guests, and keeping us all in check. And Claire Tosh is our broadcast assistant, and she's doing a cracking job. She's capturing all the messages that are coming into the studio and generally looking after us as well. So that is the team bringing you today's live coverage.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest. National 12 Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh.
So we are just a few seconds, under a minute to go before the room is called to order by Eleanor Linford, and that will start the process for the welcome, the official welcome here in Chilcompton. We'll then have the local housekeeping arrangements from some of the organisers here, followed by the all-important draw. Remember, the 10 teams, they do not know the order in which they are ringing yet. That will be revealed very, very shortly. Just looking at the faces of the ringers, there is lots of smiles. You know, when ringers get together, not seeing each other for a while, there's all that social interaction going on. But there is a sense of concentration on certain faces. They're thinking ahead to the touch that they're going to be ringing and that they're going to be judged on. We'll talk more about that in a moment. I am going to hand over to Eleanor, who I think is nearly ready. Oh, she's just waiting. You're waiting for an official signal, are you?
I don't know. Perhaps I am the official.
So this is the beauty of doing it live. So we've got photographers also liaising. We've got quite a bit of press interest around here. We must say the organisers here in Chilcompton have done a lot of work with the local press and media. There's been interest from the local BBC and also the newspapers. And as we've been wandering around the village over the past couple of days, because we arrived a couple of days ago, we've certainly heard people in the local pubs talking about it, totally unprompted by us. So the message seems to be getting out. And of course, that's not a bad thing for non-ringers. Just raising the profile of some of the things that goes on behind, in their eyes, closed doors. Because it transpired, talking to a little bird yesterday, that most of the ringers here think the bells ring automatically. They didn't realise there were humans behind the operation. And there's lots of humans here today, I can tell you. So we're just waiting for the main speakers just to get in line. I think we're waiting for Steve to come out of the kitchen because he's cooking the bacon at the moment, but I believe he's drawing the names out of the hat. I've just had official confirmation that's exactly what we're waiting for at the moment. I spoke to the Reverend Stephen Miles this morning just to get a little bit of history about the church, but he was very, very happy in the kitchen cooking his bacon and sausages. So that's what we're trying to tear him away from at the moment.
There are plenty more seats in the choir.
So that's Eleanor Linford just asking the currently standing ringers to move forwards. There are quite a few gaps down the front. It's that usual thing, people not wanting to get too close to the front. And we're trying to get ringers to fill into where the choir stalls are up in the nave at the moment. Well, I should say a very warm welcome if you're just joining us to find out the order of the teams. We are going to be doing the draw very shortly. Eleanor Linford is about to do the official welcome. She'll be joined by Matthew Higby, the local organiser, and the Reverend Stephen Miles, who is the curate here.
Okay, good morning everybody. On behalf of the 12 Bell Committee, I'd like to welcome everybody to St John the Baptist, Chilcompton. Today we have judging Tom Griffiths, Julia Cater, Andrew Mills, and Dave Richards is acting as the strichometrist. They are judging from a sound feed that is taken from a microphone in the belfry, and they are using the strichometer to aid them in their deliberations. Okay, I'd first of all like to introduce you to Steve Miles, who is curate here, who's going to say a few words of welcome.
Yeah, so I'm Rev Steve. I'm the curate here. I've been here for 3 years, and I just want to extend my welcome to Chilcompton and to St John the Baptist today. It's great to have you all here. I'm sure most of you have probably tried, by the sounds of it, one of my bacon baps this morning. Any illness, I don't take any kind of credit for. But yeah, no, thank you for being here. It's a real privilege for us to be able to host this. And we look forward to you enjoying your day.
Thank you. And the next introduction is Mr. Chilcompton himself, Matthew Higby, who's going to run through the housekeeping notes.
Number one, I've got a brolly left on the bus from Bristol, okay? Right, I won't hold you up any more than I need to. Fire exits. There's one over there, there's one over there, and there's also one at the back. It's kept locked at the moment, but the key's in the door if you need to get out. There are a few areas today which are going to be out of bounds. Typically, hopefully the weather holds out as it's going to, because the church is going to be closed for the entire day while the ringing is happening. Really sorry about that, but it's fairly obvious why. The path around the west end of the church, that is out of bounds as well, because if you stand outside the door nattering, you can hear it when you're ringing. So hope those are understandable. And the last one is please keep away from the manor house over there, because that's where the judges are hiding. Don't want to give them any clues. Beer tokens are available from the main desk out there. There was also some available in the hall. There may be pop-up beer token selling points later on in the day. And please, everybody have a wristband. No wristband, no beer. Okay? Polite request, can we have no beer in the church, please? When it comes to results time, there will be a table outside each entrance there where you can put your beer. There are marker pens and labels on the bar so you can mark your own plastic glass. Programs are bought from the desk. I'm sure you already know that. Catering is going to be in the church car park for main meals. I think that starts at 1 o'clock. Angus, I've seen the food. He's a great guy. Please support him as much as you possibly can. There'll be tea and cake available in the church hall from just after this, I think, after the bacon butties finish anyway. The results are back here at 6:15-ish. And please use the trailer toilets. They are much nicer than the ones in our church hall. They are really, really swish. The only accessible toilet is in the church hall. That is the only one that we're encouraging the people that need to use the accessible toilets to use, please, because if you use the other toilets, we just haven't got enough capacity with our rather historic medieval drain system here to cope with this amount of people using the normal toilets. Hope that's understandable. Oh, one last thing. There will be a drone flying around during the day. Don't worry, it's not the Russians. We're hopefully gathering some footage for use in future contests and things, so hope that's okay with anybody. If anybody's got a problem, come and talk to me. Thank you. Have fun.
Matthew Higby there, who is the chair of the organising committee here.
Okay. Other things we need to know. Obviously the church is going to be closed. The teams need to gather in the glass corridor, which is that side, 15 minutes before your due time to ring. The first team can go straight to the tower as soon as the church is cleared. All other teams need to go through to the church hall where we will be organised for the team photo. So team members, other than the first team ringing, through the glass corridor into the church hall for band photos immediately after the draw. There will be a conductor's briefing immediately after the draw as well. So if the conductors can come to the front. The draw, okay. Right, here we go.
St Paul's.
St Paul's Cathedral. Shall I put them in my pocket?
ASCY.
ASCY, College Youths.
Melbourne.
Melbourne, number 3.
Guildford.
Guildford 4.
Bristol.
Bristol 5.
Birmingham.
Birmingham 6.
Cambridge.
Cambridge 7.
SRCY.
Cumberland's 8.
Portsmouth.
Portsmouth 9.
Chilcompton.
Chilcompton 10. Thank you, that's it. We're done.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Where's the other team? Oh, it's Chilcompton, sorry. Of course, what I should say now is perhaps these are the results and we can all just go home now. Okay, that's it. So, conductors to the front, can I suggest that if you're not involved in a band, exiting through that door might be a good idea. Band members through the glass corridor, St Paul's Cathedral Guild at the back. Conductors here now. Thank you very much.
So that brings the official start to a close. Just to run through the order of the bands today, the first band going into the tower at 11:30 will be St Paul's Cathedral. They need to be in test piece ringing by 11:45. So it's St Paul's are the first team, followed by the College Youths, then it's Melbourne, then Guildford, followed by Bristol. Birmingham will be going into the tower at 2 o'clock, followed by Cambridge, the Cumberlands, Portsmouth, and the final team into the tower will be the home team, Chilcompton. So that is the order of the teams going through today. And just one thing to mention, all of the times will keep coming up on the screen. We'll bring you up to date with those and remind you throughout the day. So if you haven't written it down or it's not on the screen, we'll remind you. Remember, this is the place to be to stay up to speed with what's happening here in Chilcompton.
Now, live from Chilcompton,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final
2024.
with Matthew Tosh.
Well, there was a lot of mention about the church being out of bounds during today's ringing, and if you are not familiar with the setup here in Chilcompton, it is a ground floor ring. So there is a wooden screen at the west end of the church. It's quite a small church, and obviously because of that, and the bands are going to need to be able to concentrate, we can't have anybody inside the church. So the church is going to be completely silent whilst the bands are ringing. The judges are in an old farmhouse, which is probably about sort of 70 metres from the west end of the church, and they are going to be listening there. They've got a sound feed. It's the same sound feed as you're going to be listening to, with one exception. You get to hear the bells in stereo. They don't. They're hearing a mono feed. They don't need the stereo, but for your oral pleasure, you get to hear the bells in stereo from a microphone which is suspended just beneath the bell frame. So, speaking of the judges, we spoke to them this morning before things kicked off. Here's how we got on. I'm here with the judges. We've got Tom Griffiths, Andrew Mills and Julia Cater. A very good morning to you. You're looking bright and smiley. Has anyone been staying in that muddy field?
No.
No.
Good. Yeah,
comfort.
Far more sense.
What's
muddy field?
I really hope that people can get out. It looks really muddy, doesn't it?
I saw yesterday there was only like 3 vehicles had gone in and it was already churned up. So we'll see how that pans out during the day.
Farmer's offered a tractor, hasn't he? So we're good. Drag everyone out. We're
going to talk about your judging and the journey actually started, of course, in March with the eliminators. Each of you were looking after an eliminator. When this process started, before the eliminators, Tom, as chief judge, did you have any conversations with your fellow judges before the eliminators?
Yeah, we had a few. I mean, the journey actually started in September when I got a message saying, would you be interested?
Yeah.
Via various people. And yeah, I was interested. It's always been an ambition of mine to, especially as I don't have a team that I sort of affiliated to, so the next best thing is being head judge. That's brilliant. And the hardest thing is actually building a team, deciding who you want, and it's really quite difficult.
Is that down to you as chief judge? You've got complete control over that?
Yeah, well, I've got to sit in a room with people for a whole day, so they give me a choice of who I can. And of course, yeah, no, the pool of people is really quite small who not only able to do it but got the skills to do it, who aren't attached. I mean, at the squad list there was 500 people listed down.
Wow.
So if you get into choose someone adequate, they need to be, pretty good and available. So it's really quite difficult. That was the most stressful bit of the whole lot.
That's really interesting, because you say it's so critical, isn't it? And you've got to choose people who can cope with the pressure on the day and really stay focused because it's a bit of an endurance. Act, really, isn't it? So I suppose you have top trumps, don't you? You can pick any of the 12 bell ringers who may be competing. I mean, they've got presumably they can refuse.
I think the teams get a bit upset if I start poaching their best ringers. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a bit difficult, but so you spend months thinking about what you want, and without making Andrew or Julia blush, you want really good ringers. You want people who've got an opinion. I wanted people who could stand up in front of a crowd of people.
Oh, because you've got to do that at the end, yeah.
And the people participating need to have respect for the people who are, criticising their ringing, really, which we do.
Yeah.
And I think that we've had a really good team this year. Not to mention John Hughes Death, John Fisher, and Alan Redding, who helped out with the eliminators.
So on that, just on the eliminators, because we'll talk about today, the eliminators, are you steering who those extra judges are, or do you involve Julia and Andrew on that? How does that work?
That was down to me as well.
That's all down to you.
And the idea was we had experienced judges, so with Andrew and Julia, they've done this loads of times before, and they can look after me. And some less experienced people. I mean, they're very talented, the other judges, but they need to bring on other people for future years, and hopefully they'll enjoy it and say yes next year, and maybe even run it themselves. So
let's talk about today. What preparations have you done between the eliminators and today amongst yourselves?
Does someone else want to talk? Do you want me to keep going?
You keep going.
We had
you want us to step
in?
We
had a couple of meetings before the eliminators, so just talk about how we'd like to judge it, what my thoughts were. I mean, there are various routes you can go down judging, so we need to all be on the same page. So we had a meeting, just an hour or so, talking things through, and whether my ideas were good, whether my ideas were rubbish.
Well, it's interesting
both.
Because I know, because when we've interviewed you, Julia, you've had your own sort of methodology, and it's worked really well, and it works for different combinations of judges you're working with. You've had people doing helicopter views and things like that. Can I ask, have you divvied roles up, or are you all taking the same judging approach today? We're trying to build a picture of what is it going to look like in that room.
So Tom's been quite brave this year, and done something which I think is a first, and we are all going to take what's known as a helicopter or an impression approach. And I was a bit at first, but actually when we tried it at the eliminators, it's a different level of listening. So if I may, when you listen conversationally, there's three levels of listening. So the first level is listening. When you're having conversations, you're not really listening. You're just listening for the gap when you can offer your opinion, and that would be in bell ringing equivalent of the churchyard listener. They're not actually really listening. They're just sort of casually listening until they can, have their next pint or whatever. The second level is listening is where you're listening to the words, and that would be, I think, equivalent to row by row scoring. So you're listening quite minutely to each row and adding a score to it, which is what we've done previously. And then there's a third level of listening, which is in conversation, which is where you're listening to why someone's saying that. What's their motive for saying that? What are they not saying? And I think this is the equivalent, the bell ringing equivalent of that. You're listening to why is the team sounding the way it is? What's it not doing as a team? What is it doing? What's its strategy? What's its purpose? And so now that we've tried it in the Eliminator, I actually really quite like it.
Yeah?
Because the tech does the row by row. And actually, this enables you to stand back and see that helicopter. And we have done it before. So I was judging with Alex Byrne once year, and two of us, were doing the row by row in heat, and one of us was doing the helicopter. But for all three of us to do it's new, but I think we quite like it, don't we?
Was it a bit unnerving when you sort of first tried it?
No, I haven't. Personally, I haven't.
Oh, did you not do it?
Because the reason I couldn't, because we couldn't use the feed. So I ended up judging by listening, unfortunately, to the live through a window at Portsmouth. But I had no option.
And you had to do the level 2.
Yeah, had to do the level. Well, I didn't actually do that. We just listened and we just put dots. So we dotted the pages, but we did do the listening. We had so it was done, but it was done live to the bells as we heard it. So it was a bit of a challenge. Yeah. And then it was having a conversation with our friend down there.
So I'm kind of getting then, is it a case we've got to a point where we can trust the software to do that kind of administrative marking, if I can call it that, and then you can take the artistic approach. Is that where we're at now?
Yeah, the strichometer's very reliable, as long as we have the power. I think that's
it. You've
fine,
got that mandate. Your decision's final, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think he means the electricity power, actually.
This afternoon.
That's a good point. So, I mean, have you got a backup?
There is backup. Yeah. There's several contingencies because we had one of the other things we did. Was it 2 weeks ago? We got together with Dave Richards. Who, while I mention it, Dave Richards is a big part of our team. I'm sure with yourselves, there's lots of tech in the background.
He's an absolute master, isn't he? Yeah.
And so really we're a team of 4, and Dave guides us on the information that's coming out of the computer or the strichometer on the feed.
How is that presented to you? Do you get a sheet of data, or do you get is it a graph? Is it a score? What do you get?
Well, you got engineer. I think you didn't see it, did you?
No, I didn't. That's the point.
We got a big screen, and there's various graphs and things, but he knows it inside out. So if for example we think, well, the ringing was a bit dodgy, round halfway, he'll find it on the computer, bring up these graphs, and prove whether we were right or wrong. It's really quite satisfying, actually.
So you get to see visually, because you get to see each bell has a line through it visually on a so it's not graphs as in a 2x2. It's a sort of pictorial display of all 12 bells ringing. And if, say, there's someone leads slowly and the person in second's place follows in the right gap, but therefore it's late, and the third person, you get to see the whole thing kind of shift to the right, and you can see it there visually in front of you. So, you think you hear it, and then you can go back and you can go, we did hear that, and this is what's happening. And that tells you as a team that they're taking a certain approach of ringing together as a team, but it's not necessarily on beat.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, the metronome's gone a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
And so that tells you about the strategy of the team, and therefore you can have a discussion about whether you like it, whether it's right, and so on. So it's great.
That's really helpful because you hear people talking about that. It churns out a lot of data, but I think for the listener, just building that picture of what you're seeing in front of you and how it's helping you build your decision, particularly if you're taking an innovative approach. The room that you're in is interesting. I want to talk about it in a moment, but can I just say, first of all, the results format, when you are in the church later giving your results, we often get a percentage that's bounded about, and a question I get a lot from people listening, particularly ringers just starting out, what's it a percentage of?
Well, kind of stealing the thunder. I was going to mention that in the results, actually, but it deserves repeating. But, so, did you develop that with Alex?
Think,
do you want to talk about it? So there's banding, that Alex Byrne and Julia. When did you do that?
It was the Norwich final, Mancroft final. Gosh, whenever that was. I don't know. Looking around the room.
2015?
Thank you.
Yeah. Go on.
So I have an HR background, so I'm used to assessing people. But when you're assessing things which are subjective, you still need to have some kind of objective measure of that. And I just felt that trying to work out sort of what actual final... You could give just people their fault score, but you want to give something a little bit more meaningful to them, and 100% is really good, obviously, type of thing. So I just felt that we needed to actually band things up and have decent descriptions of what it actually meant to the layperson about if someone was 75%, this is actually because this is what it felt like, or this is what it sounded like. So I just said to Alex, I think we need to have some slightly, we need to have some descriptors here. So I wrote some out because I'm used to doing that in my job. And he played around it, and it's been adopted ever since.
It's almost like it's like in a school, like a grade band sort of thing,
exactly
almost.
That.
Amazing.
Yeah. But with some descriptors, and the descriptors are things like this feels like what you would a normal Sunday service ringing, or this feels really top notch and exciting, and so that they're descriptors of.
I think you've just been promoted head chief judge.
I think he's gone to get the descriptors.
Oh,
maybe.
right, okay.
So they're descriptors that people can just relate to about what it feels like and sounds like.
Yeah. I hadn't appreciated that, because you get this. All right, I'm getting a bit of paper out now. So these are the grade boundaries.
I can't read that. I've got the wrong glasses on.
I haven't got my glasses.
No one can read it.
Come on, Andrew's going to.
He's holding it.
Do you want? Yeah. Do you want it? So basically, it's as you saw on the eliminators, no team got above 90%, and the reason was through the descriptions we have here, really, and they fit them as you go along. So 90% plus, outstanding, virtually faultless, exhilarating to listen to throughout, this sort of thing, a model piece of ringing. So there you are. So how many of those bands match that? And we all decided no band.
That was quite interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah. So the highest score, could not be above 90.
Okay.
So that's where you start, and then of course for the lower teams, it's trying to peak. So 50 to 60 is satisfactory, a spread of errors throughout, but none that disrupted the flow of the touch. The ringing held together but lacked control and finesse. So then you've got the three bands between that, but you try, obviously, with the 50 to 60, a band below 50 is, try not to go below that, but you obviously then play around with it. Once you've heard all the teams, clearly you can amend various points. Do you want me to read the others, or are you?
I can't read the others.
Do you want me to read it? Do you want them to run through? So I'll go back. 60 to 75% is respectable. Contained some good patches. There were errors, but these were not too disruptive to the overall performance. Was respectable ringing, but needed more consistent accuracy or approach.
Yeah.
So, they're good. They're good builders, actually. You just reading them, you feel it.
Yeah.
And the 75 to 90% good, mostly accurate throughout, with some stickiness or minor errors. Enjoyable to listen to, had a consistent sense of purpose, style and approach. Because that between 75 and 90, you've got a wide spread there, and you just pick which ones, and it sort of guides you.
Yeah.
So it makes it.
That's really helpful. We've never talked about that before. That breakdown, and I hadn't appreciated there were actual kind of broad descriptors. So that's really helpful, and will certainly help people understand where you're coming from with those scores. So that's something we'll be listening out for a bit later. Now, there is obviously a lot of pressure on you today, but I understand that one of the biggest pressures is not walking on the carpet in the room that you're in.
Apparently so.
Can you describe where you're going to be?
Well, I've only seen a picture like these guys because I forwarded it. So
I think it's an old farmhouse. It's just across the way from here, and the sound will be sent to you electronically. But it's
a brand new carpet and very plush.
White.
White.
A white carpet.
I have my slippers in the
I have
porch.
brought my slippers too. We are so middle-aged, aren't we? Glasses, slippers.
That was going to be my next question.
Well, I forgot my slippers, so I'm
tiptoeing around. Well, just remember, a white carpet will show marks and blood. So when you go into your
or red wine,
your little deliberations later. But no, I'm sure they'll look after you over there, and we're certainly looking forward to hearing your results a little bit later. So it's been fascinating talking to you. We really appreciate this, and the listeners really appreciate it. We get lots of great feedback from this. But I don't want to keep you anymore because you've got some preparation to do. We're going to have a test ring so you can make sure the sound feed's working and everything. And we wish you an excellent day. I know it's going to be intense, and we look forward to seeing you a little bit later. So
thank you very much.
Tom Griffiths, Andrew Mills and Julie Cater, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest. National 12 Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh.
What a fascinating interview. I mean, seriously, that whole thing about the percentages, we've never had that insight before from the judges. So I found that very interesting and very helpful, actually, and hopefully you did too. Now, I am being interrupted. I'm hearing in my ears we have some breaking news already live from Chilcompton. Colin Newman is the first person to have purchased a pint in the bar. That is our bar shot. We've got a beer can, we call it, and it's in an adjacent field. It's actually the kind of very long garden in front of the house where the judges are ensconced at the moment, and they've built a marquee. They were building it yesterday in torrential rain and high winds, and they decided that it would be a good idea to put some sides on this marquee just to give people a little bit of protection, and they've made it very agricultural feeling. The bunting is up, you can see festooned lights, and also the straw bales for people to sit on as well. So it's proper West Country. I can say that as I used to teach in this area. So there we are. That's where we'll keep in touch with the beer tent as things go on. Other beverages are available as well. And you might like to share what beverages you have got to keep you going through today's contest. Now, familiar sound. Listen to that. The bells. This is not a test piece. This is our first team of the day who have just gone into the tower, and it's St Paul's. And we talked a little bit earlier about the rules. The rules are very, very tight on this competition in terms of the time. So you're not allowed to start ringing before your allocated start time. So in this case, it's 11:30. And the earliest they can start their test piece will be 22, and the latest they can start will be 1:45. If you deviate from that, you can be penalised, and that usually means moving down a position. We've delved into the rules, and we will give you a lowdown on the rules a little bit later in today's programme. Maybe we can quiz the chair of the 12 Bell Committee on those. Right now, though, I am joined by the Reverend Stephen Miles, who we heard a little while ago giving the draw. And I must say, Steve, it was one of the most fluent draws I've ever witnessed. We've done this broadcast now for quite a few years, and there's usually people fiddling around with little bits of paper. You were just straight in there. It was really fluent.
Yeah, well, I was trying to get Chilcompton, first. I thought my local guys need to be able to have a beer early on, but unfortunately I pulled them out last. So I'm probably not the most appreciative vicar at the moment.
And now you're hiding in the studio.
Yeah.
Listen, you are the curate here, the priest in charge. Tell us a little bit about the church life here.
Yeah, so I've been here for 3 years, and the church life in general is just it's rather busy. We obviously we have our Sunday services. We do 2 to 3 Sunday services a week here, and then throughout the week there's a lot of community-based stuff that happens down here. For example, we have a Monday night young adults tea that goes on, which draws in young families from in the village. We have a community choir, we have toddler groups, we have a Wednesday men's group that meets here, Messy Church. There's lots of different stuff going on.
Messy Church, that sounds great. Does it actually get messy?
Yeah, the whole point of it is just to get messy. So for example, I'm doing this Sunday coming, we've got the 10 Plagues story to be told, so I'm trying to think of different crafts and activities that talk about the 10 plagues in a very messy way without actually giving the 10 plagues out.
Yes, it's not really a good thing to do, is it? No. So a very active church life, and then you've got this huge thing that's moved into the village today. Let's just talk about the building itself. What can you tell us about the physical aspect of the church?
Yeah, so the church itself, the tower where the bells are, I believe, is late Norman. And then it moves gradually more and more Victorian, getting towards the early 20th century, towards the end of the chancel. And then there's a glass corridor which connects the church to the church hall, which was done in the late 80s, which means that the church hall itself is about 35 something years old. And that's where a lot of the community work happens. It's a great space. We're able to divide it up into different rooms if needs be, or have it as one big space.
Well, as indeed we have done today, because we've actually sectioned one bit off. This long corridor is actually one narrow bit of the room, and next door is sort of got a cafe area running.
Yeah, and then but there's been a worshipping site, or there's been a worshipping community here on the site for around 1660 odd years, because the first worshipping site in this place is actually the yew tree just outside the hall itself, and it's been dated to about 1,660 years old.
Whoa, hold on. The tree outside the yew tree is over 1,600 years old.
Yeah, so I kind of think of it this way of going, well, because the Fosse Way, the Roman road, runs just outside of Chilcompton. There used to be a Roman camp just outside the village, and where the ruins are now. And I think, well, when the Romans were still here, that tree was there.
That is incredible.
It's quite mind-boggling.
It is and it will have seen the plague as well, the Black Death here. Absolutely extraordinary. Let's just talk about the village, because it's a very picturesque village. We've got the River Summer flowing through it. There's waterfalls alongside some of the main streets through the village. But it's quite an unusual shape, and I can't help feel that we're a bit out on the limb. We're kind of on the north-east end of the village.
Yeah, so the village is a bit like a backwards R. You have a road that runs across the top and a road that runs through the middle, and all the houses are off either of those two main roads. And then you actually have to drive out of the village at the bottom of the valley to get to the church, because as you said about the Black Death, when the plague happened, the village was actually moved away from the church itself.
Oh, crikey.
And you can see that in the village itself. The bottom of the village looks a lot older and a lot kind of, I don't want to dare say more picturesque, but more picturesque compared to the top of the village, where it's much more modern buildings and a modern kind of area.
It's very hilly as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one big hill that just goes right through the middle.
Good for your leg muscles, particularly if you're a cyclist. Okay, and I couldn't help notice there was a very colourful chart in the church hall next door to where I'm sitting at the moment, with all little sticky things on.
Yeah, so currently in our church we're running something called the New Life Project, which is about breathing new life into our buildings, because even though the hall is only 35 years old, the roof actually has deteriorated a lot quicker than they were expecting it to. So we have a colourful chart in the cafe area, which you pay £25 for a sticker. You can stick your sticker on the chart, and once that chart is filled, which it's probably about halfway at the moment, once that's filled, we'll be able to re-roof the building and to enable those community activities and things, events like this, to still be able to happen here.
That's great stuff. Well, we wish you the very best with that appeal, and I hope it's not too long before you're able to get to the new roof. Finally, Steve, I must ask about your duties today, because there's a lot of responsibility on what you're doing today. Not only did you do the draw, but you've been responsible for breakfast this morning. Yeah, so even though the draw arguably was unsuccessful for Chilcompton today, I've been in the kitchen since 7 o'clock this morning, cooking away bacon and sausages and endless teas and coffee, and we just opened up the last pack of bacon, so that's 12 kilos of bacon gone in the last 3 hours. It's just phenomenal numbers, isn't it? And however many pints they calculate for these events, we usually get those metrics a little bit later on. Well, I hope you are able to relax a little bit as the day goes on, now that the kind of industrial cooking aspect is finished for you. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you and finding a bit more about Chilcompton as a village and also the life of the church here. And we hope that today helps raise the profile of what's going on here even more.
Thank you.
So that's the Reverend Stephen Miles, the curate here at St John's Church, who's going back to manage the team in the kitchen, I think. So we are just a few minutes away from our very first test piece. St Paul's are currently in the tower. Just gives me time to announce, just remind you who was actually taking part in the eliminators. We had the 3 eliminators. One was at St Stephen's in Bristol. We had Portsmouth Cathedral and St Lawrence in Reading. I actually went along to the Reading heat, or the eliminator it's called, and we had Sheffield, Guildford, the College Youths, Reading, Towcester, Norwich, Birmingham and Chester ringing there. And of course we've got 3 of those teams have made it through to today. At Portsmouth we had Ipswich, Oxford, York, Hursley, the Cumberlands, Cheltenham, Melbourne, Wimborne Minster and Portsmouth as the host tower. And finally in Bristol the bands were Bristol, St Paul's, Stockton, Exeter, Leeds, Southwark, Cambridge and Worcester. And I would just say a big shout out if you were in one of those teams. Congratulations, well done for taking part. If you didn't make it through, commiserations. There is always next year, and we just shouldn't forget all of the people taking part. The competition starts in March each year. Now I'm going to shut up now because that's the signal from the tower that our first team, St Paul's, is ready to start their test piece. Let's have a listen.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
There we go. That was St Paul's starting off the contest ringing today. They were the first team in the tower. I say tower, it's a ground floor ring, but they were in the base of the tower, of course. And next going in will be the college youths. They're not allowed to start their test ringing until 12 o'clock. Now, I must give a big thank you to one of our sponsors. The National 12-Bell live broadcast is made possible with support from John Taylor & Co. Contact details are on the screen. We are very appreciative of their support. That makes this all possible. We do run it as a not-for-profit, but we can't do it without the support of our sponsors. So thank you to John Taylor & Co. Now we have social media is going busy, and it gives me time to go through a few messages just before we talk to a couple of the ringers from the St Paul's band. We'll get them in here to see how their performance went. One that's just caught my eye on X, formerly Twitter, of course, is from Laura Goodin, who is listening, and she says, "Greetings from dark, chilly Ballarat in Australia." It's good to have you, Laura. We know you've listened in the past, so thank you for that. And also, Pete Harrison is listening from Sydney. He says, I'm currently mixing up the viewing of last night of the Vivid Light show and hearing the National 12-Bell in the background. Hope it goes well, and best of luck to the Cumberlands. Thank you, Peter. And he sent a couple of pictures of light beams and things over Sydney Opera House and the harbour there. It's amazing how far the broadcast goes. And if you want to get in touch, then we'll be bringing you the details of that in a moment. In fact, he's waving at me now. We can do that. If you want to get in touch, here's how you can do so.
Wherever you are, or whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. On X, formerly Twitter, you can mention us at National 12-Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell. That's the number 12. Or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
So our email box is heating up, and Claire is catching the messages. I'll go through some of those in a moment. Just to remind you, the college youths are just going into the tower now. It's a ground floor ring. But if you're watching the ringing on the screen, you may have noticed that we have given you a new view this year. We try to do something a little bit different each year, and it's this view. We've called it slider cam, and it's quite an unusual perspective because we are underneath the bells, and you can also see a couple of the pulley boxes. I'm just going to tell you, which bells are we looking at there? I can't remember.
10, 11.
We think we're looking at 10 and 11. I've got the tenor there in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. So yes, that will be 10 and 11. And you can see their pulley boxes, and we noticed that the pulleys carry on spinning for quite some time after the ringing has finished. So it just shows you how well lubricated they are. And it's not a perspective of a bell you normally get to see. So when they pull off, you can see they're already grabbing hold of the ropes downstairs. People are moving in the ringing chamber. They won't be able to pull off until just after midday. That's when they can start. And you'll be able to see the lower workings of each of the bell pits. I think that's incredible. So there we are. That's one of our unusual camera shots that we've seen in today's show. Right, let's go to the emails. Our email address is 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Starting off with Carrie Hyde, who says, "Hi Matthew and team, sorry we couldn't be there this year. We always love the final, but as our baby is due in just over 2 weeks, we couldn't make it this year. But we're enjoying watching the stream with our pig snacks in Chester. Good luck to everybody." That's from Carrie and Andrew Rawlington. Thank you very much both, and good luck with the birth when it comes. We look forward to hearing the good news as we go forward. Right, and I've got another email here from another regular listener. This is from Cheryl Watson, who says, "Good luck to all the teams entering today. Thank you to Matthew and team for the fantastic live stream. It's always enjoyable. We are watching from Farringdon in Oxfordshire." So it's good to have the Watsons on board as well. More of your emails to come as we go through the show. Just to remind you of that address, it's 12 12bellstudio@gmail.com, and it is the number 12, as you can see on the screen there. So we've talked a little bit earlier about the village being an unusual shape, and we've had our production team arrived on Thursday evening, and we've had quite a bit of time to explore the village. We've been staying in a local B&B at the other end of the village. It's just very long, with the River Summer flowing through it. And if you were hearing me speak to the curate a little bit earlier, it's because historically this was an area where the plague caused problems, and the village was historically around the church, but as the Black Death sort of took over the population, the inhabited parts of the village moved away from the infected parts, and it's sort of meant that the village has grown up the valley, following the path of the river away from the church. So now if you visit Chilcompton on a ringing outing, it means that you find the church just out on a little bit of a limb. But what it does mean here, that we have a bit of space to expand into, and that's allowed us to put the beer garden up, and also some of our catering facilities. Because this is such a rural area, we don't have the same kind of setups that we have at some of the cathedral cities we've been to in recent years. There are no burger bars or pubs just outside, and so that's all had to be bought in. That infrastructure doesn't exist here, and you'll hear me talking a little bit later to Matthew Higby and some of the other volunteers who have been responsible for putting all of that in place. It really has been a long time in the planning. So we've got burger wagons outside. I think there's a hog roast on the go. I'm just looking at somebody to see if I might get a little sample of the hog roast a little bit later. So we will be giving you samples of the audio samples, I should say. We're not going to be distributing bits of pig around the globe. We'll give you audio samples as to what's going on here as we go through the day. And of course we've got our cameras as well. We've got our beer cam. See what's going on in the beer tent at the moment. It's just I think people are still finishing coffees and things, but there we got the beer. That was racked up, and I think it's filtered. Somebody was telling me it's been micro filtered, so they don't have to leave it a long time to rack and settle. So that is happening there. The volunteers, you'll see we've got branded T-shirts here. Ian Hill just marking up his pint glass there so he doesn't go off. We've got branded up T-shirts and branded up beer glasses. Pretty much every single final has sort of merchandise that they sell, and you can buy these. And Gareth, and my producer, is just going to grab a beer glass. We're going to hold that up to the camera. There we are. That is this year's logo on the glass. It's a little bit out of focus at the moment, but it's the same logo that's on my T-shirt. There we go. I've never had to do that before. Probably never do it again. So that's this year's logo, and it's one of the ways that the local organisers help raise funds for putting on the event to cover the hire of equipment and some of the infrastructure that has to be brought in. So the people in the red T-shirts are the volunteers, and then the rest of us get a choice of what colour we like. And you may even see some of the teams coming in with their own branded T-shirts. Some teams like to have a sort of brand T-shirt colour when they ring. But one team that doesn't do that and likes to be completely independent and allow personalities to come through in their choice of clothing is the St Paul's Ringers. We've got Martin Cansdale and Phil Barnes who have come to join us. And you're looking relieved and relaxed now. That sounded pretty good from here. How did that go for you?
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's always good to be drawn early, but quite tough to be drawn first. Starting cold, you haven't been listening to anyone else ringing, and the kind of dash from the draw to ringing first. But I think overall we're fairly happy with how it went, and I think relieved that we can enjoy the rest of the day without worrying about anything else. That's really good to hear. Phil, what's it like? Because as Martin said there, you haven't had time to sort of get used to hearing bells. How do you warm your ears up? Do you have any strategies that you use?
I think you just have to get used to it pretty quickly in the opening rounds and really make that, particularly if you're ringing first, the piece before the test piece is super critically important. I quite like ringing first or second because it's before the coffee's worn off.
So you've got that bit of an edge to keep the brain focused. What about the rounds? How long do you? How do you judge how long to leave it? Are you watching the clock? Are you? Where do you draw the line?
I think watching the clock's important just to make sure you don't overrun, obviously. But I think really it's just a case of listening to how it seems to be settling down. Is it, has it settled down nicely into an even rhythm? Is it consistently like that, or are there, still things that are coming or going? So I think on the other end, you don't want to leave it too long and let people, get more nervous and tense because you're just ringing more rounds. So I think it's just a case of waiting for a nice patch that seems consistent, and then get going from there.
It's kind of why we asked, because I know when I've even in a court appeal, you've got somebody who's going through their first, and you're watching them, and sometimes you're thinking, well, I'd just like to let it settle a bit more, but you're kind of balancing against this rising anxiety in the corner of the chamber. I guess that comes from knowing your band well, does it?
I think so, yes, and I think knowing that everyone's used to ringing together, and it will settle down nicely because everyone knows how to react and establish a rhythm quickly. So you shouldn't have to wait too long. And so as soon as it is settled, you can start.
Now, for people who are new to the exercise and may not be familiar with St Paul's bells, they're rather different to these, aren't they?
Yes, they are. I think at least 4 times heavier, I think. So yeah, quite a different proposition. I think it's we do all ring elsewhere, so we're used to lighter bells, but yeah, certainly it's a long way from a 3-ton 12.
Well, that's why I wanted to mention it, because there is one heck of a transition, even down to the speed that you're ringing. And if you're, you don't have that opportunity to ring elsewhere, you kind of got that metronome, that muscle memory that you're used to ringing at a particular speed. And I just wondered how you prepare for that. Is it the case of you just try and visit as many different towers as possible?
Yeah, you need to. I think the thing with St Paul's is it's a completely different experience. It's not even much like ringing at Worcester or Exeter. There is just something about the place that doesn't wear off, even when you're there every Sunday. Yeah. So you just have to get back into, right, this is normal 12-bell mode. You may be ringing a peal, going somewhere else, and you just have to get in there. It is important, though, that the band rings together, because it's learning to ring together as a unit. But I think sometimes with the St Paul's band on very light bells, we've come unstuck because we haven't had the opportunity. But there's definitely a real benefit in practicing different places and just getting used to our own foibles. I know to leave a little bit more space over one person who has a particular habit of doing wide dodges.
Yeah.
And certainly my experience from many years ago with the Birmingham band is that's what you do. You learn to flex.
Yeah. It's almost like in an orchestra, you're working with the people. It's a great example of teamwork. So as a band then, did you make a point of putting in any additional practices on lighter rings to prepare for today?
Yes, a bit. So we obviously came here and also took the opportunity to go to Midsummer Norton on the way, which I think quite a lot of bands did, and enjoyed some good ringing and some excellent cake there. Yeah. And also had
it's always good. Cake's good, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yes.
We like cake.
And we also took the opportunity to go to most of the band went to Hitchin to get another practice in. So I think it's just a case of partly getting some practice on those kind of lighter bells, but I think also just practice at turning up somewhere different as a group and gelling and ringing together very quickly. And
just to paint that picture for the listener, are you always ringing the same bells? Do you do any adjustments? How does that go on?
So do you mean
so in your practicing?
So generally the same bells, although did mix it up slightly just to give everyone a bit of a break, kind of avoid test piece fatigue setting in over the day.
There's a thing, test piece fatigue. That's not been discussed before, and I suppose I hadn't really thought about that. You could just get bored with the ringing.
Yeah, I mean you can only ring so many half courses of Cambridge before you start getting a bit sleepy. And
do you find yourself hearing the changes in your sleep?
Not quite.
Well, listen, thank you so much. That's great to get that insight. And we were talking to other teams as well, but particularly for yourselves coming from such a heavy ring, coming to a very lightweight ring in comparison, just hearing that journey and how you prepare is really beneficial. And I know the listeners will appreciate it a lot. So thank you so much, Martin Cansdale and Phil Barnes, for popping in. I imagine you're going to have a little beverage now, are you? A little light refreshment?
Possible.
I expect so.
Yeah.
We may see you on the beer cam. Give us a wave.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Thanks very much.
There we go. So, just give you a little bit of blurb. We've got the program here, and each band submits a little bit of text about their band and a little bit about the history. And St Paul's, who you've just been hearing from there, 4-time winners in this contest. They last won a pretty solid start. It's not for me to pass judgment on every single piece of ringing, but just generally the bits we heard here were sounding very positive. I'd be really interested in your views as well. And you can get in touch via our email. We'll give you the reminder of all our contact details in a moment. And one person that has been in touch, I've got to read this one. This is from Ellen Barber. She says, I'm 14. I'm listening from my living room under my mum's portable mini ring. I don't think we've ever had that before. Somebody listening from underneath a portable mini ring in a living room. And so thank you very much, Ellen, for that. She says it's a lovely ring of 8, but because they're not on the extension legs, we seem to be getting many slipped wheels, occasionally having the ropes spelt through the pulleys and over to the other side of the frame. So she says, I'm helping Mum learn how to double handle, and at this rate we could ring a quarter peal of Bob Minimus, just the two of us. She said, I'm super excited to hear the results at the end. Well, as are we, Ellen. Thank you very much for getting in touch. That was to our inbox at 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Tracy Stevens says hello. She says, I'm sitting in the car listening with a 1 bar of 3G signal. Thankfully, it's enough. As Claire McCardle teaches Level 2 Art Teachers course at ASCY in Dorset. Aha! We'd like to wish Eleanor and the team all the best for a great competition, and a special good luck to our friends in the Birmingham band. And Birmingham will be in, I think they are in at midday on my bit of paper. I've just had it in front of me. Midday, I think Birmingham are going into the... No, not midday. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, somebody's just saying to me. Because it's just gone midday. So this is Tracy Stevens says, I've really enjoyed listening for the past few years to your commentary on the event. You and your team do a great job enabling us all to feel like we are there, apart from when you talk about the beer. Sitting in a car with a cup of tea just isn't the same. Tracy, there's always time to make up for that a little bit later. So there we go. So what are you up to today? I know there's a few people tip me off they're on ringing outings, and they might be getting in touch a little bit later. So if you're on a ringing outing, you're ringing for a wedding, are you doing the gardening, whatever it is you're doing, here's how you can get in touch.
Wherever you are, or whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. On X, formerly Twitter, you can mention us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Now, we've got all sorts of interesting camera angles. I'm going to show you another camera angle in the next touch. I'm not going to reveal it just yet. We have another camera set up, so we'll be cutting to that very, very shortly. That is the sound of the trebles being turned over. That's to notify the judges that the college youths are ready to do their test piece. Let's wish them luck and have a listen.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
That was the College Youths ringing their test piece. We'll be speaking to a couple of members of the band in a few minutes when they come down from the tower. Now, we are giving thanks to our sponsors, and I should say a huge thank you to Big Wilf's Muffles, who have supported today's broadcast. It would not be possible without their support. I think we've got their logo. They're pressing the button. There we are. I said we put the logo up. There we are. So that's Big Wilf's Muffles. Contact details on the screen there. As I say, without the support, this broadcast would not be possible. So we've just heard from the Ancient Society of College Youths. Let me read the bit about the College Youths from the programme. It says the most recent team to beat Birmingham in the final at a neutral tower, winning the 2015 competition at St Peter Mancroft in Norwich. And we were there covering it. They have won 5 times in total and finished in the medal positions a further 25 times. They've only missed out on the final 3 times, and that was in 1990, 1995 and 2012. Currently, they lead the Cumberlands 32-15 in head-to-head results. Can be slightly, contentious, controversial, competitive, friendly competition between the two big non-geographic societies. So there we are. That is the spiel about the Ancient Society of College Youths. I must have to acknowledge about half of our production team as members of the College Youths, but for the purposes of today, we are completely neutral and independent. But I just wanted to highlight that. Right. Linda Huntington has been in touch on email, another regular listener. Linda, it's lovely to hear from you, and she says, thrilled to be with you today from Richmond, Virginia in the USA. That's another continent we've got. Excellent. There's no tower in Richmond. Now listen to this. There's no tower in Richmond. The closest is 90 miles north at the tower at Virginia Theological Seminary in Alexandria, Virginia. Do you imagine going 90 miles to get to your local practice? It's another scale, isn't it? It's incredible. So I ring 2 to 3 times a week via Ringing Room and use e-bells. Well, there is an example of where those facilities really come into their own. Linda goes on to say, I'm so grateful to all who make this annual event possible. The views of the bells ringing in the tower is a wonderful sight. Thank you to all involved. Now, did we put up? I don't think we did we? I promised the listeners a new camera angle. Did we show that? No. Have we failed? No, we got that one. There was another one. It's our rope cam. Now, this is really innovative. Obviously, we can't show the actual Ringing Room itself. We've had, you've asked for this, a camera in the ringing chamber, but putting a camera on the ringers who are competing just adds another level of pressure, and we don't think that's fair, and we've canvassed a bit of opinions, and it's an absolute no. It's just not fair to do that to the ringers. But what we can do is show you the ropes. So when they start ringing, you will be able to see the sallies going up at the backstrokes. That is as much as we can show you from the Ringing Room at the base of the tower. Remembering it is a ground floor ring. We've not covered a ground floor ring since we've been doing the live coverage of the 12-bell final. So that's why the church is completely empty and no one's allowed in there at the moment. Not even us. I can't creep through with a microphone or anything. It's just we can't make any disturbances. So there we go. Now, time to say another big thank you. This is to Whites of Appleton, who have very kindly supported us today. Whites of Appleton have made today's broadcast possible, so they are one of our sponsors as well. So thank you very much to Marika and the team there. In a few moments, I'm expecting Andrew Bradford and Paul Carless to join us. Andy is the master of the College Youths, and Paul was the conductor of the test piece that you've just been listening to. So they are making their way into the studio. And whilst they do that, I can go through a few more emails. And Clive Smith has been in touch. It's another international one from Munich this time. He says, it's very overcast here, where there are a lot of men in skirts drowning their sorrows, I should say. I'm assuming he's at a beer festival. Enjoying the broadcast as always. Congratulations to all the team involved. Wishing good luck and an enjoyable day to all of those in Chilcompton, and wishing traditional greetings to those I know. Also a shout out to the Bedfordshire band who regained the Richmond Trophy, East of England 10-bell trophy last weekend, with at least one ringer who is also participating today. That's from Clive Smith. And of course we get ringers chopping and changing between bands, and I'm sure our next two ringers have also, well, I know for a fact have rung for other bands in the history of the contest. It is Andrew Bradford and Paul Carless. Now Paul, you were conducting the test piece. What's your assessment of how that went?
Well, we've had a long campaign this year, longer than we probably had for...
A campaign?
Yeah, it was a campaign. We've got to, we've got to compete. You've got to practice, and you've got to have a strategy of what you want to do
Right.
in the level that the game's at now. So we've been working hard this year. I think it culminated in that touch. We rang okay, I think.
Yeah. So this campaign, then, does it feel like you've had more of a push or a longer lead-in time compared to more recent years?
I think we tried to make an early start, Matthew. Yes, in fact we had our first practice just before Christmas ahead of the Eliminators. And I don't know if we've started earlier, but we've certainly tried to have a sustained drumbeat of regular practices. And unlike some teams, we're not a Sunday service band, so we only ring together on a Tuesday night. And so what we need more of, I feel, is time in the ringing chamber together. So that's what we've tried to do this year.
Now, I've been to college youth practices in the past, and because of the nature, you're moving around different towers, you've got people with different work schedules. Some people will join a practice if they're working in the city. It must make it a considerable logistical nightmare actually pulling together a steady, regular band.
You have no idea. Yes, we are...
You've got a big spreadsheet or something?
Yes, we are geographically very dispersed. We come from all directions of London. Yeah. So getting us all together, we're all working, with the exception of one of the band. So yes, people are busy, people have families, people have to travel a long way, but everyone's very invested in it, Matthew. So it's really It's not a chore in any way.
Yeah, I meant that for the sort of the starting point, because I imagine once the team's fixed, then the competitive spirit rises. Are there particularly competitive people in the band? Don't name names, or is there
I think we've all got the hunger, haven't we? I think we realised that the last couple of years or so, we've not been as high as we want to in the results. We thought we've got to do something about that. So I think we've had everyone buying into that and putting in the effort, which has been one of the best things about the campaign, is having everyone's buy-in. We're just doing things a little bit differently this year.
Yeah,
I'm not going to go into that.
No. But no, you have to, I guess you have to. You're responding, aren't you? Responding if you feel you've not done particularly well for a few years, or you've had a change in personnel. These are human factors, aren't they?
Well, we have, and we've had some key long-standing members who've not been able to ring this year in particular.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that we can't move things around again. It depends what we do. So it depends how we get on.
And you've got a massive membership as well. Let's face it, you can choose from a lot of people.
We certainly do. We're international society, and we have Tuesday night. Our weekly practices are very well attended at the moment. We're at a good moment, I think. So certainly we have plenty of strength, and happily we have quite a lot of youngsters coming through as well, which is obviously really good to see, Matthew.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's just talk about the bells you normally ring on are considerably heavier than here. Have you focused your practice leading up to this on weights of bells closer to this, or have you kind of kept it mixed up?
Kept it mixed up. And one of the key things was to ideally just ring together as much as possible. Clearly going to somewhere like St Paul's for practice isn't really the best prep for coming here. So we have been looking at our lighter rings, and we've had some outings out to some lighter rings as well. Because why wouldn't you? You got to try and get as close as you can. But the great thing about here is that you can hear the bells, and you're not having to fight. A lot of our towers, you are fighting the tower.
The internal acoustics.
Well,
sort of thing.
That can be part of it, but we're fighting the tower movement and the bells dropping and what have you. Whereas here, it's a bit of a treat to come out here.
It's lovely, idyllic country church. Yeah. Well, we'll be hearing from Matthew Higby a little bit later about the bells and some of the work they've done to stabilise things. One thing he did cite, they've got these. What's it? The tops of the ropes. They're the what? The Dyneema tops, thank you. My producers remind me there. Dyneema tops, and it's much of smoother rope movement up around the pulleys, and it actually highlighted a little bit of tower movement that they'd never detected before because it was masked by the kind of vibrations of the rope, which I thought was really interesting. But yes, I'm aware that some of the towers move a little bit in London. That gives a little bit of excitement. Brilliant. Listen, thank you so much for popping in. We have kept you a little bit from your refreshment, but I am hoping that there was a member of your band who is already ordering drinks for you.
Well, there better be. There'll be trouble.
Well, we can watch that on the beer can. We've got a camera on in the beer tent, so we have to see what's going on. But no, we really appreciate it. Andy Bradford and Paul Carlos from the colleges. We hope you have a good day, and it's good to talk to you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Matthew. Thanks for having us.
Cheers.
Right, more chats with ringers coming up as we go through the day, and we're trying to give you an insight into how each of the teams have prepared. You've heard from two traditionally London-based societies. We had St Paul's Cathedral talking about the transition going from a heavyweight to a very lightweight ring of bells here, because the bells here are 1900 weight. They have been augmented in several phases. And just to give you a little flavour of the bells, the treble is just over 400 weight. The tenor is 1916, so it's 1908, 1/4 and £6. They are tuned to the key of E flat. So if you don't have perfect pitch, I'm telling you, this is E flat that you're hearing on the tenor there, and the tenor is just on it's of the four bells in the middle of the screen. If you're able to see a screen at the moment, the tenor is the bell in the bottom left of that central portion. Okay, you can see other bells as well, just coming in and out of shot on either side. But this is our slider cam. If you've not seen it before, this is new and innovative for 2024. We try to do something that's a bit different each year, and you can see. Just look at the speed of those pulleys whizzing round. So these bells date back to, they're Bilby bells. Actually, the original bells, I've got the information here. The church itself dates back to the 1460s, and it was largely rebuilt during the 19th century, leaving only the tower from the original building. Very little is known about the bells prior to 1630, when Roger Purdue of Bristol cast a ring of 5 bells, which was extended to 6 by Thomas Bilby of Chewstoke in 1732. Chewstoke, that's near where I used to teach many, many years ago. The additional bell was a gift from Lord Viscount Weymouth. How about that? The two largest bells were recast by Thomas Mears in 1821, when the bells were rehung in a new frame. Now, those bells were rehung with new fittings by Sully of Stogumber in 1902, and ball bearings were fitted by Mears and Steinbank in 1937. So the bells were on plain bearings up to the end of the 30s, and the ring continued to give good service until the year 2000, when the frame and fittings were nearing the ends of their useful lives. We'll hear a little bit more about the iterations of the work from the 2000 onwards when we talk to Matthew Higby a little bit later. It's actually a pre-record from a tower tour that I did with him yesterday, and we actually went up amongst the bells. Well, it seems an appropriate time to actually give thanks to Matthew Higby and company for supporting today's contest. They are one of our sponsors today who have enabled today's broadcast. So if you're listening on the other side of the world and you're thinking, how do we manage this? How do we afford this? We can't do it without the generous support of our sponsors. So Matthew Higby and Co., thank you very much for that. Now, I do believe we are going to have a quick word with our competition secretary. Liz Evans is just coming to join us, and I'm talking to you now because we know you've got to dash off because you're only here for half the day, I think. But you're kind of involved in is it whip cracking? Is it chivying people? How would you describe it?
So my role of the contest is to ensure that the teams are prepared and ready to compete, and to ensure that the host venue has all the information they need to set themselves up for the day. So I gather together information from previous year's contests. Guildford and Sheffield have done fantastic write-ups about their days and shared that with the Chilcompton team, who have put on a fantastic day for us.
Considering how rural it is and there's just no infrastructure here, it's incredible what they've had to put in place, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. The car park is all laid out beautifully. There's some wonderful portaloos that have even got hand cream in. They're amazing.
Oh, this is luxury. That's better than we've got in this building.
Oh yeah. You're much better off outside. The food trucks all set up and serving. The beer tents flowing. Yeah, given the lack of infrastructure and the narrow lane, it's all looking amazing.
You talk about sharing information from previous years, and I think sometimes we take that a little bit for granted, but we spoke to Matthew and his team of volunteers yesterday, and they were citing that, seeing the case studies, just understanding what has to be put in place, because it is a challenge putting this event on, even in a major city, let alone in a village.
Oh, it is. And in a major city, Sheffield had the help of their cathedral events manager, who does this for a full-time job. Whereas here, it's all totally being done by volunteers.
Well, there we are. There's a snapshot onto how it goes and what Liz Evans does for us. But as you can hear in the background, the trebles are ringing. So thank you very much to Liz. We shall go live to the tower now. And this is Melbourne's test piece. With some luck. That was Melbourne's test piece.
Live from Chilcompton,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final.
2024.
Right, so let's give you a little reminder of where we are up to so far. Already we have heard from St Paul's Cathedral Band, the Ancient Society of College Youth and Melbourne, who were just in the tower. Next into the melting pot is Guildford. At 1:30, Bristol will enter the tower to start their preparations. Birmingham go in at 2 o'clock. Cambridge go in at 2:30, followed by the Cumberlands at 3 o'clock. 3:30 is Portsmouth, and the home band Chilcompton will go into the tower at 4 o'clock. That is the time in which the teams go into the tower. They have to be in changes no later than 15 minutes after their tower entry time, and they can't start their test piece sooner than 10 minutes after their entrance. So that's the lineup for the rest of the day. Just give you time. I just want to give another thank you to our sponsors. The Taylor's Bell Founders, Taylor and Company, are one of our sponsors today. Very grateful for them making today's broadcast possible. Contact details are on the screen there. As I say, we can't do this without the support, a bit of external support. It's all done not for profit, and we appreciate the support from Taylor's. Okay, we also appreciate the fact that people are getting in touch. You have been very busy. Our email box is not quite overflowing yet, but it's getting very full. I've got a stack of messages to get through, so I'm going to go through a few more of those. Gemma Mayer says, we are watching along in support of Friends Ringing in the St Paul's and College Youths bands, but also of Grandad, who is judging today. There we go. We tuned in just as Grandad was being interviewed and mentioned tractors. So he's got mega brownie points from grandson Seb. How about that? I love this. This is great. Can't wait to catch up with everyone soon. That's from Ben, Gemma, Seb, aged 3, and Holly, who is 6 months. Start them early. That's what I say. Start them early. So that is email to 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Andy Blacklock has also been in touch as well. He says, best of luck to all the bands today and well done for the live show. Andy Blacklock is having an early Father's Day ahead of a busy Sunday. Of course, Father's Day tomorrow. So that is from Andy Blacklock. Thank you very much up in the York area. Great to hear from you, Andy. So if you want to get in touch, here's a reminder of how you can do it.
Wherever you are or whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you. So why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. On X, formerly Twitter, you can mention us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell. That's the number 12. Or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Right, now I've got the you get a programme. Whenever you go to these 12 Bell finals, you get given a programme, and I'm going to read you the little bit about Melbourne whilst they get themselves into their studio seats. Melbourne, having first entered the competition in 1997, Melbourne made the final for the first time in 2003. They've now made the final 16 times and are the only team other than Birmingham who have appeared in every final since 2009. They finished second in 2012 when they hosted the final. Their third place last year was their best result at a neutral tower. Well, I'm very pleased to see that we have Alistair Smith, Richard Angrave and Emily Hall, who are looking a little bit warm, a bit relieved, but you're smiling most of all. Alistair, how was that for you?
No, I think it went well. It was good.
Just come in a little bit closer. We can hear you properly. That's good.
No, it was good tower for us, I think. Very similar arrangement and bells to what we're used to at Melbourne.
So does that make your transition, your preparation a bit more straightforward? I mean, do you go around visiting other towers?
Yes, yeah. So last weekend we went to 3 different towers in Northamptonshire, so Towcester, Moulton and Kettering. And then previously we'd done a couple in Staffordshire area.
And have these been picked kind of on their weight?
On their weight, and I guess to make us get better at adjusting to new bells quicker. So,
which I guess is important, isn't it? Because you do get a chance to ring here. How long ago was your practice here?
We didn't practice.
We didn't.
Oh,
yeah, it's controversial.
Oh, controversial.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
I'll take one for the team there. I live like nearly in Sheffield, and I was like 350-mile round trip for a couple of hours. Sorry.
You've got to, but you do have to think about the logistics, because it's you just pop down and things, and you've got to fit it around life and everything else, and it's I imagine these are challenges that you have to go through. Emily, we've spoken to you before. What was what do you think of the day here and the competition ringing?
Yeah, it's good. It's always a great day, isn't it? Even if it rains, which it currently isn't actually, which is quite nice.
The sun is shining at the moment. We're going to give it the kiss of death.
Yeah, I always enjoy the day. So even if I wasn't ringing, in fact, I'd almost prefer to not be ringing, and then I could start the beer earlier.
Are you saying this on purpose now on record? It's been recorded.
Yeah.
She's got no chance. No chance.
It's being drawn third.
Please.
I think we'll take that.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a good place? Do you feel that was a good place to be drawn?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hungry though now. I've not had lunch.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
So
I'm
what's
thirsty.
So what's your preparation? Because we've got people who are listening for the first time, people who might be coming up to their first striking contest. What was your routine? Do you have a ritual, each of you, before you go into a striking contest? Let's start with you, Alistair.
I don't think I necessarily have a ritual, but as a band, we've kind of developed how do we get that first change, that first lead, as settled as quickly as possible. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So when you're on unfamiliar bells, or even bells we ring on quite regularly, there's quite often a bit of a unsettledness on that first lead. So we kind of have a strategy of, right, we'll do a lead, get back to rounds, and have a kind of take stock of where we are, and then go again and see if we can get that first 10 changes or so much cleaner. So that's our kind of only real ritual.
Yeah, we've been doing that at our practice towers as well.
Shouldn't
so
have
we
said that,
pretend. Yeah. Well, to be fair, just before we came up, I say came up. There's no stairs to go up here, but power poses. I've been getting the team to do power poses.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's psychologically proven to It's a bit of a silly thing, but absolutely, when we know that we've got this, so yeah.
But this is what I like to capture, because it's quite a private moment as a group before you start your ringing. We don't have any cameras, and we make a point of not putting any cameras in there, because that's your preparation time. We don't want to put that pressure on. But it's really interesting to capture that for people who are just starting out and wanting to, or have done it and want to help move themselves and their band to the next level. I don't think you're sharing any kind of big secrets.
I don't think so.
Not giving anything away.
Yeah.
So we sacrificed a sheep, and then
that's more like it. Because I've heard bands doing that sort of thing, going to a few changes and then back into rounds, do a few changes and back into rounds, and it must be, like you say, it's for that transition. Richard, what about you? Do you have any kind of rituals that you go for? How do you get into that headspace?
I suppose, I think it's well known. We went to Midsummer Norton this morning.
Okay.
And I guess...
To ring? Just
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Derby, historically, as an association entering the Tewkesbury, have actually gone and rang at Evesham before. And it's kind of like, I guess it warms you up a bit.
Yeah.
And for me, it helped me get in the zone, I suppose.
Yeah.
And I think, similar bells, similar speed.
And so local as well.
Yeah. It's rare that you get two 12s this close together, kind of outside
so similar.
of London and the
Yeah.
like. Yeah.
Can I just ask about the atmosphere, because we are in a very different location this year. We've had cities for the past few. The last time we were in a parish church was, I suppose, Mancroft would count as a church. It's not a cathedral, is it? And then we had Leeds Parish Church. That was in 2011, was
11.
it 2010? We were in Leeds, weren't we? Yeah. So how would you describe the kind of setup, the atmosphere? What's the vibe out there?
it's buzzing, isn't it?
There's a lot, more people I thought here than I thought there might be because of the location. But actually, I think people are just enjoying sitting around, standing around, having a good chat.
Yeah.
Yes, there's some bells ringing in the background, but yeah.
There's lots of greenery, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's a green space around us, which is very, very good to see. Well, listen, thank you for talking to us and for sharing those nuggets. We hope you have a good day, and we hope you're pleased with the ringing. You're certainly smiling, and for sharing some of that wisdom as well. I'm sure people will find it very interesting. So, Alistair Smith, Richard Angrave, and Emily Hall from Melbourne, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in the tower at the moment, we have got our next team, which is Guildford. Remember, a couple of years ago, we were at Guildford. We bought the final from Guildford. Very different bells to what we're ringing on today. And there is our rope cam, our Sally cam. So that's the view. So the camera is in the body of the church at the west end. And there's a wooden screen, which is just goes, it's out of shot. So if we pointed the camera down, we'd just see the wooden screen. So there's no, the ringers can't see the camera, staring at them or make them feel nervous. We just thought we'd just show you as close as we can from in the ringing chamber. So there's very nervous and focused people on the end of those ropes there. And if you want to find out a bit more about the bells and the work that's happened on the tower a little bit later, and the ropes in more detail, I actually went up the tower with Matthew Higby yesterday. We've done a pre-record for you, and you'll hear that after the competition ringing today, the contest ringing rather. We'll be bringing you that. There'll also be another opportunity to hear from the judges, and we'll go roving in the beer garden, which you can see on the screen at the moment. The beer is flowing. We've got some cider as well. I can't be in the West Country and not have cider. So we've got some cider flowing. And I shall be going into that beer tent a little bit later and talking to people who are still able to talk. Now, I've just been leafing through. You might have seen me flicking through this, the pamphlet, the booklet that's given. Most competitions that are done, these striking contest finals, they do a little handbook, and this help raise a bit of money for the local ringers who have put on this event. But this year's one has got some artwork on the front. It's beautiful artwork actually, and it's by a local artist who has, I believe he's a ringer as well. I might try and find that out a little bit later, and has done this artwork for the front of the booklet, and it tells you a bit about Chilcompton as a village. There's a welcome in there from Matthew Higby, the chairman of the Chilcompton Organising Committee. Then you've got the biographies of each of the teams and a bit of information about their home towers. I think this is Matthew Higby's influence, because when you speak to him about ringers of bells, his knowledge is phenomenal. He's one of those people that has got a brain that can hold on to statistics and dates and things like that, as you'll hear a little bit later. I asked him a very simple question about the history of the bells here, and he just rattled off completely fluently all of this information about the bells and the weights and things like that, and how they've been worked on over the years. We've also got the listings of the ringers taking place in each of the test pieces. You get that on the screen, and if you want to rewind, the beauty of having the live feed on YouTube is you can rewind and revise who was on a particular band, or if you've missed part of a test piece. Let's be honest, sometimes you get caught short. If you have to dash out and go to the loo, you can rewind on YouTube, listen to the test piece again, and then bring it back up to the live things. And we know sometimes people have to listen on a bit of a delay. So YouTube allows you to do that, which is one of the reasons we use YouTube for that. Then we've got information about the judges. You heard from the judges earlier. Just to remind you who today's judges are. It's Tom Griffiths, he's the chief judge. We've got Julia Cater, who was a couple of years ago, chief judge, I think. Was she chief judge last year? Okay, this is what happens, you see. You do lots of these events. Julia was the chief judge at Guildford, and Andrew Mills is our third judge today. And they are taking a very innovative approach to the judging. And they are using Hawk Ear, the strikeometer, for giving them the rote metric data, the kind of, the line by line analysis. And they are taking an artistic view. We've coined this phrase a helicopter view. I think that's Julia's way of describing it. Listening to the full artistic interpretation of the ringing. It's fascinating. So if you want to hear how the judges do that, we've got another opportunity to hear the interview from the judges a little bit later today. Right now, though, something's flashing on my screen. It is the inbox, our email inbox. Jason Burnett has been in touch. He says, I'm very much enjoying the broadcast from a rainy Hertfordshire. Well, hopefully, Jason, some of the sun from here will waft over. He said, it's a strong start from St Paul's. I'm enjoying the multi-view aspects on the stream, though it's somewhat a shame there's no camera view of the two bells, the treble and the fourth, that are beneath the rest. He said, well, can't have everything. Superb effort as always. Thank you to the team. And it is difficult to know where to put the cameras. We've got a limited supply of cameras. If we had cameras on every single bell, I'm sure the team would do that. We don't have that kind of infrastructure. So we just wanted to try and give a different perspective this year. So you can see the 10 bells on the upper part of the bell frame. And if you look carefully, just the shot we're on at the moment, you can just make out the treble and the fourth. So the fourth is swinging. If you see the wall that's on the diagonal lower right of your screen, you can just see the pit of the fourth. It's on the door side of the tower, so the door's on the right-hand side of the screen. And then the treble will be under the bell at the top of the ring, as you see on the screen there. You can just about see their pits rotating. But we've got some photos from that a little bit later to show you when I was in the tower with Matthew Higby. Okay, so thank you, Jason Burnett, who's been on email. We've also had a message from Becky Gill. Good luck to the Guildford band. My big brother is ringing the 11th. Looking forward to hearing the roll-ups. Go Guildford. That's from Becky, Ash and Raven. They've emailed us, 12bellstudio@gmail.com. And one more email. This is from Roy Lamarechal. Great to hear from you, Roy. Congratulations on still referring to the march ringing as eliminators. None of this woke... This is what I like. None of this woke nonsense calling them qualifiers. He said, I've rung in the competition on many occasions and have never had a problem with being eliminated. He says, I'm also enjoying another excellent live broadcast. Thank you, Roy, for that. We will be talking about that debate a little bit later on. If you've got questions you want to put to the chair of the 12 Bell Committee, we will have an interview with Eleanor Linford a little bit later. I think I've kind of been on the side of qualifiers. I think that it comes from other competitions I've been involved in, non-ringing competitions. But if you believe that eliminators is the way forward, let us know. If you think qualifiers is the way to go, let us know. The committee have come to a decision on where they want to take the terminology as we go forward. So 2025 could be a change. We'll find out more later when we talk to Eleanor. Right now, though, my ear is, one of my ears is on what's coming out of the tower, because we are waiting for the trebles to be turned over. Right on cue, look at that. It's like they're almost listening to me. So, this is Guildford's test piece coming up. Let's have a listen and wish them the best of luck.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest. The National 12 Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh.
There we go. That was Guildford there in the Tower. So they've done their test piece. We'll be talking to a couple of their band ringers in a moment. Next in the Tower, going in at 1:30, will be Bristol. So good luck to Bristol as they go in. So let me tell you a little bit about Guildford. Let's find the page. It's in a very strange order, this. So here we go. Guildford first entered the competition in 1982 and made their first final in 1988. They have appeared in 9 finals in total, their most recent being when they hosted in 2022, finishing an equal 6th. Their only top 5 finish was in 1999 when they came 3rd. And it goes on to say that Guildford Ring at the Cathedral. The ring was originally cast as a 30 hundredweight 10 in D by Mears and Steinbank in 1965, with 2 trebles added in the 70s by the Whitechapel Bell Foundry. It hosted the final in 1988, and after being scheduled to host the final in 2021, cancelled due to the pandemic, and that's when we returned there in 2022. And if you're a regular listener, you would have heard our live broadcast from the library. It was a very, very interesting room surrounded by books in there. Okay, I am going to go over to our inbox. We've also got messages coming in on social media, which I will turn to in a few minutes. Just remind you, we are on X. You can X us or tweet us if you're using the old verb at National 12 Bell. We've got some people sending in pictures of their setup with the ringing going on in the background, and you can also contact us on our Facebook page. Claire is all over the Facebook messages as well as emails. So if you search for National 12 Bell Striking Contest on Facebook, you'll find the official Facebook page. You can ping us a message there, and that will come to us in the studio. But the quickest way to get in touch with us is via email, 12bellstudio@gmail.com. The addresses are on the screen for you there. So we're waiting for the ringers from Guildford to come in, and it gives me a moment to talk about an email that's come in from Jenny Page, who says, I'm enjoying the coverage this year from Rainy Lake Como. No problem with overheating mobiles, unlike France like last June. Oh yes, I remember, Jenny, you messaged us, your phone was getting really, really hot. So it's obviously very cold, and also no split loyalty this year, with both sons are ringing for the Cumberlands. I hope the organisers realise the draw will impact their beer sales for a while. Good luck to everybody taking part. That is from Jenny Page. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for that email. Our next email in is from Alison Bailey, who says, greetings from Michael and Alison Bailey at Aston Clinton I said that very Midlands tone, didn't I? In Buckinghamshire, both recovering from COVID, so we're happy to listen to all the ringing all day. Best wishes to the Bristol band, who are just going into the Tower now, so we won't hear them starting their test ringing for another 20 seconds they've got before they can start their test ring, and then they've got up until 1:45 in which to get into their test piece changes. So that doesn't include the rounds. They can do as many rounds as they like, but they've got to be in changes by 1:45. Now let me tell you a little bit about the Bristol band, because Bristol has been in the final 35 times. I know as a former Bristol resident, there's a lot of there's almost a standing joke about this, but they've been in the final 35 times, and they've finished in the medal positions 8 times. So in second or thirds, 8 times, including 4 in the last 10 years. The only thing missing from their portfolio is a competition win. They're the only team to have made the final more than 20 times without winning. So we'll see how they get on, and we'll be talking to a couple of the Bristol ringers after they've done their test piece as well. So we have got some amazing footage coming to us, and we're going to show you some very interesting footage in a bit. Before I do that, though, there is time for me to mention a big thank you to 2 of our sponsors. We are very pleased to have support from Whites of Appleton, who have helped fund today's broadcast, and also Big Wilf's Muffles. We're very appreciative of both companies providing support for us to bring you this live broadcast wherever you are listening in the world. So lots more coming up. We've got the tower tour. We've got the unusual footage that I promised you. I'm not telling you what it is yet. I don't want to break the secret. But right on cue, we're going to talk to some of the Guildford ringers who are, I must say, branded up. It's good to see you. So we've got Phil Ridley and Matthew Beedman. We've spoken to you both before when we were in Guildford, of course. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thanks for having us.
I love the T-shirt. You're looking very smart there. Is this everyone's got to toe the party line, have they?
That's the idea,
Yes.
a bit of consistency.
Yeah,
but actually,
absolutely.
when you look around the ringing chamber, everybody looks exactly the same. So we had our treble ringer wearing a bright yellow T-shirt, which I think went down well.
Oh, as a visual marker.
That's it.
I
Absolutely.
never thought about that, yeah. Tell us about the atmosphere. What's it like in that ringing chamber? Because it's a bit different this year. You're not actually going into a chamber. You're kind of in the body of the church, effectively, being a ground floor ring.
I think you don't really notice when you're in there because you close the door behind you, and you don't really notice. You don't really notice it because you're just trying to concentrate so hard and get so in the zone. You kind of zone out really your overall surroundings. But I thought it was just like anywhere else, really.
I guess it would be different if there wasn't that wooden screen there, wouldn't it? If it
Absolutely.
Yeah, that would be challenging.
Big open space behind you, sort of thing.
I noticed. I mean, I knew it was ground floor ring, but I noticed it as we were walking towards it, and I thought, "Gosh, that looks a bit public." But actually, like Phil says, once you're in there, you got the door closed. It's feels contained and with the usual people.
And some ground floor rings, the level, the floor is a bit, because it's a stone floor, is a bit uneven. What's it like? Is it fairly level?
It was all fine. I think when we came for our practice, we realised there was some furniture not in an ideal position. So first thing we did was we did a bit of furniture moving. So
did you?
Yeah, because when people on certain bells, everyone stands at a slightly different angle. So some of the people remembered from last time, they said, I think we're going to go in and shift a few chairs around, because I remember from last time I couldn't see certain ringers if I don't stand like this. So that was the main thing. Rather than the floor, it was more quick bit of furniture movement. So we were back in our optimum positions.
Of course, we don't get to see that because we don't put any cameras in the ring room, on purpose. But it's important to make sure that you're comfortable, isn't it? I think there's a great piece of advice here. If a chair is in the wrong place or something needs a bit of a tweak, you're in the tower for that test piece. It's okay to move things.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
As long as you put them back.
I don't know if we remember to do that or not, but it's such a tight schedule. You're sort of ushered out pretty quick as soon as you finish. So, you don't have time for that sort of thing.
It is, isn't it? And because you've got the clock in there that you're looking at, because that dictates when you're allowed to start, doesn't it?
Yeah,
that's right. That was directed towards the tenor where Richard was ringing, so I couldn't actually see it, which was a blessing, I think.
Yeah.
But,
It's counting down. It's almost coming. So, what did you feel about your performance? Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I had a complete fluff up at the start, and but I think that sort of gave me a kick up the adrenaline rush. But after that, we did, which is even more frustrating. So I think apart from that mistake, it was the best we've done it. Really, I think.
Absolutely, we settled down quickly, and I think we were really pleased with what we put together towards the end. It settled down, and it seemed to be flowing, and the speed suited us, I think. So. Yeah, we came out feeling satisfied. This
is a very different ring, though, to your home bells, isn't it? So how have you made that transition to getting ready here? Because it's a much smaller ringing chamber for starters.
Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah, so certainly smaller. I guess, I guess we tend to try to stick to the speed that we're most familiar with, typically. So we make reasonable adjustments to the bells we're ringing on, but we tend to try to stick to what we're familiar with. But in terms of the size of the ringing chamber, it just feels completely different.
But there's a psychology there, isn't there? Because I know when I've rung at Guildford, you kind of, if ever you're in a larger ringing chamber, you almost want to sort of slow down.
Well, at Guildford, you have to really concentrate on pushing on faster than you think you need to go. So here when we were practicing, we went to a couple of lighter 12s to really practice getting that separation and not going too fast was one of the things we really, really had to try and concentrate on. So I think, despite the situation at the start, I think for the rest of the piece we got that separation pretty good, hopefully.
If you hadn't have done that, is there a risk that the ringing can sort of run away with itself?
What, the mistake or the separation?
No. So we're getting the speed.
The separation. Yeah, there's something really practice. It's not so much the speed; it's more making sure that you're not dropping backstrokes and that sort of thing, and you've got that nice even gaps. But it sounds like a lot of the teams are doing that really well. So it sounds like everyone's been working on the same thing.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, if we keep our if we keep the speed that's familiar with it, it just helps the separation. So I think that's what we aim for, isn't it?
And we're just pleased we don't always get through to the final, so to be here is always exciting. So
absolutely.
We feel like we've won already, the fact that we're here. So we're really happy.
And the sun's come out.
Even better.
It's turning into a really good. I mean, we've got our eye on the forecast. I don't want to tempt fate, but it's looking quite positive. The forecast. So I hope that continues, and no doubt we will be wandering around later to sample the atmosphere as well. It looks a good one. I don't want to keep you from that any longer. We really appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us, and everyone listening. And I know the kind of sharing your story about how you prepared is very much appreciated. So thank you very much, Matthew Beedman and Philip Ridley. We'll let you get on with the festivities here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we're just eavesdropping on Bristol's preparation. They're in the tower at the moment. Remember, they need to be in their changes. They can't go into their test piece before 22, and they need to be in their changes by 1:45. Well, right now, I alluded to this a little bit earlier, that we've got some interesting shots. We try to do different things. You've got the rope cam this year, which we've shown you. We've got the slider cam, so you can see the slides of the bells. I know people transfixed to screens. In fact, adjacent to this very studio, they'll hate me for pointing it out, there are people watching the ringing on a screen. So we've got a cafe next to us. You can see the cafe there. People are now looking at themselves, and you can see me mirrored in the screen as well. So it's kind of a shot of a shot. But they're watching the live stream in there, and when the test ringing is taking place, the concentration is extraordinary to go and witness. So we've got ringers going in there to listen to the bells, because remember, you're hearing what the judges are hearing, except you're hearing it in stereo. So I would argue you're getting a slightly better listening experience than the judges. But our microphones are right next to the judges' microphone, so you're getting pretty much what the judges are hearing, and that's an even balanced sound. We work really hard to do that. When you stand outside in the churchyard, it is a little bit challenging to hear all of the bells evenly on certain points, and we're quite restricted where ringers can stand to listen to the ringing today, purely because the best listening spot is by the west end door, and of course the other side of that door is where the bands are, because it's a ground floor ring. So that's out of bounds for ringers here listening. So they're having to sort of wander around, and quite a lot of people have ended up in the cafe next doors to listen to the bells, and they're hearing what you hear at home. You don't need to move though. You just put the telly on, put your earphones in, and it's all brought directly to you. So we still have another bit of footage to show you. We're going to bring out a drone. So this is courtesy of Phil Payne. We're really grateful for him taking this footage. This is today. This is earlier today, before everything kicked off. So you can see the beer tent there. Just that's the marquee that's erected. We will be going and having a little wander around in that garden. The house that's just behind the big tree there that just appeared in, that's where the judges were. You've got the food in the car park there. The hog roast is just disappearing on the lower right of the screen there. So that's where people are going for their burgers and their various wares. Just coming in this shot here, as we go over the shot, there's our building. We're in that building there, and this is the car park, looking a little bit muddy, and the campsite. We've actually had some people arrive yesterday who braved the weather, because I'll be honest, it was wild yesterday, and they braved it. Just entering that car, the car park and the campsite there, you can just see the vehicles going. So it's just, I think it gives you a great view of our location, and you can see, there's no real village around us. We are out on a limb, and it all goes back to the days of when the plague was rife, and the rest of the village moved away from the infected part, which was around the church. So the village of Chilcompton today is it's sort of a sprawling village. I describe it as long and thin, mostly following the valley, the River Summer, and it sort of bulges. I think one of the locals, I think it was Stephen Miles, the curate here, described it as a sort of reverse R shape. So just thought it would be interesting to show you this footage. It's an unusual perspective of a church, and this has all come from Phil Payne, who has very kindly donated the footage to us for your viewing pleasure. Look at this. We're sweeping up over the church and over the beer garden as well. And that's the farm next door. That's Manor Farm next door to where we are today. And here's a shot we've never given you. We've never looked directly down on the tower of any of our venues. So this is great. Absolutely love it. Well, I wonder what conversations are going on in that tower that we're looking down on now. Because it's gone quiet. Bristol have done lots and lots of practice. Are they doing a pep talk, or are they just going for it? It would sound like they're ready to go for it because they're ringing the trebles. So this is Bristol's test piece. We'll wish them the best of luck, and we'll see how they do. That was Bristol's test piece. We'll be speaking to a couple of the Bristol ringers very, very soon.
Live from Chilcompton,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final.
2024.
So let's just give you a rundown of where we are so far. We've just heard from Bristol. We started the contest ringing with St Paul's. Then it was the College Youths, Melbourne, Guildford and Bristol, as you've just heard. Next, going into the tower, and I've just seen them queuing up in the corridor, will be Birmingham. Birmingham go in at 2 o'clock, followed by Cambridge at 2:30. The Cumberlands are in at 3 o'clock. Portsmouth go in at 3:30 and Chilcompton go in at 4 o'clock. That is the lineup for the rest of the day and the contest ringing. So I do want to give another mention to one of our sponsors. This is Matthew Higby and Co, a very local person, but Matthew Higby and Company have been very kind and sponsored us today and helped today's broadcast come to air. So without their support, today's coverage would not be possible. So wherever you are listening, just bear that in mind. We are very grateful to our sponsors.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
Let's have a look at our emails, because we've had an email come in from Amber Penfold, who says, "Hi there, I'm watching one of my friends working today. Hi, Isaac." There we go. So this is great. Just wanted to publicly shout him out and wish everyone luck. Thank you very much, Amber. We really appreciate that. I think this is a good opportunity just for me to identify who the various people are sitting around me here in the studio. So you can see our studio is very long. I'm at the end here on the view that you can see, and next to me is. So if when I call you out, can you just wave to the camera? So we've got Gareth here, who is our producer. Wrong camera. It's that one up there. Oh my goodness. Rob Convey, who is our content producer, just wave to the camera. He's there in the background there. Okay. Next to Gareth, we have Matt Fusey, who is doing he's our kind of head of our streaming. He's monitoring the stream, doing a bit of vision mixing. He is assisted by Pete Spain. Then we've got Isaac Renton. Okay, and Claire is our broadcast assistant at the end. Just there, we're just squeezing into the shot there. She's looking after all of our social media messages coming in, and that's how your messages are being displayed on the screen. She's catching them all. Right, good. So that's how we're working here. Let's talk about how things have been working in the tower, because we've got Molly Waterson and Fred Mitchell from the Bristol team. Two people I know very well from my days in Bristol. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Matthew.
How was that?
It's finished.
There is that sense of relief, though, isn't there? When
absolutely.
You come out?
Yeah. How do you think it went, Fred?
It went well. We started off a little bit edgy in the practice, and the ringing got really considerably better throughout everything.
Is it a case of just keep ringing to kind of get rid of that edginess, or
yes.
do you have to? Do you find it that you're having to sort of comfort each other? I mean, no, you giggle, but for some people, we've talked to people today. There is a big anxiety about coming to an event like this.
It is nerve-wracking, regardless of how many times you've practiced it in the months leading up to it, and you get here on the day, you can never really factor in how much of an effect the nerves are going to have, and they definitely do have an effect, but a few of us have done it a few times now, haven't we?
I think you've got to get to the point where you relax, and if you get to that moment, you go, nope, we can relax now, we'll just listen to the ringing, and it's going to be all right. And I think we sort of got there in our practice.
Yeah, by the time we got to the
start.
end of the 10 minutes of practice, I think we were ringing to a standard that we know we can ring at, and that chilled everybody out, because we were like, we're going to be okay.
We're ringing to our potential here.
We're going to be okay.
That's really important. Let's talk about the local scene in Bristol, because there are two 12-bell towers, but they're almost extremes, aren't they? How have you had to restructure your practice, or do you move your focus to the lighter ring? So let's just explain for people listening. We've got St Mary Redcliffe, which is 5,600 weight, and you've got St Stephen's, which is pretty much similar weight to what we've got here.
Yeah. So exactly. Yeah.
So have you done more practicing at St Stephen's? Is my question.
We were lucky
because this early,
we were talking about this. The short answer is no, but we did have quite an intense phase of practices at St Stephen's ahead of the Eliminators in March.
Okay.
Because we were competing at St Stephen's, so we used them a lot for practices in the run up to that, and I think a lot of that has actually carried over.
Yeah, and they are very different bells, and they're very unique in the way they ring, and it takes a lot of getting used to. They're very useful and really enjoyable sets of bells as well. So we enjoy playing them off each other in a way.
Can I just follow up on that, because people listening who are just coming to the exercise, and on paper you look at two sets of rings who are a similar weight, you say they're very different. How could you describe that for someone who's not familiar with them?
You ring at a different speed. The space in the tower is different. The one is a very small tower. One is an enormous tower, and they do different things. You have to ring them in a very different way. I mean, ringing is ringing, but at the end of the day, ringing a 50 hundredweight 12 and ringing a
sorry,
quick
I should
swinging
clarify.
20
So
hundredweight
comparing
12.
St Stephen's to here.
To here,
because on paper you look at the weights and they think, oh, you would expect them to go in a similar way. Are there many transitions?
They are different. I have the pleasure of ringing the treble at both towers, and although they're both 19 hundredweight Taylor 12s, one was hung in 1971 and the other considerably later, so they're hung in a different way, they're cast in a different way. Some people describe the trebles at St Stephen's as a little bit flighty.
Just a little
so
bit.
Taylors were, at that time when St Stephen's were put in there with the second lightest 12 that had been made,
okay.
So therefore they hadn't quite got the front bells right. They've improved, I suspect.
Yeah.
But actually they're pretty similar rings. I think we've approached ringing them same speed, with the same rhythm and the same positivity, and it seems to work. Well, we'll see.
Yeah. Molly, can I ask, do you go through a kind of ritual? How do you get yourself into that headspace? Again, thinking about people who are just venturing out, maybe at their first striking contest. What do you have any tips?
The tip is to not think about it too much. You're in the band because someone has selected you to be in that band. So you have to trust that person, that they've made the right selection, and you have to trust your own ability. You have to genuinely believe that I'm here because other people think I'm good enough to be in this. So I have to believe that as well. And just don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's really nerve-wracking. It's really nerve-wracking half hour of ringing. But yeah, I try and... The great thing about 12 Bell Day is that you can spend, apart from that half hour, you spend the whole of the rest of the day just chatting with your mates and having a really lovely social day out. And you've got to do that right up until you go in the tower, I find. And then you don't have a chance to start...
So it's almost like you switch that bit off.
Definitely, yeah.
And then it switches back on again when you step out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the main focus when you're in the tower is don't go wrong. Don't go wrong. Don't make a mistake.
Don't think about anything other than the ringing.
Just think about, I'm just going to ring some Cambridge, I'm going to stay on my line. Everybody else's bell will be in the right place, so I'll just put mine in the gaps in between, and then it'll be fine.
Yeah. What about you, Fred? Do you have any tips?
I think you're a performer, Matthew. You know what this is like.
I'm thinking about people who are listening.
Yeah, but in any performance, the more you think about it, sometimes the less well you do. You've got to get yourself in a place where you can relax, and it just becomes natural. That takes time, and there are people who ring these competitions who know that they've done this, not hundreds of times, but over years and years and years, and it's that point where you're not thinking about it anymore, and it's just happening. Is it
almost a muscle memory you get, like a mental muscle memory? You just switch into that mode.
I suppose so, but that's in any performance and in any ringing. People will talk about that moment in appeal where you're not thinking about your striking because it's just in the right place.
Yeah.
Don't know how, it just is.
Yeah.
And that if that all comes together for the majority of a band at the right time, you're sorted.
That's great stuff. Well, we appreciate you both coming in to talk to us. I'm going to let you go now and flick that switch, get back on.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. That's absolutely.
We may see you. We are going to rove around the beer garden a little bit later. We might see you. But thank you. We really appreciate you talking to us, Fred Mitchell and
thank you,
Molly Watson. Excellent stuff. So that was Bristol. I've read you the spiel about Bristol. Next in the tower, we have got, just turn my little page here, Birmingham. They're in. Shall we read about Birmingham? We've got a little bit this is from the programme that's been handed to me. Birmingham, the reigning champions and the most successful team in the history of the competition. There is no doubt. I'll share some stats in a moment. They have won 26 of the previous 47 editions, including 17 of the 22 held since 2000. They've finished in the medal positions a further 12 times and have finished in the top 3 in every eliminator they have entered, only missing out on the final in 1996 when only the top 2 from each eliminator progressed. So there we are. That is the little bit of biographical information about the Birmingham team. We can hear them practicing in the background, and whilst they do that, I'm going to turn to some of our messages. Let's go to we've had a message on Facebook. Let's have a look at this one. This is from Simon Exon. Simon, a ringer watching from Perth who attended Chilcompton for Monday night practices last year. He said, will the Chile team benefit from being last? And how much beer is the optimal amount? I wonder if it's a bit like jazz musicians. Jazz musicians say there is a sort of a plateau they reach, you know, they get to their best performance after a number of pints of something, and then it goes downhill afterwards. So we'll find out if that is the case. The Chilcompton Ringers, or the Chile Ringers, as the locals refer to themselves, are going into the tower at 4 o'clock. Plenty to look forward to today. Let's go to Hayley Young on the emails next, who says, hello Matthew and team. I'm listening from sunny Cornwall, and I wanted to say it's so good to see you all and able to provide the excellent coverage of the contest once again. Thank you for all that you do to bring the beautiful sound of 12 bells straight to our ears. Well, remember, this is a team operation. That's from Hayley Young. She's one of the ringers at Truro Cathedral. Another email here. This is from Jen Fairhurst, who has emailed us 12bellstudio@gmail.com. She says, hello, Matthew and company, and other ringers and non-ringers and music friends or friends such as myself. I'm listening to the 12 Bell live as I'm vision impaired, but I would actually be very interested in learning to ring. Well, Jen, I can tell you it's never too late, and I have rung with more than one completely blind person, so it is absolutely possible. If you're visually impaired or blind, it is very possible to learn to ring. She goes on to say, I would be interested in having a go. I did have a go, but I didn't really get my hands on the rope, as I guess the elderly bell ringer and tower captain was a bit nervous about letting me loose on his bells. Well, that's fair enough if someone's trying for the first time, but everything went well without incident, other than trying to maintain the rhythm. She said losing the rhythm, and the bell did a couple of full pulls before I had control of it again. Well, that's perfectly normal. All of us can attest to that. When we were learning, that happened to us, so it happens to everybody. I'm watching, or rather listening, on my iPhone while sitting in my grandparents' kitchen while they're watching the Royals on the TV. It's the Trooping of the Colour today. Looking very steamed up in those carriages. It's been pouring down with rain in London until half an hour ago. Keep up the good commentary, good work, and lovely ringing. Thank you very much, Jen. That's Jen Fairhurst, who's been in touch on our email. This is probably a good opportunity to give you a reminder on how to get in touch.
Wherever you are, or whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you, so why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. On X, formerly Twitter, you can mention us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
There we go. So do keep those messages coming in. We do like them. Just got to ring. I'm going to read another one. This is from Roger Barber. Oh, this relates to Ellen Barber, who we heard from earlier. Roger says, I can testify to the presence of the mini ring in our front room. I just love this. This is brilliant. I firmly support encouraging our young ringers, but have cracked my head on the frame one too many times trying to watch the TV from underneath it. I'm enjoying the 12 bell competition from the comfort of someone else's sitting room. Good luck to the Portsmouth band today. That's from Roger Barber. Roger, I hope your head gets better soon. I'm just trying to picture this, a frame with people either sitting or crawling under it to watch the telly. So it's brilliant. If you are doing something a bit quirky today, if you're on an outing, If you're ringing for a wedding, don't forget weddings happen. They don't take any account of striking contests. But I know some people are out on ringing tours. I think actually, yes, someone's waving at me. Someone has sent a message in. We'll get to that shortly. There's a queue of messages. So I will get through the queue of messages and let people know what you're up to. You can get in touch. So, Birmingham is the band in the tower at the moment. You can see the Sallies going up and down. The focus on their faces. I was actually standing next to the Birmingham team when the draw was taking place earlier, and there were at least 4 of them who were completely expressionless. Not because they were bored or anything. They were focusing on one thing, and that is this performance piece that they are about to do. Nothing else mattered. It was almost like they were completely ignoring the discussions that were going on, the order of the placement, because other people around them were making notes and writing it down. So it just goes to show individual ringers have different approaches. Some are very, very competitive. Some are very chilled, and they say, well, you know, it is what it is. I'll go in and do and relax and ring to the best of my ability. But there are others, like I said, who are fiercely competitive, and they just shut out everything around them. They almost go into like a machine mode. It's an extraordinary sight to see. I'd be really interested to hear from you if you have a particular technique that you do. If you've done a striking contest before, do you have any tips? What do you do to get yourself in the zone? You can get in touch via email. It's 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Perhaps you've got your first striking contest coming up in the next few weeks. Or maybe you're judging your first one. Being a judge for the first time, imagine that. How are you preparing? 12bellstudio@gmail.com. That's the email address you need.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
So it's 12 minutes past. They've got less than 3 minutes to be in changes. So will they stop? They have to stop because they're ringing the trebles, haven't they? I wonder if they say anything now, whether they stay absolutely silent. Don't know. Oh, we've got the beer cam on. Look at that. Look at that multi beer pints people carrying there. Oh, is that coming to the studio? Well, that was Ewan, wasn't it? That was Ewan, who's yes, he's gone on a little errand. Ewan Hull done a little errand for some of the production team here. Who decided to sample the fare that's on offer here. I think it's important to support local businesses. That's what we're doing. So we're just waiting for the trebles announcement. We turn over 1 and 2 to let the judges know. And it's just like, you'll be familiar of this if you've taken part in a striking contest before. You do a couple of whole pulls on the treble or 1 and 2, just to let the judges know the next bit of ringing is our test piece. And that also informs Dave Richards, who's operating the strikeometer, that this is the bit that the machine is going to analyse. So all ears will be on the tower now for Birmingham's test piece. Let's wish them luck.
You're listening to the National 12-Bell Striking Contest Final.
I'm not going to talk over a bell ringing. So that was Birmingham. Now, they didn't set all of the bells. They don't get judged on that, just in case you're wondering. Wonder if we could put that in as an extra thing to differentiate the bands. But no, there's no penalty for not setting your bell. So that was Birmingham, the reigning champions and the most successful team in the history of the contest. So we'll be talking to two of the ringers. We've got Susan Healy and Simon Linford will be making their way to the studio. So we'll just give them a few minutes to do that. Whilst they do that, let's just turn to X. A couple of mentions here. First of all, from Joe Waters, who says, I'm watching the National 12 Bell while waiting patiently in Devon for the ringers on the Curtis Peel weekend to return from Lundy on the MS Oldenburg. It is a good way to pass the time. Thank you, Joe. Good to hear from you. And the next, we've got a picture, got a photo come in. This is from Michelle. I'm watching on a chilly Adelaide night with Rory the dog and my son David. Look, we've got a picture of Rory the dog. Hello, Rory, he's on the screen. With David, a newly minted Cumberland, hoping we stay awake until they're on at 11:30 our time. So there we go. So yes, Cumberland's 11:30 Adelaide time. And they will be on at 3 o'clock. I said Bristol time. British time is what I'm trying to say. So there we go. Thank you very much. You can send us a message on X. You can find us at National 12 Bell. You can X us, or tweet if you still use that verb, at National 12 Bell. Turning to emails now, and we had a quick message from Michael O'Hagan who said, "Good luck from Tel Aviv." There we go. Thank you, Michael. It's great to hear from you. And he's just saying, hope all the teams, organisers and spectators have a great day in Chile. Well, thankfully it's not quite as chilly now as it was yesterday and first thing this morning. It's warming up. The sun has appeared. There's lots of people milling about, and during the Birmingham test piece I was handed a bread roll full of the hog roast here, and I can tell you it was rather delicious. So I'm a little bit sticky with applesauce, but a couple of people who are probably less sticky than me have walked into the studio. Simon, you've got your head in your hands. This is Simon Linford and Susan Healy. Is it really that traumatic out there?
Yeah, well, it wasn't our best, to be honest.
Okay.
But it's over now.
Yeah?
It's over now.
Okay. What about your perspective, Susan?
I think it's over, and sometimes you sort of finish and you just get a feeling it's gone really well. But we often never ring our best in the contest. You often ring better in the practice than the contest, but I think we've rung better in our own practices, haven't we?
Yes, we were quite hoping that we'd be able to. I was listening to our final test practice piece when we came here 3 weeks ago, and we quite happily have just submitted that.
Yes.
If we could tapped into the feed somehow and submitted that test piece, we've just gone down to the bar and conned you all. I think we'd have been
You're advocating hacking into the system.
Could hack into it. People might notice the bells weren't ringing.
So I think the problem was we peaked too early, didn't we? We peaked when we came down here for our practice.
Is there anything, drawing on your experience over the years, is there anything you can do? Because this is a topic that comes up perennially, particularly with ringers starting out. How is there anything you can do to stop yourself peaking too early? Do you rein yourselves in? What do you do?
I don't know. I mean, Olympic. Obviously, we're not in the same category here, but athletes sort of time their performance for a specific time, sort of 4 years in advance, don't they?
Yes.
And we sort of have to get better in over about a 3-month period, hoping that we're going to be absolutely spot on. But other things sort of take over on the day.
And I think sometimes where you ring as well, maybe like a 2 o'clock draw, when we've rung first a couple of times, we've got it out of the way and we haven't been distracted by other things, whether you sort of relax a bit too much if you're drawn later in the day. So sometimes that works. And I think when we've been drawn first, it has worked for us, hasn't it, in the past?
Yeah, we quite like that. It's not like the olden days when ringing last was an obvious advantage, and it's not anymore. Now getting over with is enough. I think ringing about third is an advantage because you haven't got the immediacy of the panic. Oh my God, it's us.
Yes.
You can sort of get to grips with it, and then
Yes.
You're on at about 12 o'clock. I like that.
I remember talking to Vicky Wilby at the St Lawrence, the Reading Eliminator, and she said, "I'm just so pleased because you were drawn first there. You just ring, get it out of the way. She said, I know what I've got to do. Go into town, do the thing, and then I can relax. And I want to be able to relax afterwards." It was just interesting hearing that perspective. And I was watching you because when we had the draw this morning, you're probably aware I was standing quite close to you, and there was certain people within your team who you could have had a bomb go off outside, and they were so in the zone, just focused ahead for their ringing. Others were, a little bit of chatter here and there and taking it in it. And I find that fascinating as a people observer, the different approaches that people take. Do you find any of that, really edgy competitive spirit rubs off on the whole of the band that you get with amongst your members?
I suppose there's definitely people who are really super competitive within the band, so it does make you feel like you don't want to let anyone down. You've got to be on it, but I don't feel it detracts from it.
But you do get the people, I know from in other bands as well, you get the people who need to be chatted to because that takes their mind off it. And there are other people who don't want to be chatted to because they're thinking and they're in the zone, and you just leave them alone.
Yes.
And some people you just have to chat to them so they're not nervous. And you I think that's true in lots of bands, and you just get to know which people are which sort. Yeah. If someone wants to chat, they obviously want to chat because they probably want to take their mind off what's about to happen.
It's a march to the scaffold sort of thing, isn't it? Yeah. How far in advance is the squad locked down? Because you have a pool of ringers in Birmingham. What's that process?
Well, I mean, I suppose we're quite lucky because there's quite a few people in Birmingham that could have been ringing today, and we often ring Sunday service. That's our Sunday service band, and we've got a really good Sunday service band, haven't we? And often I tend to think, we're ringing a Sunday service touch, and that, on any particular Sunday, that could be a band that could ring, and do well in this. But I suppose Michael's in charge, and he starts thinking about it December, January time before the eliminators to just finalise who's around.
That trip to Worcester, didn't we? Which was although Michael said it, this is not an audition, but everyone knew it was an audition.
And
every single touch was you sort of work. Have I been asked to ring the same? Have I been moved around? Oh dear.
Are you trying to analyse why have I been moved?
Some people are clearly penciled in already. Some bells were obviously up for grabs, but it was quite early. And then the email comes around.
Yes.
Get tapped on the shoulder.
But
it was slightly competitive because there are more than 12 people who are capable of ringing.
Yes, we're lucky, aren't we?
I'll come back into the third.
Simon. You didn't sort of help the situation. Yes, Simon wasn't ringing last year, and then actually you need to find a space. And that's not an easy process, is it?
So people can reappear. So, it is possible to reappear. That's really interesting to get that insight. And is there any work you've done as a band to ring on weights of bells that are nearer to the 1900 weight 12 that we've got here, or have you just you visited lots of different rings? I mean, you mentioned you were going to Worcester. That's nothing like the bells here.
The other Worcester.
Oh, the other Worcester. I'm glad you clarified that.
So, I suppose Michael's got a good idea of the bells throughout the country, so he sort of picks, and we've probably exhausted lots of the bells near us. We've got sort of Kidderminster and Stourbridge, and we've used those. So I think Michael does trying to find ones that are suitable, audible, but slightly challenging as well. So we've used Toaster in the past, but we ring Toaster quite well, so we know them a bit.
So it was a long way to St Albans the other Sunday, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So you do have to go a long way to find them. It's tougher when you have finals on, or even eliminators on heavy rings of bells. It's tougher because you have to go a long way.
Yes.
There's only so many times you got to go to Shrewsbury and places. But you do try and find rings of bells of a similar-ish weight, and if you have to travel, you have to travel.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed. Just a final word on the acoustics in the tower, because we'll be hearing from Matthew Higby a little bit later. A lot of work's been done on balancing the sound. How did you find that? We've not asked anybody about what it's like. Is it a balanced sound in the base of the tower?
I was quite happy with it. I mean, last year at Sheffield, it was a bit challenging, wasn't it? That the acoustics there weren't quite as good. So I was just relieved this year that we could hear them all. And
Yeah,
I didn't.
no one was thinking there was any
No,
difficulty hearing these.
No, there was no sort of comment from any particular area that they couldn't hear certain bells. So I feel that was fine. And the ground floor ring's quite good because you're not confined in a tower, so it doesn't get all hot and there's a bit more air circulating.
I think you've got that slightly harder as well, don't you?
Right,
It is definitely true. You have to. Everyone finds this. If you have a long draft, you have to pull the handshakes harder.
Yes.
Otherwise they drop.
I learned at long draft, so I'm completely.
This is home territory for you.
Yeah. Ground floor ring. I don't really mind. I don't really mind that. But you're right. It does change things, but it does make it. I feel like there's more airflow. So if you're ringing later, it's a better ringing environment.
I must admit, seeing the ringers coming out of the church compared to previous competitions that we've covered, people are looking a lot less sweaty because you're in the body of the church, aren't you?
Yes.
And the doors open and close. So that's
there's definitely some competitions where you hope you don't want to be ringing ninth.
Yeah.
You know what the air's going to be like.
Well,
very bad.
I think my worst experience was when it was at Norwich, and we were ringing quite late then, and it was quite hot, and I could just halfway through the final two, I could feel my hands not gripping the rope.
Oh no!
And that wasn't a very comfortable experience.
That's never a good, a good thing. No.
But it was fine. We got to the end. I didn't let go of the rope. It was all fine. But we came second then, didn't we? To the college youths, I think.
Yeah.
Put in a really good performance. But they were drawn earlier. So they put in.
They had more oxygen.
Yes, yeah. So
there's a good ring of bells for this. Well set up.
Yes.
Just right.
Great stuff. Because we've highlighted the fact that the bells are on two levels as well, and the one and the fourth are underneath the other 10.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, if you have a look at our screen, you'll see the bells, or look at the broadcast back. We've got two cameras up there giving you these different perspectives. So for me, it was just quite an unusual setup up there. So they've worked hard, and there's bits of carpet and tubes up there. So it's obviously paid off.
Right.
Good.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Listen, we are going to send you back to join in the festivities because the beer is flowing in the beer tent. I'm sure you'll want a little bit of a refreshment. So Susan Healy and Simon Linford, thank you for talking to us, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Yes.
Susan and Simon there from the Birmingham band. Well, in the tower at the moment we have Cambridge. They need to be in changes by 1:45. So this is their warm-up, their trial, their practice. And as you heard earlier, talking to, I think it was the Melbourne ringers who were talking about ringing short bits to get in the zone and just to iron out the wrinkles and get the ringing smooth and flowing. So all the bands have to go through this. And as we just heard from the Birmingham ringers and the Bristol ringers as well, Molly was talking about that almost that social switch that goes off. You're here with your friends because it is like a village coming together when the 12 bell happens. Ringers from all over the country who haven't seen each other for ages come together and catch up. And then when you go in and do your test piece, you have to forget all about that and just focus on your own ringing. So that's what happens there. So I'm just going to flick my attention to emails. We've had an email from Oliver, age 14. Hello, Ollie. Good to hear from you. He says, I love watching how amazing these ringers are. They're all so talented. And he said, I'm out for a ringing outing. Sadly missing watching ringing to do ringing. Well, that's what ringers do. We do ringing, and it does mean that you sometimes miss other ringing. But Ollie, thank you so much. I hope the rest of the Coventry Guild members have a great outing today. Thinking of you all, sending greetings to you all from here in Chilcompton. Right, now this broadcast wouldn't happen without support from our sponsors, and I need to give a big shout out to Big Wilf Muffles, who have very kindly supported this broadcast this year. We really appreciate it. And as you can see, their contact details and pictures of bell muffles on the screen there. Big Wolf Muffles, big thank you. So whilst Cambridge just finished their warming up there, I'm very pleased to welcome Luke into the studio, who is his first time here at the 12 Bell. Is that right?
Yes, thank you very much, Matthew.
Have you listened to us before online as well?
I have, yes. I've been listening to you for the past 11 years since I have been ringing.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. So what made you decide to come to the event this year?
Well, it's something I've always wanted to do, something I've always wanted to come and see, but never really had the time.
Okay.
Unfortunately, but ever since I was little, I've always been obsessed with bells. So I thought, you know what, this year I'm coming down to Somerset and I'm going to come and listen.
So what's your first impressions of the entire event?
The entire event has been nothing but praise from me, and it's been so relaxed, so chilled, and it's been amazing seeing old friends, making new friends. So, and I think that's what ringing's all about, really.
That's what we try to capture here, because it's for a lot of people here, whether or not they are ringing, it's a bit of a reunion, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I think people catching up with people as well as ringing, you know, I mean, drinking beer and cider and having some nice food is one of the main things you do at this sort of event.
Yeah, and there's cake as well. I mustn't forget the cake.
Oh, no, mustn't forget the cake at all,
because that's been talked about on social media in the past week. People, there will be cake, won't there? Panic.
Yep,
Matthew Higby saying, it's okay, there will be cake.
Oh, yes. Yes, the bells here are fantastic. They sound fantastic. And I just wanted to say good luck to all of the bands who are taking part.
Well, that message has gone out to them. They will hear that. And, we're going to turn our attention to the tower, because I think Cambridge will be due to start soon. So, Luke, thank you so much for popping in to see us.
Thank you very much, Matthew.
We really appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
I hope he enjoys the rest of the day. So, all ears are turning towards the tower. We're listening out for those trebles. Cambridge. Now, Cambridge have won this competition 4 times historically: 1987, 1990, 1991 and 1995. Can they do it again? We're going to find out this afternoon as they get ready to perform their test piece. This is Cambridge. was Cambridge. I don't know why I'm whispering. I don't want to interrupt anybody, but that was Cambridge. Let me just read the bit from the programme about the Cambridge team. It says, Cambridge have been regular finalists recently, making every final since 2010. However, their 4 wins all came in the last century, the most recent in 1995. Since then, they have only finished in the medal positions 3 times, although 2 of those were in the last 4 finals. Overall, they've made 29 appearances in the final. Well, we shall be speaking to 2 of the Cambridge ringers. Jad Virgie and Jonathan Agg will be making their way to the studio once they've been released from the church.
Live from Chilcompton,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final
2024.
Well, with the time coming up to 3 o'clock here in the UK, there's a good opportunity to give you a rundown of where we are in the proceedings. We've heard from St Paul's, they were the first team this morning, then the College Youths, followed by Melbourne, Guildford, Bristol, Birmingham and Cambridge, who we've just heard. Next, going into the tower, will be the Cumberlands. And they need to be in changes by 3:15. They will be followed by Portsmouth, and the last team of the day will be Chilcompton. And I really feel for the Chilcompton ringers because they're working hard. Many of them are hands-on running the operations here, making today work. And they've also got to perform a test piece. I don't know how they do it. We wish them all the very best of luck. So that's a heads up on what's coming up. And none of this would be possible without support from our sponsors. And I'd like to say a big thank you to Matthew Higby and Co for helping support this broadcast. Without their sponsorship, this would not be possible at all. It's all done not for profit, but there is a cost associated with bringing the coverage to you, and our sponsors are instrumental in making that possible. So we are very, very grateful. Okay, let's go to our email inbox, and Georgia Friend has been in touch. He says, hello, I'm a first-time watcher here. I'm really enjoying the stream so far. Shout out to the tech team. Shout out to the tech team. And a round of applause for the team. I think it's a round of applause. You're all brilliant. The camera angles are superb. There we go. Yeah, well, in all seriousness, we try to do something a little bit different because, you know, the beauty, it's a bit like ringing, the beauty of going to different towers, different churches. The architecture's very different. Some of the approaches to getting into the tower are really unusual. And we like to portray that in the pictures that we bring to you. Okay, well, we've got some pictures now on your screens of 2 very relieved looking ringers, if I may say. Jad Virgie and Jonathan Agg. How was that?
Fairly varied. The start and end were very good, but we had a bit of a wobble in the middle.
Was there a wobble? Yeah. Oh, okay. How do you recover from that? Do you just have to forget about it? What do you do?
Yeah.
I think it's just about carrying on and you can't control the past, but you can control the present and future, obviously. So
well, I like that.
Yeah. That's what I was telling myself as we were.
Yeah, you can't control it. Yeah, absolutely, it's gone. There's no point worrying about it. What a great piece of advice!
It's actually a Time Lord, so
you can't go back and correct it.
And sadly, not. No, I have tried, but.
That's great stuff. So this is a very different setup here because it's a very rural place. It's a ground floor ring. I mean, what's your take on because you've competed in many before, Jonathan? It's very different, certainly different to Guildford, for example.
Yeah, it's really nice coming to different places. It reminds me of the Crediton final when it's sort of very rural setting, lots of grass, and everyone's just enjoying themselves outside. It's really nice.
And the sun helps, doesn't it? It does. Jad, this is your first contest.
Yes.
So first impressions of the thing, because you obviously had the Eliminator. What were your thoughts going into it?
Yes, well, I did judge one of the Eliminators last year, so I guess I was comparing it to that, really, and it was quite a different experience. It was more of a high-pressure spike for half an hour rather than a sort of solid several hours of medium stress. But yes, I'm always nervous before ringing, but yes, looking forward to some good ringing, of course, throughout the whole day, really, because,
Yeah. Do you find a little bit of stress helps, though?
I don't really have a choice because I'm always stressed when ringing, but I do think I perform better in general under a bit of stress. Obviously not a ridiculous amount, but yes, I think caring about the ringing is possibly one aspect of it.
Yeah.
But yes, I think a bit of stress helps, to answer your question.
Yeah. Well, it's something that ringers who listen to the broadcast do mention when I go around visiting towers. Is how do people cope with the pressure? And I just want to ask each of you: do you have a routine that you do when you do an event like this? Do you individually go through a routine? Does the band do a hacker together? What's your take on this?
It's mostly on the terms of what we ring during the practice, the 15 minutes beforehand. Normally practice a start a few times just to help getting going at the right speed.
But even before you go into the tower, do you need a quiet moment? Do you put some earpods in and listen to like some power music or anything like that?
I listened back to our practice touch, I think.
Yeah.
And then I went through. Yes, somewhat embarrassingly, I got my Blue Line app, made sure that Cambridge hadn't changed since last time I rang it, just to get it all fresh in the mind.
It's funny, the brain plays tricks on us. Doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Especially mine seems to, before appeal or before any ringing, need to make sure that it's all as I'm hoping the method is going to be. Obviously, it's not going to change, but that doesn't stop one from preparing anyway.
No, and you realise you're making a lot of us feel good about our own ringing, because we have those moments. What happens in Yorkshire? Where's the 7-8 places? And you have these moments. But I think that's we're not infallible, are we, as human beings?
No, indeed. I mean, I often think that my slight lack of confidence with methods might help, really, because it means I go through them so many times that they get so more solid in my head than they would have been if I thought I knew it the first time. And
is that like an anti-complacency
strategy? Possibly. One can take it too far, but...
Have you, in your approach to ringing, have you focused on just ringing on your home bells, or have you visited other towers in the preparation for this?
Mostly at home in Cambridge, but we've had a couple of outings, one to Midsummer Norton and here, and then another to more locally Peterborough and then Hitchin. So.
I'd be interested to poll the bands, actually, because you're not the first person to cite Midsummer Norton, because it's only up the road and it's another relatively comparable 12.
Yes. Although the go of the bells seems to be rather different to here, but no, it was nice that we were able to ring at more than one tower on the day, I think, because although I'd be perfectly happy to just ring at Chilcompton, of course, it is quite a long way to go.
You do the journey.
Yes.
And it's useful going to unfamiliar 12s and practice the tuning in. And doing that as quickly as you can is really important to practice.
That's great. Jack, can I pick up, because in your first contest here, often ringers who are listening to this, particularly if they're new to the exercise, they're very interested in hear people's journeys. Where did you start to ring?
So I started in about 2017 or 2018, I think, at St Saviour's Pimlico in London. So got into that through school. I had a physics teacher who was a ringer, I think.
Okay, shout out to physics teachers.
And then in 2020 I came to Cambridge for university amidst COVID, and then from about the autumn of 2021 I started going to Great St Mary's, and gradually went from there.
It was a slippery slope from there, was it?
Well, yes, I was already ringing obsessed, but it was nice to be able to do some after 2 years of lockdowns. So
and you're amongst a lot of ringing obsessed people. It's a safe space, isn't it? Let's be honest about that. And we've got people listening. We've actually got people listening. We've got people listening secretly. They're with their families. They're watching something else on the telly, and they're listening quietly on their iPads and things like that with their earpods in. We've got people who are. There's one family. They're actually watching from underneath a mobile belfry, which is in their living room at the moment. There's all extraordinary things. So if you are feeling you are obsessed by ringing, so are we, and we understand you, and that's why we bring you this broadcast. So Jad Virgie and Jonathan Agg, thank you so much for spending some time before you go for your refreshments. We will let you depart, and we may catch up with you a little bit later on.
Thank you very much, Matthew.
So that was an insight into the Cambridge team as to how they prepared for the ringing. Let's go over to the tower and listen to the Cumberlands, who are warming up. They're in their warm-up phase. Okay, right. Quick look at. We are going to go to. Oh, we have a message on Facebook. Here we are. This is from Jacqueline MacLeese from Rishton in Lancashire. What an inspirational watch. So talented. I suspect you're talking about the ringers. We've just begun to learn this beautiful art form and we are loving it, written in capitals. Okay. Thank you to our tutors, Adam, Ian, David, Father Eddie Carr at St Peter and St Paul's Church, Rishton. There we go. Thank you very much. We love hearing from people who are just starting out in the exercise. Someone who's been involved in the exercise a little while, and I know from my past ringing exploits, is George Barrett. Hello, welcome. We've not seen you for a while.
No, this is my first 12-bell final since Exeter, I think, was the last one I made it to.
Yeah. So. But you have been with us, haven't you, online?
Yes, I have been online.
You should explain, you're not in the UK anymore, are you?
I'm not in the UK. At the moment, I live in the United States, in a place called Alexandria, just outside Washington, D.C. And I think the first 12-bell that was back after COVID, I listened to it from Cape Cod in Massachusetts.
Okay.
I was up there ringing a peal, or 2 peals over a weekend. And it was a ringing house I was staying in, and we had it broadcast all through the house on the Saturday morning before we went to ring our peal.
Yeah.
Of course, we're 5 hours behind, so it was, I think you'd already started by the time we tuned in.
But so having breakfast and the ringing's in full swing sort of thing.
Ringing with breakfast. That's how it worked.
Yeah. What's the, just give us an overview of, if you wouldn't mind, whilst we've got you, what's the ringing scene like? I mean, because we've had some people writing in just describing, their journey to their local tower was 90 miles.
Yeah, I'm very lucky in the United States because there's massive differences between towers, massive distances, but my closest tower I can actually walk to if I want to, and it takes 20 minutes. But the towers I mainly ring at are Washington National Cathedral and the old Post Office Tower. They take half an hour to get to, and we have another tower that we go to on a Saturday occasionally that takes an hour to get to.
Yeah, that's the one with the radial frame, isn't it? The Post Office Tower.
No, the cathedral has a radial frame.
Yeah.
Yeah. The post office bells are in a glass case. So.
Well, there we go. This is great. I love all this stuff. So, what's it like to come back to a final then, having been away for a little bit?
It's really good. It's been very difficult for me to get around everywhere because every time I walk somewhere, someone else recognises me and says, "Oh, I haven't seen you for ages."
As we've done. Yes.
Obviously, I'm not usually around here. So, but I've been over for about 2 weeks and I've done a little bit of ringing in the first week I was over. I've had a week off this week, and then it's been really good to see everybody back at a 12-bell, and it's kind of like I never went away.
Yeah. So you pick up where you left off, sort of thing.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, amazing. We really appreciate you spending a moment coming in to say hello, and hope you enjoy the rest of your time here in Chilcompton, and whilst you're in the UK as well.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I fly back on Tuesday, but then I'll be back again at the end of July, and then we are moving back permanently end of August, early September. So
you've just announced that to the whole ringing community. You realise that?
I know, but I think everyone knows.
They'll be booking you for peals and things, getting their bookings in.
Yeah, all my DC bookings are all in place now.
Yeah.
So all my final bits. So
Georgina Barrett, thank you for popping in to say hello. It's good to see you again.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we have what's happening next. We've got some more messages and coming in on our email. Nicholas Field has been in touch. He says, we've got the family around to all watch it together. Very cute. Looking forward to hearing Widcombe's entry in the coming years. Why not? You can raise a game. There's nothing stopping you. That's on email at 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Moving on to the next one. John Anderson. This is my dad. This is from Mark Anderson. My dad, John Anderson, is gutted he cannot be there today, but is listening intently today. Hello, John. I think he would like nothing more to have a bit of a shout out today. This is the highlight of the year for him, and it brings back many happy memories of him competing and judging back in the day. He is looking forward to catching up with everyone soon. That's from Mark Anderson and Liz Kenrick. Absolutely. Massive shout out to John Anderson. Look at those waves there from the team. Right, where are we going next? Let's go to the next email. We've got quite a lot here. Peter Bevis. He says, we're watching from Alderney with 2 visiting ringers from the magnificent 12 at St Andrew, Singapore. Inspiring stuff. We rang 12 at St Anne's this morning, but not quite at the standard required to enter. Well, you've heard top tips from ringers here on how to improve your standards. There's never too late. So that was the greetings from Alderney from Peter Bevis. Thank you. Really appreciate that message. Billy the bell ringer has been in touch as well. This is... Oh, that's the email address. Sorry, this is Phil Bailey and Edie Robinson. We're not able to get to Chilcompton this year to enjoy the beer and the bell ringing, but we're watching the coverage on the telly. At the moment, the beer is not flowing here in wet Cambridgeshire. Good luck to the Cumberlands and the Cambridge bands. We are playing Spot Who We Know when the camera goes into the beer tent. Well, if you can tell, I think people are messaging Ewan and Estella there, who you can just see on the screen. Ewan is now texting back. He has no idea. That's right, yeah. Stella's being a bit more refined. So there we go. But we have had people say, "Oh, I've been spotted on the screen." So yeah, when you send messages to people, they love it, and they love the shout outs as well. So thank you all for your emails. I've got time to do. I'm going to do one more. This is from Robin. He says, "Hi Matthew, sorry not to be there today, but I am now watching and listening with interest." He said, "It's great to see so many of my friends keeping Ian Hill behind the bar so busy." Now, Ian's over there. He's just scratching his head. We're going to zoom in on Ian Hill. We'll hate us for this. We'll get lynched. The audio feed is crystal clear. Is it the best yet? I think it's... Yeah, we've got nods there. I think it is. Birmingham not sounding too shabby, but there are a couple of little hesitations that could keep the other bands interested. We shall see. Looking forward somewhat wistfully to hearing Portsmouth. That could have been us. Sad face. That's from Robin. Thank you, Robin, very much for sending that in. I think we've just had the trebles there. Yes, we have. So let's cross to the town. This is the Cumberlands about to do their test piece. That was the Cumberlands. Now I read a bit about the Cumberlands. The Cumberlands recorded all 3 of their wins between 1989 and 1997. More recently, they've competed in all of the last 10 Bell finals, coming second in the last 2. Overall, they have finished in the medal positions 21 times. Well, we should be talking to a couple of the Cumberlands band in a moment.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest. National 12 Bell Striking Contest with Matthew Tosh.
Time for me to give a big thank you to Whites of Appleton, who have helped make this year's broadcast possible. We do rely on sponsorship. We do it as a not-for-profit, but there is a cost associated with bringing this broadcast to fruition. So if you're listening and appreciative of it, Whites of Appleton are to be thanked. Okay, we are going to look at some more messages. There are loads of messages coming in. If you do want to get in touch with us, there are a number of ways you can do that. Here's the information.
Wherever you are, or whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you, so why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. On X, formerly Twitter, you can mention us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Anthony Cotton has been in touch and says he's listening to the competition in the greenhouse during a thunderstorm in Norfolk. That's a new one for me. Good luck to Melbourne and the Cumberlands. He said, I like the camera views and spotting people in the beer tent. Congratulations to the organising team. It looks like a great final. Well, just look at that scene there. I mean, and beyond the beer tent, beyond the confines of the beer tent, you can just see people milling around in that garden. There's picnic benches out there. There's a little sheltered area as well if people want to get away from the sun. In the beer tent itself, I have been told it's a little bit humid. I don't think that's from sweaty ringers. I think it's from the fact that it was being put up yesterday in the most horrific torrential downpour. We had hail, heavy rain, thunder, and that's what the marquee builders were working against to get that thing up. So they did remarkably well, and then the straw bales went in afterwards. So yeah, it's a bit humid in there. That's why they've got the sides open, just to let a bit of air through. And a little bit later, I will be going for a walkabout into the beer tent to sample the atmosphere. I'll be very clear on that. I'm sampling the atmosphere, not the beverages. You don't want me on alcohol. That'd be a terrible mess. Right, Patrick Mayer. Let's move on quickly. Patrick Mayer has been in touch and he says, I'm having an enjoyable watch party with my second shortest friend in a dark and rainy Adelaide in South Australia. I've gotten ready for my last couple of striking competitions by muttering the modern Major General song under my breath beforehand and still somehow failed to win any of them. I love that. Get a bit of GNS into it. Coming from a decently heavy tower, I understand the struggle of ringing at speed on a lighter ring. We, of course, Adelaide Cathedral, very, very heavy. I've rung my longest peal there. He says, this is Patrick, he says, I hope you all have a great time in the coming hours, but I might have to go to bed to make it to ringing tomorrow morning. Thank you, Patrick. Well, I hope you get a good night's sleep when you do. And he's emailed us, 12bellstudio@gmail.com. Someone else who's done that as well is John Allen. He says, I'm listening in Hove whilst looking after a sick granddaughter. Well, important duty there. Thank you, John, from that message. And over on Facebook, Wobbly Bob. That's a good name. I like that. Wobbly Bob. He says, brilliant coverage and great to see lots of familiar faces. I'm enjoying the coverage and the ringing, but I'm missing the beer being at home. Well, there we go. That's Wobbly Bob in Devon. Right, I'm hoping that the next two people who've joined us in the studio are hopefully a little less wobbly. We have got, we've got Doug Beaumont and Daniel Page from the Cumberlands. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Just come a little bit closer to the microphone so we can hear you. So right. That's it. We're into the relaxed phase now. Is that you've come in with your drink already, have you, Daniel?
Bit, yeah.
How was that performance for you?
Well, not perfect, but not too bad.
Okay. Now, Most of your practices generally take place in London, and I'm just wondering how you prepare for coming to a ring of bells like this. You know, it's a 1900 weight. They're generally lighter weight bells than the bells we have in London. What's been your approach? Have you moved around different towers?
Yeah, well, we've mainly done the practices in London. I mean, Magnus are a good church where we ring of bells where we ring, and but obviously they're quite a lot heavier. But we've obviously been here to the practice in May. So yes, but of course Reading, St Lawrence's we've been to practice 2 or 3 times. They're just a bit heavier than
and a bit
these.
closer.
Yes, a bit closer for me.
Yeah,
and Daniel actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think it's helpful that we ring at quite a few different towers, and I think I think we get better ringing on the smaller rings in London, so we do get quite a bit of practice on smaller 12s.
But I guess moving around different towers, do you feel that gives you an advantage of sort of slotting in and getting used to a new set of bells, or is the familiarity important? I don't know, because obviously if you don't come here very often, you don't have that familiarity.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think there's it's a 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, really. If you're ringing on lots of different bells, then you get used to different rings, and but there is an advantage of continuity at the same tower where you get used to everybody ringing in the same way, and the bells ringing the same way. I can see that's an advantage as well. So I'm not sure which is the greatest.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking you that, Doug, is because a little bit tells me that you have actually been in quite a number of these contests.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Well, my first few were were with the Reading band.
Yeah.
And then I came to the ring with the Cumberlands, and my first was at the Gate in 1976, which for those who don't know is the St Margaret's at the West Gate in Leicester.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I started to ring with the Cumberlands in 1995, and I've been ringing with them since then. But we were eliminated in that year. So.
But I'm looking at the stats here. It says you're the longest standing member of the Cumberland squad, but this is your 21st final with the society.
Right. Yes. Well, didn't realise that.
That's what we were told by the society. So which is extraordinary. And Daniel, this is your first.
Yes, first with the society.
With the society.
It's my third final.
Yeah.
I rang for Melbourne the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But I've moved back to Reading, so I've come into practices once a month to
What's it
qualify
like
for
moving
bands.
teams? Seriously, what's it like moving teams?
It's interesting. Like there are similar approaches in terms of like having a discussion after the ringing each time, but there's also differences in approaches, like conversations between front bells, middle bells and back bells I think happens slightly more in the Cumberland band.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the people ringing the smaller bells will have conversations with themselves about techniques.
Yes, yeah, and which bits they're struggling with ringing together and things.
Is that particularly focused around runs? So when you get roll-ups and things, or little bell runs?
Yeah,
or
I think mostly because that's sort of the easiest bit to pick out whether you've got it right or not.
Of course. Yeah. So Doug, over the years that you've been involved in the contest, have you seen much change?
We've done performed at different levels. So we've had different levels of success, but I would say that over the years it's always the same. You tense beforehand.
Okay. So does it get any easier or not?
I wouldn't say it gets any easier. No, it's. I mean, you just have to. You have to try and stay calm, and say, well, this is half a course of Cambridge we've got to ring. So I've done that many times. So objectively, it looks easy, but you can't help the nerves creeping in quite regularly. But yes, in fact, I was thinking today, got into the tower, we're just got half a course of Cambridge ahead of us, but all the conversations that take place beforehand, you put all that behind you, and you just come to ring
appeal of bells again.
Yeah.
So
just focus on the ringing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess it is easier said than done in some situations, because you're aware there are critical ears outside the tower, people you've just been talking to, friends, but they've got that attuned ear to picking out any minor fault, and it's
depends how much beer they've had.
Well, I guess it does, doesn't it? Yes, that's right. Yes, just go have a few more pints. That's right.
But I don't think I start getting nervous until we sort of meet as a band at the bottom of the tower. And
is it right?
It's other people being nervous that makes me slightly more nervous.
It can brush off
through the day.
it?
I've been
Yeah, it's interesting like that. So do you have a strategy that gets yourself sort of grounded before you ring? If there's a bit of nerves,
I haven't got one yet.
You haven't got one yet. Still working on it. That's great, because the reason I ask these questions is there are people listening. We aim our coverage at all levels of ringers, including people approaching their first striking contest, and it's great to hear from someone like yourself, Doug, who's rung in plenty, and just getting the lowdown on how you approach these events.
Yeah, well, you have to just, I suppose, clear your mind, really. As I say, you're just got a touch ahead of you to ring. You think about the touch, and in the practice piece, you think about how you strike over different bells, because there's always a practice piece before the test piece. So how your bell is relative to other bells. So you concentrate on the job in hand, really, rather than worry about, am I going to go wrong or something? But obviously that's crucial to concentrate on the method ringing as well. You've got plenty to do. So there's no room for getting worked up about it.
It's interesting to hear that. Yeah, well, we appreciate you sharing your wisdom that you've gained over the years. You're not retiring this year, are you? Or you're carrying on?
Well, I don't know. It depends on how the band selection goes, and but I might.
You're up for it, is what you're saying.
Well, yes, yes. If I'm very happy to represent the Cumberlands for the time being, but obviously I'd rather go jump ship or whatever, rather than be pushed because I'm because I've got past it. So I hope to, if I.
Well, there we are. If you're listening, he's up for it again. So we may see you back for a 20-second final at some point. Who knows? Yeah. Listen, we really appreciate you coming in, and we will let you get back to the celebrations outside, because it is a bit of a festival here. There's a bit of a beer fest and everything going on. There's cake next doors as well. So Doug Beaumont and Daniel Page from the Cumberlands, thanks for coming to talk to us.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Great stuff. Now, in the tower at the moment, we've got Portsmouth. We had some messages of support coming in for Portsmouth on the email. If you've got messages, there's still plenty of opportunities to get those in. And we've got a flurry of messages coming in on Facebook. You can find us on Facebook by searching for National 12 Belt Striking Contest, and you'll be able to send us a message there. I do need to mention our sponsors again, and a big shout out to Matthew Higby and Company. Bell Hangers, you've got the web address there on the screen. They are also key sponsors of today's broadcast, and we really appreciate the support, without which the broadcast would not be possible. So a big thank you to Matthew Higby and Company. Let's just turn our attention to Facebook, because I've just seen a flurry of messages coming in, and Scott Adams has been in touch. He says, I've just tuned in, albeit a bit late, to hear some solid tenor ringing by Cambridge. Excellent production by Matthew, Tosh and the team. Good luck to everyone. I'm raising a glass of beer to you all and wishing all teams the best of luck. That is from Scott Adams in Devon. Thank you, Scott. Really appreciate that. And a message from... this is... I've got a message here from Rachel Hill. There it is. Rachel says, this is my first year listening to the 12 Bell, and I'm really enjoying it. Here we go. I'm sneakily doing it while at work. So if anyone finds out a food date on the shelves of Waitrose today, it's not my fault. I was distracted by the ringing. I'm rooting for the Bristol team. I love that. She hasn't said which branch, thankfully, but thank you, Rachel. We appreciate that one. Let's go to... yeah. I'm going to save the next few messages. I'm going to jump quickly to Young at Hearts. This is Jen Johnson. Thanks, Jen. Good to hear from you. Great broadcast as always, she says. We're privileged to have the opportunity to hear Birmingham practising at St Albans Cathedral last Saturday. Great to hear our quirky 12 rung well, and an inspiration for our fledgling 12-bell band. We're looking forward to the other big ringing event, the Ringing World National Youth Contest in 3 weeks' time. Yes, big shout out for the youth contest. And we just wondered, how many ringers are taking part in both contests? I don't know, Jen, but I suspect there's somebody who's able to give you that bit of data, because as ringers, we love that sort of thing, don't we? Well, I'm going to shut up now because Portsmouth are giving the signal to the judges that they are ready to start their test piece. So let's wish them the best of luck and see how they do. This is Portsmouth. Well, there we have Portsmouth there. Now, from the programme, Portsmouth, having entered for the first time in 2023, Portsmouth made use of their home advantage in this year's Eliminator to make it into their first final at the second attempt. And if you're not familiar, Portsmouth Cathedral has a 25.5 hundredweight ring of 12. It's a Taylor ring, originally cast as an 8 in 1912, and they added 2 trebles in 1957. They then cast another 2 trebles, added by Matthew Higby and co. Do some of these names sound familiar? In 2009 to make the current ring of 12, and the Eliminator was on these bells. And it's the first time that Portsmouth bells have been used in the contest.
Live from Chilcompton,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final
2024.
Let's just take stock of where we are so far. We've just heard from Portsmouth. So that what we've heard today was St Paul's, they were the first in the tower, followed by the College Youths, then Melbourne, Guildford, Bristol, Birmingham, Cambridge, Cumberlands, Portsmouth, and now we have the home team. I'm just trying to think how they feel. They're exhausted because they've worked really hard. They've had lots of late nights this week, but they are ringing on their home bells. So we look forward to hearing the local experts, the people who know these bells inside out, how well they do on these bells. So that is the final team in the tower, Chilcompton. This day has flown by so far, but there's still plenty to come up. Lots more of your messages coming in as well. More of that to look forward to.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final with Matthew Tosh.
Now, I do need to say thank you to one of our sponsors. This is John Taylor & Co., who have been very kind to support us this year. Without their support, this broadcast would not be possible. So thank you very much to Andrew Wilby and all of the team at John Taylor & Co. for supporting us. We really appreciate it, as I'm sure you do as well. Okay, let's have a look. Oh my goodness. My wife has walked in with a plate of cake for the team here. We're being very well looked after, actually, so thank you very much, Claire, for that. Let's have a look at the messages. Now we've got a real treat for you, because we're having ongoing conversations with some of the people who are watching this broadcast, and this is from Rachel Barber, who says, we're really enjoying the coverage of the 12 Bell today, which we are indeed viewing from underneath the Matthew Higby portable ring in our lounge. Now, we've had several messages from this family already. We thought you might like to see Ellen watching. So there we are in the background, in their living room. But you can't see the living room because there's a whopping great mini ring taking up all the space. Look at that. Absolutely extraordinary, and I can understand now why people have got headaches and can't go in that room. So thank you so much. Rachel goes on to say that Ellen and I are supporting Portsmouth today and wishing them the very best of luck. Many thanks to everyone involved in the broadcast. I tell you what, we might bring those up again when the Portsmouth ringers come in. I think they'd like to see that, so I'll hold that message there. I do also need to say a very special hello to Kathy and Mike, who are our hosts this week. We are very fortunate to have a wonderful B&B here in Chilcompton, all of our technical team, the production team, and Mike has just popped in. He heard that we were doing a broadcast and made his way into the studio to find out what we were up to. Not a ringer at all, is completely fascinated with the whole operation here. So there we go. That was lovely to see some of the locals, and he did mention that the message about today's contest has got out to all of the people in the village of Chilcompton. Right now, let's talk to some of the Portsmouth ringers. We've got Peter Shepherd and David Mattingley, who are looking a little warm, but also very relieved.
Very
yes?
much so. Yeah, it's been a long gap. We need a drink. So
it does. We won't keep you too long. We do appreciate you taking time out to talk to us. I mean, have you had to stay dry today? What's been the approach? Has there been a party line given or 3-line whip?
So after Thursday's practice, I said to the band, if we're drawn late in the draw, I won't stop people having a pint. And then one of the older ringers said, I don't think anyone should have a drink. So about an hour ago, I think 10 of us had a pint.
Yep. Is it enough just to kind of
a
soften the edges a little bit?
A relaxer.
Yeah,
definitely. Particularly as we're ringing that late on.
if we're ringing fourth or fifth, I don't think any of us probably would have had a drink.
So what have you been doing? Have you been tempted to listen to all the ringing, or just shut off and focus on your own performance that you're gearing up to? Because I'm where it could quite possibly be different for each of you.
Very little. I've been playing with a couple of friends' kids, been in the beer tent and talking to people, but I've listened to very, very little ringing, actually.
It sounds like a really relaxed day, actually, just playing and just taking your mind off it.
Yeah, I think I only listened to Birmingham because I knew they would be top notch, and it's hard not to want to listen to that. But yeah, other than that, I kind of avoided too much. Ooh, what's that team doing? What's that team doing? That tends to gets my nerves up.
It's quite challenging, I found, finding a space outside to listen from. Where were you standing?
Well, actually, various. I mean, in the end, I settled by the wall, but they are difficult to hear. And, the wind comes around and suddenly you can't hear anything. And then it changes and then you only hear half of it. Yes, they're not easy to hear inside or outside, actually.
Well, I was listening to some ringing. I won't name any particular bands, but I thought, blimey, there's a whopping great gap at Handstroke. Okay, it was the Birmingham band. There was this huge gap, and I thought, I've only heard 10 bells, and I thought, well, the trebles must be in there somewhere, because I think it's things on different layers in the frame. It makes it difficult to hear outside.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know how the layout is, but I think you're right.
Well, the 1 and the 4 are beneath everything else. So 1 and 4 are below the rest of the. It's unusual because normally when you've got an extra bells, they're kind of on top of but these are below. So 1 and 4. The fourth is surrounded by carpet to sort of deaden it, and there's a pipe work and things to improve the acoustics, and the bands so far have said that the sound in the base of the tower is relatively balanced. Would that be a fair assessment?
7th seemed a little bit quiet from where I was. The major issue we had wasn't really on the sound. It was actually the sunshine came right through in the last lead.
Oh no!
Didn't really affect the ringers, but sort of around 3, 4, 5, a bit of a hindrance.
Yeah, I suppose if you're ringing by sight as well, you want that sight. If you've still got the sun blasting your eyes, your pupils shut down. Yeah, what's your journey been like there? Because obviously you hosted the Eliminator. That was a big occasion for you. Were you involved in the organisation at Portsmouth? And
very much so. I mean, it's interesting because obviously we only entered the competition for the first time last year, and came dead last at Hursley, which was a bit of a local rival sort of thing. And a few changes this year, and obviously hosting at the same time. We just really wanted to put on a good day, actually, and just make sure everyone came and thought that's a good venue. And then so it was icing on the cake when we actually qualified. But I mean, we do have a home advantage inevitably, but I think last year stung a bit. And so we've looked at how we can kind of do it. And I mean, you actually wrote in last year to you guys.
So when you were in Sheffield last year, I wrote in and said, what do new bands need to do in order to improve their 12-bell ringing?
Yeah.
You asked a couple of bands that question. We obviously followed the advice to the letter.
So come on then, what have you been doing? What have you managed to implement?
Well, to be honest, I think we're quite lucky. We've got a core group of very experienced ringers anyway, who come regularly every month. And I think this year, because of availability, we actually had 2 really focused sessions leading up to the Eliminator, 2 kind of hour-and-a-half sessions, both within 8 days of the Eliminator. And that really enabled the band to focus on it without kind of getting sick of just ringing the same 7 leads of Cambridge over and over again. And a lot of the band seemed to think that was quite an effective route. Whether we do that if it was a Stedman year would be maybe a slightly different approach, but yeah, that seemed to work for us. And then because of the qualifying for the final was a bit of a surprise, we haven't actually managed to get a lot of practice in just because we couldn't get everyone together. So again, on Thursday night, we finished our normal practice early and had a kind of simulated version of today's session with a half-hour slot, ring 1, 2, 1, 2, and
so
then
you mocked it up.
Yeah,
really?
We rang it as if it was today, and including 1, 2, 1, 2 to signal to the judges. Yeah, and I think that set minds, if not actually practicing all that much.
Well, what's more of an issue with a new band rather than a band which has been in this contest for quite some time is there's quite a varied opinions on how much we should be ringing beforehand. So we've got 1 or 2 who really want to be ringing almost every week sort of thing, and other people who don't want to take it too seriously. So there's just the first few years we're kind of still finding our feet on that bit and kind of mind a bit of politics as well.
I guess that's learning about your band, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, some people are like, no, Birmingham do this, Birmingham do this, and I said, well, the best one in the world. We're not Birmingham.
That's what works for them. That's what works for that group of people, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly got some ringers who said, God, I would just be totally sick of it if we were practicing for 6 months.
And then the key piece of advice from last year was to make sure the band kind of at least get on with each other.
Yeah.
Get the social bits sorted, and then hopefully the ring follows after that.
Yeah. Well, you've got some socialising to do now, haven't you?
We absolutely do. We've got to catch up.
Which is an important part of keeping your band together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
So I'm going to send you out with full instructions to make sure your band gel and socialise and that you make the most of what the local ringers have put on for us here in Chilcompton.
That's great.
Brilliant.
Thank you so much, Peter Shepherd and David Mattingly from the Portsmouth team. With words of wisdom. Look at that. Do you see that? A pint has just appeared there. So Steve Noyes there just appearing with a pint. So it's good to see you. Thank you. Right, this is the locals. Shall we have a little listen to the locals? Hello, so this is the local band, the Chilcompton Ringers, who have been working hard today to bring this event to you, and they're now in the tower warming up for their practice piece. And I just have to give a shout out to the cake bakers here at Chilcompton. I've just been handed some cake, look at that. Okay, I'm going to save that and I'm going to eat that during the test piece, because right at this very moment it'd be very rude if I started eating cake, because Matthew Sorrell has popped in, just did a short hop across to visit us here in the studio. How short a hop have you done to get here?
Well, it's only about a 24-hour flight out of Adelaide into London, and opportunity to bit of business in London, a bit of business in Scotland. So I thought, well, you know what, Chilcompton, you're finally not running it on the Estonian Midsummer. So I'm normally listening to the broadcast, in fact, in Tallinn. Each year.
Because you've messaged us in the past,
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. And we have spoken, I think it was Cambridge was the last one, I think, when you popped into the studio.
It was, yes. That was the last time I was able to cut to the 12 bell. So here we are.
So what do you make of the setup here in Chilcompton?
Oh, it's just so great to be out. You know, yes, we're a little bit out of the village, but it's just been a really fabulous atmosphere today, and really enjoying listening to some very high-quality ringing and some very high-quality beer too, actually, although not listening, but it's just been a really, really great atmosphere today. I've just enjoyed catching up with old friends as well.
That's really good. Now, you whispered to me earlier in the day there's been some great things going on in the ASCY part of the world, isn't there?
Yes, so we're starting to see a real revival in the youth area. So we've just had at the ASCY Festival last week in Adelaide, which, due to my other commitments, I actually managed to miss most of. But there were seven quarters of peals. 2 of the quarters were rung by bands with an average age of 19, and the peals' average age was 22. So we've now got this coherent group of young ringers coming together, organised out of Adelaide, coming from Melbourne, Sydney, Perth, and ringing together. So it's fantastic to see that next generation coming up. It's not just my kids. Young Patrick Meyer has been one of the key drivers of that youth group. My daughter Charlotte's now the tower captain at St Andrews. My son David's been ringing less than 3 years. His first peal was Pitman's 4. His second peal was Bristol Max. He's quite terrifyingly...
He's got the bug. It's in the blood, isn't it?
He's pushing the boundaries. And of course I get the, Dad, why can't you ring Bristol Maximus? It's not that difficult. It's like... Thanks, David.
You just do it. You just do it.
But you learnt Phobos on the way to Sydney on the plane. So it's quite intimidating. But, you know, so great to see that next generation coming up and taking that lead as well. So things are looking very bright with ringing in Australia. It'd be terrific, of course, if we could get a Sydney band to compete here in the 12 bell. But
well, it's interesting because I was just talking to a villager, actually, who was saying, well, if it's like the global thing, you know, do you get bands coming across? I said, maybe we will in due course. I explained the logistics. Can I just ask about logistics in Australia? Because in countries outside of the UK where distances are vast between some towers, or you may not have a critical mass, have you had to look at the kind of being strategic, I guess, across states and things?
Well, yes, indeed. In fact, around about 10 years ago, we received a very large bequest from Jenny Murphy for ANZAC, and that's now being put to good use to facilitate 12-bell practices across the country, as well as towards Surprise Major and these sort of exercises. Philip Goodyear's been one of the major, in fact, probably is the major driver behind that.
Yeah, I can well imagine.
It's just been terrific to be able to coordinate that and to bring a core group of ringers together to be able to work with the local bands. In Adelaide, we have now got back to being able to ring Splice Surprise Major locally for the first time in about 20 years, and it's just so refreshing to have that.
That's great. That's really good to hear. Yeah, well, we hope that continues, and it sounds very positive, and there's a lot of good things to build on, and the future's looking bright as well.
It's just so refreshing to have the young people picking this up and running with it.
Yeah, that's great. Matthew, we appreciate you stopping by and finding time to come to us in can I say sunny Chilcompton? Yeah,
it was.
It has been sunny. We have a little drop of rain as well, but it's sunny Chilcompton.
There were a few minutes of sun. It's great.
Matthew Sorrell from Adelaide, thank you so much. It's great to see you again. I'm just going to turn to an email now from Terry Streeter, who says, sent a picture. Hello, Matthew and team. We're enjoying the show and listening to the ringing from the mostly sunny island of Porto Santo out in the Atlantic. Terry and Janet have been very kind to send us the picture of their view. Thank you, Terry. We appreciate that, as I'm sure people will do across the rest of the rainy UK. Keith Brown has also emailed us and says, armchair judging going on here. Greetings from Market Deeping. Really enjoying the coverage and enjoying a bit of armchair judging between the showers that are stopping us working out in the garden. The bells are sounding a bit challenging. Great coverage. Looking forward to seeing if Tom and the other judges have come to similar opinions. That's from Keith and Marilyn Brown. Interesting. Do you think the bells sound a bit challenging? Let me know your thoughts. You can email me 12bellstudio@gmail.com. And someone else who has been in touch is Steve Askew on Facebook. He said, what a great show, Matthew. We are watching from a holiday in Croatia whilst everyone around us is preparing for tonight's Croatian match. Oh, it's a football match tonight, isn't it? That's right. So thank you very much, Steve. We do appreciate that, all of the team here. We appreciate all of your messages. And we'll be giving you more information and reading out more messages after the next piece of ringing, which is from Chilcompton. Now you can hear them signalling to the judges that they are ready. It's the finale of the ringing here. Let's go and hear what Chilcompton have to do. Wish them luck. So there we go. That was the Chilcompton band, and I've got the programme here. I'm just going to. I'm actually come out roving. I'm not in the studio now. I've come out roving, and I'm going to talk to the ringers from the Chilcompton band. And I've actually come into the church. This is the first time we've done this. Never done this. Come into the church so soon after a band have rung their test piece. So we will get to talk to them the moment they come out. We've got 2 people lined up. But let me tell you a little bit about the Chilcompton band. I'm just turning the pages in my programme here, and the Chilcompton band are making their first appearance in the final, having only entered the eliminators for the first time in 2018. In 2019, they finished 4th in their eliminator, and that's the closest they've previously come to qualifying. In a moment, we will talk to them. It looks like they're about to ring down, and in fact, our content producer, Rob, has just gone in. I think he's grabbed a rope. I've lost my producer. He's about to start ringing. What is going on? This is wonderful. Oh, he's come out again. He's doing photos. He's been nobbled to do a band photo. Well, that's absolutely fine, because whilst they're doing that, it gives me time to say a big shout out to 2 of our sponsors. A big thank you to Whites of Appleton for supporting today's broadcast, and also to Big Wilf's Muffles. We really appreciate your support, without which this broadcast would not be possible. There is a cost associated with it. We do it as a not-for-profit, but we do rely on the generous sponsorship of our supporters to make it possible. So let's have a look at the emails, because the emails have been very, very busy, and you've been sending messages in. So I've just got a moment to look at a couple of emails. Some people are sending in stats and things. Let's just go to Facebook first of all, whilst we wait for the ringers to come out. And this is from Roy Coombs, who says, "My wife Karen has been ringing for just over a year now, and I have become a bell-ringing widower." I'm sure there's a lot of people that can identify with you there, Roy. She absolutely loves it and rings at Titchfield, Botley and Curdbridge in Hampshire. Thank you very much, Roy. We really appreciate that. Okay, right. We now have a couple of the Chilcompton, the Chili Ringers. This is Peter Shepherd and we've got Sam Sheed. I'm so sorry. Sam Sheed and Melissa Hunt have joined me here in the church. Most people have come into the studio, so I can just come out and talk to you here. How was that? You're ringing on your home bells in your first 12-bell contest?
Yep.
Yeah, Melissa?
It was interesting experience, got to say. Bit nervous still. Not quite sure when we're going to calm down after the result.
Are you still on a bit of still a bit of adrenaline?
Yeah, still a bit going.
Yeah. What about you, Sam?
Yeah, obviously first final for Chilcompton actually, so really pleased to be in as a band. So yeah, enjoyable, quite nice to go in with not too much pressure, I think, so it's nice to be able to enjoy it.
I think that's really important to be able to say you enjoy it, because there have been some people, you look at them, they come out the tower, and I've even heard ringers describe it as a traumatic experience. But this is your home bells, isn't it? What's been the build-up like? Have you done extra practices? Has it had an impact, an influence on your approach to ringing here?
Well, there's definitely been extra practices dedicated for the 12 bell, but some of us are flown in from a bit further afield, so we don't necessarily see what change that has had to the local band, because we're not local.
You're not the most local. What about you, Sam?
We know the first half of Cambridge Max much better than we ever did. The second half is yet to be mastered, but maybe next year.
Here's the risk, isn't it? I know on some years they have actually put they've done a lead of Cambridge, put a big bob in, and it sort of shunts you to the second half, and they've done it for that reason, because people are so fluent with the first half. Let's also not forget though that ringers. I mean, you're in a red T-shirt here, Melissa. So you've been involved in the day. Have you had duties?
Not giantly. No, I've not had much on today. I'm in the middle of A-levels, so revising has somewhat been a focus, so trying to take it laid back for a day and have a day off.
I don't blame you at all. Is this a good distraction from A-levels?
Yeah.
There we go. I think I don't know whether they're clapping you saying that, but there's people watching in that room out there to what you're saying. So, brilliant. Any tips for people who are perhaps wanting to prepare for their first striking contest?
To me, enjoyment takes priority, and if you're not enjoying it as a band, then you need to rethink what you're doing, to be honest, because you're not going to perform well if you're overly stressed. If it's your first, then obviously, set realistic expectations. Say to yourself, okay, if we get through this without a method mistake, then as a band we'll be pleased. So realistic expectations is really important. Enjoyment takes first and foremost. And actually, don't be scared to draft in outside help from people that may know better, because it's very hard to progress as a band without a bit of extra experience to help you along the way.
Got to get that critical mass, I suppose, haven't you? Yeah. What about you, Melissa?
Well, if you've had an invite, there's never any harm in having a go, I found, in ringing. With most things, it's if someone's invited, they think you've got enough about you that you'll either get there or you are there, and it's good to have a go when you've had that invite and stuff like that. And you've got to put yourself out there to progress.
Brilliant. Thank you, Melissa and Sam from Chilcompton. I'm going to let you go and enjoy and soak up the atmosphere.
Oh, thank you for the thanks for being here, and thanks for your coverage.
There we go. Brilliant, lovely. So what I'm going to do now is I promise you this, I'm going to make my way down to the beer garden. Now it's a little bit of a walk here from the church. Oh, and I've been told I'm looking out the window, it's absolutely hammering it down with rain. So we won't go wandering yet, but what we will do instead is we'll talk to Eleanor Linford. Hello, we heard your voice a bit earlier because you opened today's proceedings, didn't you?
Hello, yes, I'm Eleanor Linford. I'm the chair of the organising committee of the 12-bell competition at the moment, so I was emceeing the day, certainly emceeing the draw and the results later. So.
Yeah, but you've also been ringing, haven't you?
Yep, rang for St Paul's Cathedral. We rang first, which was a bit of a shock to the system, but all went really well. We were pleased with what we'd done, so it's been an excellent day. Really enjoyed it.
I guess for you were having to switch brains from sort of almost teacher mode, sort of pulling everyone together, to ringing mode.
Yeah, found it a bit of a shock to the system to start with. I don't normally get nervous about ringing, but all of a sudden, when we'd started ringing today, I found I was, more apprehensive than I was expecting to be. But, we get on with it.
We do indeed. Now, we've got new ringers listening. What's your actual role as a chair? What do you actually have to do? What's the day-to-day thing you're involved in?
So there is an organising committee comprised every year of representatives of the teams that have rung in the final and a few of the teams that have been eliminated earlier in the contest. And we are the organising committee, which I'm the chair of. And we look at the processes. We conduct the draw for the entries for the qualifying round earlier on. We decide what method we're going to ring, what touch we're going to ring.
So can I just pick up on that? So the draw is fairly straightforward. People put their names into the hat and you're pulling them out and allocating them for towers. Yeah. When it comes to choosing the method, what considerations are thought about?
There's one main decision is whether we ring Syncs or Maximus. So Maximus is what we've been ringing today, where the all 12 bells are involved in the ringing, and Syncs is when the heaviest bell, the tenor, always rings in 12th place. It's partly to do with deciding on variety and what people want to ring. Generally, though, on heavier rings of bells, we ring Syncs because it's easier for more bands, because you're not having to move their very heaviest tenor bell around. So that is a consideration for what we ring, and then we just make a decision based on what we fancy, really.
So there's almost a sort of, I don't say inclusivity, accessibility thing, but by limiting how many people are having to haul around a really, really heavy tenor, you broaden your field.
Yeah, I think it is that. I mean, we're always trying to widen the number of teams who feel that they want to be involved in the competition. So we don't want to limit things when we're going to very heavy rings of bells to deliberately exclude teams who are less experienced or have less experienced tenor ringers. So that's part of the decision process.
Is there any, I don't know, can I say quality control? Is there a minimum? If someone says, right, I want to host it here, do you actually have to look at the go of the bells? Is that sort of taken into consideration, or do you just say, right, we're going to go for this tower, it's a challenge, and that's just part of the contest?
To an extent, we don't shy away from difficult rings of bells, but we do shy away from very difficult rings of bells. We had the final at Worcester Cathedral getting on for 20 years ago, and they are a really tough 12. 4 years ago, we were back at Exeter Cathedral, which is one of the really heavy rings of 12. So we have been to the more challenging towers, but we do keep an idea on a thought about inclusivity. So we try and go for more mid-range rings most of the time, is what we're aiming at.
We're talking to Eleanor Linford, who is the chair of the 12 Bell Committee, and I just want to turn your minds now to how things are evolving in the contest. We heard the judges today talking about their innovative approach this year, that they're using the strikeometer to do the kind of row by row marking, and they are taking a very high level artistic view and listening to the ringing like that. That's one example of how the contest is changing, but I'm aware that some of the committee decisions and discussions, and I'm alluding to an evolution in some of the terminology, the eliminators.
Oh, yeah. So historically, when the contest started 50 years ago, it was an invitation contest, and there were only 5 teams in the first year. And then after that, it became you could apply to be part of the contest, which was fine when it was only up to about 8 teams. And then as it got more popular and 12 bell ringing developed, which is one of the things that's happened as a result of the contest, we think they got more entries than they wanted to have in the final, and they came up with a qualifying round. But at that point, it was a case of eliminating a very small number of people, where now this year we had something north of 25 teams entering, so we've moved over to calling the first round the qualifying round rather than calling them the eliminators, because we feel now, because the majority of teams only ring in the qualifying round, it should be slightly more positive and inclusive for all.
So it's the eliminator term, it's terms from just whittling down a list, just crossing names off for your final.
Yes, that's what it was originally. It was just eliminating a few people, and now it's about there's lots of people entering, and the first round is choosing the 8 or so teams that qualify for the final.
But it's growing, isn't it? You said we've got the record numbers this year. It's getting bigger next year. We've got an extra eliminator, I believe. Is that right?
We've decided, as this year we had the qualifying round, we had 8 and 9 teams at them, which is really, really too many, more than we want to have. So
can I ask, is that because it just takes a long time?
Yes, I think it does. It takes a long time. It's lots of people. We tend to have the qualifying round at slightly smaller places, so it's a lot of people to host. It's a lot of people to look after on the day. So we have decided, as an experiment, next year to have 4 towers for the qualifiers, which means they'll all be slightly smaller events as well.
Brilliant stuff. Well, it's great to see the competition growing. What do you think, just a final question for you, Anna, what do you think is driving this? Why do you think more teams are taking part?
I think teams get a lot out of being part of the contest. It gives a focus for ringing, gives a focus for practicing, and so lots of teams, they get a lot out of it, enjoy taking part, enjoy getting some feedback on their ringing, and more people just want to be involved in the contest. And equally, the number of people we have visiting just for the day who aren't ringing, it's growing, and it's a fantastic sociable day out. So long should it continue.
What a great sentiment. Thank you, Eleanor Linford, for talking to us. We'll see you again later.
Thank you.
Right, okay, so there's an insight as to how the contest has been evolving and continues to evolve. We've got more people taking part. There'll be an extra eliminator next year as this contest continues to grow. So great to catch up with Eleanor there. I'm going to turn to our emails now, because we've got messages that are coming in. We've been looking at some of our Facebook messages. So let's just go to another Facebook message. This one is from Isaac O'Shea, who says, "Thank you for providing me with this weekend's entertainment. Much needed after a good week's work in Cornwall. The ringing is enjoyable to listen to. If it wasn't for a broken down van." Oh no, Isaac, what's happened? He said, "I'd be there in person if it wasn't for this broken down van to sample the drinks." Oh, well, I hope you fix your van soon. We have people here on site who have been ringing quarter peals. We've had a post up on Bellboard. This is a quarter peal rung by Sam Sheed, who we heard from a little while ago, Mariko White and Sarah J. Quintin. They rang a 1260 of plain Bob Minor, and the footnote says, "Rung during the National 12-Hour Striking Competition. Some of the best ringing heard today." I think they're claiming that the best ringing heard today is their quarter peal. Right, I'm now going to go down to the beer garden. Has it stopped raining outside? We're going to give it a whirl. Right, so we're going to try and find some ringers to talk to and see what happens. And I am now outside, and whilst I do this, before we go to one of our pre-records, I'm just going to read another email that's come in. This is from Dave Rawls. And this says, hello Matthew, thanks to you and the team for great coverage again. I forwarded the YouTube link to some ringers from Goran, St Ewe and Verion, some of whom are watching with admiration for the standard of ringing, especially as they mainly come from 6-bell call change towers in Cornwall. He says, shout out to Hayley Young, who has provided opportunities for them to have a go at Truro. And he also says the beer tent looks increasingly busy as more teams finish. Thank you very much for the coverage. Well, I can tell you, David, it is actually getting very busy down there. All right. Okay, so this organisation outside doesn't happen overnight. It needs a strong team to lead this. And we had a chat yesterday with the organisers. And here's how we got on. Well, these competitions take a lot of organisation, and I'm very pleased to be joined by 3 key people who have been very hands-on from the word go. We've got Matthew Higby, Jodie Wood and Sophie Sikorsky. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
Right, Matthew, you're the chair of the organising committee, the local committee. What title have you given yourselves?
I don't think I really have a title, but I seem to have been lumbered with the whole sort of organising the organisation, if you see what I mean.
There must have been a point, though, where you decided as a tower that we're going to take this on, we're going to host. Take us back to that. How did it all start?
Well, it all started around 2020-ish. And we first considered doing it around 2022. And, of course, everything went a little bit belly up after that with the pandemic and what have you. So I guess we started looking. Well, we were approached by the 12-bell committee. They said that they would quite like a country 12-bell final, as it were. We'd already hosted the Southwest 12-bell a few years ago, and people seemed to have a great time. And clearly, somebody spoke to the 12-bell committee and said, actually, Chilcompton could be a good place. So that's what sort of sowed the seed. So we looked into doing it a little while ago, and then it went quiet for a while, and then we looked into doing it again this year. So we started, I would say, about 18 months ago. Just canvassing opinions around a thing. The majority of the local band were really for it and said, yeah, what an amazing opportunity. Talked to the church, and the church were even more enthusiastic, said, yeah, this is great, and what a chance of a lifetime. So we worked on that. We formed a little committee. We got a 12-bell squad that we practice 12-bell ringing here from time to time. It's not a wholly regular thing, but it has been more regular. It sort of comes and goes a little bit when the competitions are coming up. But we do have a basis of a band which practice 12-bell ringing here. We started with that crowd and said, can we do this? And we felt that we could. And then from that came this tiny committee here. We've been friends for 35 odd years, so know each other pretty well, and have kind of taken the lead of it. And then we've dragged other people in, and other people have volunteered to do different bits and bobs, and that's how we've landed today, really.
And you talk about having a committee around you, because I guess there's quite a lot of pressure when you host something like this. You've got to you need to be able to trust each other, and you need to be quite tight knit. Jodie, how is the kind of the roles have been split between you?
I think they sort of naturally developed. We sort of went to our own strengths, if you like. So we started off with sort of asking people what we would like to do, and I sort of said, well, I'll create the website, I'll look into the money side of things, I'll start with that. And it sort of developed from that, really, and gradually we took on more and more of the bits and bobs that needed to be organised. So Sophie has a background in food and baking, so she naturally fell into the role of sorting out the catering for us, and I sorted out the sort of the background organisation and the spreadsheets and the looking after the finances and doing the to-do lists when we have a meeting. So I just make sure that everything was in progress, on target for the day.
And I guess that's really important. It sort of falls into project management, but just keeping a kind of master checklist, because I imagine there's just hundreds of different jobs to get sorted.
Yeah, and so we used the guidelines that the 12 Bell Committee sent us from previous competitions, went through those, wrote a to-do list, and each time we had another meeting we went through the same to-do list to make sure we were making progress on each of those things we'd identified we'd need to do, which was quite effective. It kept us on the ball and meant that we didn't miss anything.
But did you get to any bits on there that we're a rural place, that doesn't apply to us, sort of thing? Were there any bits, or were they quite generic guidelines? Matthew, you're nodding.
Yeah, there were. We went through the Exeter one. Actually, I found the Exeter one was really useful because it was so comprehensive. Yeah. The other guys were really useful as well. I'm not dissing them in any way, but the debrief feedback that we got from Exeter was really, really useful in terms of different things. And quite a lot of the bits and bobs were not really appropriate for here. The biggest thing that we sort of had to plan for, as it were, was we've got no backup plan here. Because we're not in a city centre, we're not in a town centre. The food outlets and beer outlets are pretty non-existent in this immediate area. So we've had to plan ahead to try and make sure that we've got everything possible here to sort of kind of fit the bill. Whereas some of the bigger competitions haven't needed to worry, because if you run out of beer, there's a pub over there, and things like that. So hopefully we've made the right decisions in the right order, and hopefully tomorrow comes off in the way that we expect it to.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. Well, let's turn to this, the catering, the food. I mean, that's a constant at any bell ringing event, really. I mean, we've seen on social media even this week people jokingly question, well, you haven't mentioned, Matthew's mentioned the toilets, but we haven't had any mention about cake yet. Will there be cake? People panic if there's a chance of not having cake. Where did you start for this? Because as Matthew's just said, you go outside the church, there's no pub, there's a cafe that closes at lunchtime. That's about it, I can see.
I mean, I started sort of asking around friends, who are in the catering business, and trying to find sort of people who'd been recommended, and eventually found a chap who was willing to take on the whole thing and sort of do all the catering for it. But it's, I mean, there's so many different things to consider, especially when you don't know how many people you've got coming, because most events people buy tickets for things. Any big festivals, it's ticketed. You know how many people you're dealing with. We don't. It could be 400. It could be 900.
That's just so that's almost double, isn't it? It's just, I
think there were 1,000 people at the last one. So we're thinking it's probably going to be less than that. We've tried to encourage people to register online so that we've got some kind of vague idea how many we're expecting. But still, it's
if people are, people look at the weather often, and ringers can be a bit fickle sometimes.
Lots of bacon for bacon butties, and we've got lots of people baking cakes, and we've got chap called Angus who's coming to do sort of hog roast and barbecues and vegetarian food and gluten-free food, and make sure that everyone that comes is catered for.
Yeah. Can I just ask that, because your team have cited you as being in charge of catering. You've mentioned you've lined people up for preparing, making cakes. How did you decide? Did you ask people to bake, and you sampled their fare?
Well, actually, it's mostly been done through the is he the curate from the church? So he's organised
Reverend
people
Steve.
Locally who are doing.
He's a cake connoisseur, then, clearly, is he?
So, well, I think
he's an expert in these matters.
Yeah, that's important, though.
They do quite regular men's breakfasts and things here. As part of the church activities, and Steve is the sort of the guru of doing that. So leapt at the chance of being able to cater for 400 people or whatever. He thinks it's a great challenge. So we're really thankful for that, and the way that the church have stepped up. And we've got volunteers to run the tea rooms and things tomorrow, bacon butties all the way through to tea and cake in the afternoon. So the church are really responsible for that.
Well, let's just pick up on that, because it is a big thing to come into what I would call a quiet Somerset village. We've got this machine that's rolling into the village. Do the locals, and particularly the people associated with the church, do you think they have a sense of just how big an event this is in their calendar?
Yeah, we've tried to publicise it and tell people about it as much as possible. And I was in the co-op the other day in the village and got stopped by two people, actually independent parents of pupils I went to school with. And they said, "Oh, Matthew, we've read the articles in the paper. We're really excited. We're going to come and listen and watch. And apparently you're serving beer. Yeah, what sort of beer?" And we sort of had a chat and so on. So I think there's a general buzz about the whole village that are really excited about it. I just spoke to one of our neighbours this morning, and she's absolutely thrilled, and is going to come and have a piece of cake and a cup of tea and have a listen and so on tomorrow. So, and you know, it massively highlights ringing as well. You know, people said we didn't realise that the bells had actually people ringing them. We thought that it was mechanicalised,
it's all automatic. Yes,
and so you know, it's been a massive education for everybody, and everybody's been really supportive, and we're really grateful for that.
That's great to hear. Now, let's just talk about some of the infrastructure you've had to put in, because as we're doing this interview, there is a huge marquee being put outside. Is that your bag, Jodie?
All right, it's me again.
I did organise the marquee.
So I did organise the marquee.
Yeah.
You're correct. So local marquee firm have come up with an amazing marquee for us, and we are just about to start equipping that. There will be hay bales to sit on in true country fashion. There is local beer. We have beer from Buckham Brewery, Bristol Beer Factory, cheddar ales. There's local Lily's cider, and also some real proper scrumpy stuff from Moons down at West Pennard. And there's various non-alcohol varieties. They're not quite so local, unfortunately, and wine and things as well. Again, not quite so local, but yeah, hopefully it will be a really nice party atmosphere. We've got bunting to go up, we've got tables, we've got some lighting coming for a little bit later on in the evening. Our events license only actually runs till 9:30, I found out this morning, but anyway, hopefully we won't need the lighting, but it may just be atmospheric. But I'm hoping to make it a real party sort of festival type atmosphere. We look at this as a party of a lifetime, to be honest, and hopefully it will come off as such, and the local ringers will get as much out of it as all the visitors as well.
Have you noticed a sort of as the times got nearer, a sort of a sense of anticipation, excitement, or was it dread?
Anxiety, blind panic, cold sweats, all of the above.
Yes,
but with a definite air of excitement over it. I've been really, really looking forward to it, but you know, you're always sort of worrying, have we got enough toilets? Have we got enough beer? What happens if we run out of bread rolls? You know, there's so many other things to think about because of the rural setting. You know, you've not got the sort of backup plans that you can, you know, just nip round the corner and get whatever it is you've forgotten. So, you know, we've got people sort of on standby with vans who are ready to do a runner if we run short on something or we've forgotten something.
Do a runner or do a run?
Well, do both. Hopefully they'll come back. Please come back and don't leave us.
Runner,
yeah. But no, I think it's good. It's exciting.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice to have that sort of extra challenge to it as well. I think now it's closer to the date, and you know, we've got everything in place. I think right at the very beginning, when you're sort of thinking, well, we need to do this, but then to do that, we need to do this, and it's all the sort of knock-on.
You can't
things
see the wood for the trees, sort of thing. It can be quite overwhelming. Appear quite overwhelming, can't
definitely.
it? That's right. Let's just talk about I want to talk about local artwork, because artwork seems to feature quite prominently. We've got the T-shirts with a tower on it, but also the programme. I gather is it a local artist that's been featured there?
Yeah, one of the bell ringers did the front cover. A chap called Roy Shalish, he's a brilliant artist, and he did that in no time, didn't he, for us? That
popped down here one day without telling us and did a couple of sketches, which is one of the ones that's on the front.
He came up with about 4 or 5 sketches, didn't he? He's quite amazing of different angles of the church, and we felt that the one showing the tower most prominently would be the ones that we were going to use. And hopefully it's on the certificates, it's on the programme, the front of the programme, and then the logo is all over everything else. So
Sophie is branded up here, as you can see on the screen.
Silhouetted of image of Chilcompton Tower from the west side, which is actually oddly the side that you don't see very often unless you walk across the fields, but it is the most striking of all of them.
Yeah.
So we're really pleased with it, and we're really thankful to Roy for all of his efforts. He said, I'll just throw something together, and came up with something which is really amazing. So thank you, Roy.
There you go. Brilliant stuff. Well, listen, it's going to be a great day. As I say, we are pre-recording this on the Friday afternoon. I hope to catch up with each of you on the day when things are running to see how it's going. We might catch you in the beer tent or grab a quick chat outside. Hopefully it will remain dry as well. Don't want to tempt fate. But I'd just like to thank all three of you, Matthew Higby, Jodie Wood and Sophie Sikorsky, for talking to us.
Thank you.
Live from Chilcompton,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final
2024.
Right, okay, so there we are. That was an interesting interview there from the organisers. We'll try and catch up with them very shortly to see what their take on the day is now that he's actually up and running. But right now, I'm going to do something very, very different, very unusual. We've not done this before live on air. We're going to cross to Tel Aviv, where Michael O'Hagan is, I believe. Are you there? He's not, he's gone. Let's just see if he's hung up the line. To see if he's still there. Oh, no, he says he's still there. We'll try and fix that in a moment. That's not. We'll just try again. Are you there, Michael? Oh no, we had this all set up and everything. So he might be screaming into his. Might be screaming into his phone at the other end. So, okay. Well, if that's not working now, we can't do that. We'll try, I tell you what, we'll dial him again. We'll try this again, and we'll just dial him again. This is the great thing, isn't it? A live broadcast. We're just trying to be innovative here. There we are. You can hear me dialing him.
Hi, Matthew.
Hello, Michael.
Hi, how are you?
You're live on air. This is great. We've got you. Sorry about that.
Wow.
So, just
how's it going?
We are doing very well here. Have you been following any of today's coverage?
Yeah, I've tried to tune in when I can. I got to hear a few of the test pieces, a bit of Melbourne, a bit of Chilcompton, and so on. So it's been nice to feel part of the contest from so far away.
It's yes, we've had people listening all over the world, and we should just clarify. You are in Tel Aviv itself, yes? Is that right?
Just outside Tel Aviv, yeah.
Very good. And I suppose you have been back to the UK recently. Have you been able to do any ringing whilst you were over here?
Yeah, I came back at Christmas and I managed to do some ringing in Bristol and in Liverpool while I was over. So it was good to, check I can still kind of do it. But yeah, I do miss it sometimes. Yeah, there's not much chance of ringing here at the moment, so...
No,
maybe one day.
I can imagine. Well, you've got your work cut out if you want to introduce bell ringing in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, not for the faint-hearted.
Any of the ringing you've heard, has anything stood out? Where's your money going?
I didn't listen. Well, I wouldn't like to place any bets. I did enjoy Melbourne's test piece, but I didn't hear all of them, so I don't want to make any assumptions.
You're being very diplomatic, you know that, Michael.
No, I need to listen to more ringing. I will catch up on all the bits I missed during the week, I think.
I'm sure you will. Listen, there are a lot of people listening to this broadcast. Do you have any messages for people back home?
Just to say hello and say hope everyone is well and missing ringing, missing everyone a lot, and hopefully I'll make it over to the UK in the summer. Later in the summer, and we'll be able to do some ringing together then.
Brilliant. Michael, thank you so much for taking a time out of your schedule to talk to us today. And second time lucky, we got through to you.
Perseverance is the key.
Absolutely. There we go. Thank you, Michael. Look after yourself.
All right, Matthew. Bye. Take care. Bye.
So there we are. Michael O'Hagan, live from Tel Aviv. That's a first for the 12 Bell broadcast, isn't it? We've not done that before. So, amazing. And all of this is possible because of the amazing team I have around me, but also the support from our sponsors. And I need to say, I'm going to say a big thank you to our sponsors. And I think Matthew Higby and Co. is our sponsor. We're saying thank you to at the moment. It is on the screen. I'm reliant on my technical team here. So thank you very much to Matthew Higby and Co. For supporting today's broadcast. It would not be possible without you. Right, I'm going to do some more messages in a moment. Our email inbox is filling up very, very quickly. Facebook is alive as well. If you want to send us a message, here are the details.
Wherever you are, or whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you, so why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. On X, formerly Twitter, you can mention us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Well, we've spent the day listening to these bells here in Chilcompton. But what are they like? What's it like up the tower? We've talked a little bit about the sound balance, about the artificial rope tops and things like that. Pulley boxes. You've seen the slider cam. Matthew Higby is the man that knows all about it, and I had a chat with him yesterday. We went on a little tower tour. Matthew Higby, I've managed to gather you just for a few moments. I think you've escaped to a quiet place. We're in the bottom of the tower at the moment. I want to find out a bit more about the bells. What's the history of them? Because they've had quite a few iterations over the years, haven't they?
Absolutely. So the tower dates from about 1460. We've got very little information about bells that were here shortly after that. It kind of clarifies around 1630 when a member of the Purdue family, Roger Purdue, came to sort of set up a business or run his business from Bristol, and he cast a ring of 5 bells with a tenor of about a ton in 1630. So those bells were joined by another one in 1732, the gift of Lord Viscount Weymouth, to create a ring of 6. And then in 1821, the 2 largest bells were recast by Mears of London, and they were hung in a new timber frame. And that frame lasted all the way through from 1821 until the year 2000. And we launched an appeal leading up to the millennium to have a new ring of bells here. We used to practice a lot of surprise minor ringing to a really high standard, but we decided we'd like to try and push our boundaries a little bit more and spread our wings, so opted to try and go for a ring of 10. We were a little bit sceptical about how the village would support us or the church would support us, but they were 100% behind us, and we launched the appeal and raised the money to have a brand new ring of 10 which were installed during the year 2000. So it was our Millennium Bells project.
Can I just ask, was there any change or anticipated change in the what the villagers could hear other than there being more bells, like volume change? I mean, because you mentioned you were a little bit hesitant as to how the locals would receive the concept of raising money.
No, the village have always been really supportive of ringing in general. We've had a few complaints from 1 or 2 people, but generally the village are really supported of it. Actually, the complaints that we have had have been that they can't hear the bells because most of the village is quite a distance away from here. So this is a little bit of history just to explain why. The church is very much out on a limb. It's near Manor Farm with the manor house right next door. The village surrounded here, but it's believed that this was like the centre of the village, and it was a Black Death village. And as it repopulated, the village slightly moved away towards the main road. The Foss Way passes within a mile of here, so we believe that the sort of the community aired toward that side on top of the hill rather than down in the bottom of the valley where we are now. So the church is quite out on a limb, and you can hear the bells from different places in the village, but the majority of the people certainly can't even hear the bells. But what I was saying about the sort of support from the village, we were worried about how much they would cope with raising a massive appeal to put a new ring of bells in. We were a bit sceptical about that, but it was really well supported, and we had the ring of 10 installed, as I say, in 2000, and then we added 2 more in 2008 to create the ring of 12, and they're very popular bells. We've done quite a lot of work to get them acoustically improved and to get them striking and ringing better, and we're really, really pleased with the result, and we love them.
Well, I've heard some great comments from the locals here. You talk about the acoustic improvements. Is it okay to go up and have a look, and we can go and investigate?
Yeah, let's go and have a look now.
Right, okay, so you've got the keys there. And we're just going to go through a curtain. Right, so into the town. Now, there's lots of cables here at the moment, because obviously we're running microphones in the tower, so we're just going past these cables at the moment. Winding our way up the stairs round to the right. It looks like they've been filled in a bit over the years with where the sandstone's worn away, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. They were first filled in with timber treads, and then around the 1930s, I believe, the timber was removed and they cast them in with cement treads.
Which means we've got nice square edges to the steps as we go up. Here a door. Now this is interesting. We're going into a chamber where there are just 2 bells. Right, let me just crawl past the frame here. Right. Matthew, explain what we've got here. I can see 2 bells.
So this is the belfry, the lower belfry, if you like. We've got bells number 1 and 4 on this level. And
do you know what? I hadn't looked up. I've just realised there are... Is this it? The 2 bells? There are actually 10 bells above us, aren't there? Yes.
Absolutely. So the 10 bells above us were installed in 2000 with a brand new steel frame. The frame was built locally by a local fabrication firm. Then it went to tailors, and we had the rest of the bell frame, the cast iron frame sides and things built on top. It was mostly installed by the members of the local band, assisted by 1 or 2 bell hangers from tailors came down to help us. And when we added the 2 trebles in 2008, we installed some additional framework down below. We could have got the 12 on one level, but we decided that in the long run it was easier to install them down below. So the second of the original ring of 10 was brought down into the new frame. The bells were moved around a little bit, and the treble was added down below. But that has actually helped internal acoustically, because the treble is nice and loud inside. So we had to bring the other small bells, 2 and 3 and 4, up to a similar sort of volume to try and even the volume out and make them clearly audible inside.
Yeah, there are considerations, aren't there, when you've got a split level ring, about making sure the bells are as evenly sounded as possible. I'm looking at this is the 2, is it, that we've got here with all the carpet? Oh, this is the 4 with all the carpet around it. They're intentional, I assume, are they?
Yeah, absolutely. So the 4 had a tendency to shout a bit louder than the other bells, and that was actually the biggest problem we had, was quietening it down to make it a similar sort of decibel level to everything else. But it's quite a long draft here, so we've got large echoey walls between the bells and the ringers, so the sound does tend to bounce around a little bit. It was taming that, really, to make it equal and not too resonant. So we've got various bits of carpet. There's an intermediate space of about 4 or 5 feet below our feet now to the ringing chamber ceiling, and that's also packed with sound deadening material, not necessarily to reduce the level of volume, but to stop the sound from bouncing around and try and make it as clear and crisp in the ringing chamber as we possibly can.
Yeah, echoes are never very good. Was that a sort of experimental process, or did you just decide to fill the void with as much stuff as you could and see what happened?
It was experimental, so we changed around. There's a big trapdoor over which has been sealed underneath here, which has been sealed in, and yes, it was literally just let's try this and see if it sounds better. The biggest development that we did was actually the installation of this floor that we're standing on now. That wasn't here when we first put the Ringer 12 in, and the sound was a little bit overpowering downstairs. So this has made a massive difference. It just reduced everything a little bit and allowed us to play around with the sound to create effectively a sound box where we could pipe the sound of the other bells into to try and get a mixing chamber, if you like, to give an even volume downstairs.
It sounds incredible. It's an incredible amount of work. I mean, when we visit towers and ring on bells, we don't always appreciate this acoustic engineering that goes on in addition to the mechanical engineering going on. I'd like to talk about the ropes, if I may, Matthew, because the ropes that are passing through this intermediate chamber to the 10 bells above me are a mixture of colours. I've got some black ones and some lighter coloured ones. They're not the normal kind of traditional top ends of ropes that one might see in a tower.
The Dyneema ropes here have massively changed this ring of bells. It wasn't until we had Dyneema ropes with absolutely no stretch that we realised that there is actually a little bit of tower movement up here which does affect the go of 10 and 11. But when we were used to ringing with stretchy ropes, you never really noticed it.
That's really interesting. So these ropes have actually highlighted a bit of movement.
They have highlighted a little bit of movement, but it's done two things. It's made the bells an awful lot more ringable, a lot more responsive, but it's also cut out about 90% of the rope noise. So they're very, very smooth ropes, and as opposed to obviously 3-strand ropes which are quite rough. So therefore the sound generated by whistling up and down between the rope guides and the ceiling and so on has been cut down significantly, and that's made a real massive difference.
It is very smooth. It almost looks like if I may describe it, as a sort of very thick sort of skipping rope type of material.
It's polyethylene, which I think is the main ingredient in Kevlar. They use it for bulletproof vests and things, but it's an ultra low stretch specification of rope. Obviously it's designed for shipping ropes and rigging rather than actual bell ropes. And Philip Pratt at Avon Ropes, he kind of pioneered the idea of using this type of rope with it, and he made our sallies and tail ends to go onto the Dyneema tops that we supplied him. He pioneered it, and it's become really, really popular with rings of bells that have got long drafts. It's really, really transformed this ring of bells, and we were a bit sceptical. Some of our members of the band, there's nothing wrong with our old ropes. As soon as we,
you'll always get that.
Well, exactly. And don't ask about the choosing of the colours for the sallies. That was another debacle. But anyway, but yeah, as soon as we put them on, everybody realised that what a difference it made. And the other day, I actually changed one of the ropes and put an old rope back on so that we could do some repairs and put a new tail end on the rope of the 8th. And they were all complaining that one was stretchy, and I said no, that was normal. That's what we used to have to put up with. So anyway, it's been very popular, and we sold I believe quite a few more sets of Dyneema ropes on the back of people coming and ringing these and hearing about our transformation.
There you are. I wonder if you're on commission. Now I can't help notice there are some reflectors, and it looks like you've got sensors. Are we looking at a simulator setup here on some of the bells?
Yeah, we've got a simulator set up. We don't use it as much these days as we did a few years ago, but we were able to effectively tie all the bells and have a silent practice. It's quite an active church, and it's quite an active village that use the church hall quite a lot. So invariably you get ringing events that clash. We've got sound control as well now, which is pretty effective. Some of it's open, some of it's closed over this weekend. That's more to do with sound balance than actual trying to stop the noise from coming out. So we are pretty much able to ring here whenever there's nothing going on in the church or the church hall. So yeah, in the past we have used the simulator setup so that we can have practices, and we do use them for single bell setup, so individual practice. Adrian Beck, who's our tower captain, is quite often found up here ringing a course of Clyde or something or other for practice.
As one does.
And when we were ringing the bells, we were ringing the single bell, tolling the bell for various different things over COVID. He quite often used to rig it up and ring the tenor and silence one of the bells. Silence the tenor on the simulator, and used to, from outside it just sounded like one bell ringing, but Aid was actually ringing a course of Surprise Royal. So
probably shouldn't laugh because of the circumstances, but it's incredible what you can do with those things, isn't it?
It is. It's amazing. Really, really versatile system. And we need to make a few adjustments and get it up and running again, because typically at the time we followed the instructions and put all the sensors on top of the frame where they didn't really need to go, and people have trodden on them and kicked them, and they've come out of alignment, and we had quite an impressive bat poo on one of them that stopped it working once. So
bat poo, I think that probably brings our interview to a natural close, but it is wonderful to just stand here and look up. I mean, we are directly beneath the sliders of the bells and looking up at the pulley boxes. And if you've been watching today's footage, you will have seen that we have a camera in this chamber as well, looking up, and you can see the pulleys spinning and the sliders doing what sliders do. It just gives us a very unusual perspective of the bells. So Matthew Higby, thank you so much for giving me a little tour of the tower, explaining about the ropes and how the ring here in Chilcompton has evolved over the years.
Many thanks. You're more than welcome.
Live from Chilcompton,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final
2024.
I always think it's fascinating to go behind the scenes in these places and to crawl amongst the bells. It's I've always enjoyed that. It's one of the things that actually got me into ringing in the first place, wanting to go up the tower in my local village. So a big thank you to Matthew Higby for going on that tour with me, and we shall be speaking to him very shortly. But before we get to that, I just want to give a thanks to one of our sponsors, John Taylor & Co., who have been very kind to support us in today's broadcast. Without their support and our other sponsors, this broadcast would not be possible. It's done on a not-for-profit basis, but there is a cost associated to it, and we can't do it without our sponsors. So thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to turn to a couple of emails before we talk to our guests. And sorry, I'm going to do one email. And this is Sue Hall, who says, I'm glued to the broadcast and loving the new camera angles. Well done to the organisers and teams. Very proud of our daughters, Emily in the Melbourne team and Rosie, who rang a quarter peal of Lord of the Rings Surprise Major at St Lawrence's in York this morning. What a great name for a method. That's from Sue Hall. Thank you very much, Sue. Keep those messages coming in. If you want to get in touch, we'll give you the contact details, all those details in a moment. Before we do that, though, I want to talk to our organisers again. We've got our organisers back in the tower. We've got Sophie, Matthew and Jodie. We've just played out your interview a little bit earlier when we spoke yesterday, but now the event is up and running. How are you feeling, Sophie?
More relaxed, I think. Really pleased that everybody seems to be happy and having a good time, and that was the main aim of the whole day.
The whole point, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Jodie, your take on the atmosphere here?
It's been amazing. It's been really lovely to have so many people here. Never seen so many people at Chilcompton before. Everyone seems to be having a really good time. The weather has held for us. The beer has gone down well. The tent's been great. The ringing has been amazing. What more could you ask for, really? And the help we've had, all the volunteers, they've been absolutely amazing helping us today, organising the welcome desk and the bar, managing that. And Matt and Annabelle helped with the coach. It's been absolutely incredible. And not forgetting Paul, who also managed the volunteering in the first place. It's just been incredible. Everyone's really mucked in, and I think everyone has had a good time so far.
How many volunteers have you got involved? Do you get a rough idea?
I'd say we had about 60.
Yeah,
something like that signed up to help us.
That's brilliant.
Over the weekend, so we've got tomorrow as well. People helping to clear up as well as
We
Saturday
mustn't forget the clear up operations.
And the local people who've baked cakes. I mean, all morning I've had people walking past with arms full of cake boxes, and they just seem to keep coming. And they still haven't sold out now, and people have been manfully working through them. But
Matthew, we spoke a bit earlier in the week, you and I, about you had a bit of a push with local media and press, and certainly in the pub last night we overheard people, totally impromptu by us, just in passing, we overheard people talking about this ringing event. And even earlier today, our B&B hosts come along, they're non-ringers, they came along to soak up the atmosphere and just couldn't believe the scale of what's going on here. What's your sense of how successful the kind of PR side's been?
I'm thrilled to bits with everything, to be perfectly honest. It's everything that I dreamed of. We said right at the start that it's kind of like an opportunity for a party of a lifetime, and everything's lived up to that expectation. I grew up in this village. I was born and bred here. I moved away when I got married to Timsbury about sort of 22, 23 years ago, but I've still got a lot of friends here, and obviously I still ring here. So, but I've seen lots of people from the village that, mums of people I went to school with, and dads, and all sorts of people around from the village, from the local area, who've just come to sort of soak up some of the atmosphere. Even some friends from our village at home at Timsbury have come to sort of support us and so on, and see us today. So it's been amazing. That a load of people that it's been slightly odd, because I drove through the village yesterday and saw lots of people who I would not normally see in Chilcompton, as in bell ringers, people wandering through the village or in the pub or whatever. And also I've seen a lot of people who I would not really expect to see at a ringing gig. So it's brilliant. Really pleased and thrilled to bits that everybody it seems to be having a great time.
I guess for you, it's several worlds sort of merging, coming together.
Yeah, it is a bit weird.
Yeah. Just reading between the lines of what you're saying, are you hinting there's possibly a few more people here than you thought there would be here? I mean, you got an estimate on the numbers of people here?
It's so hard to gauge the numbers. We sort of were hoping, that people would show up, even though it's sort of in a non-standard location. And
we haven't had a count up of wristbands yet, but that's the main reason behind wristbands. We threaten no beer without wristbands, but it's just to basically keep an eye on numbers.
Yeah.
So we will have a count up later on, and actually hopefully get a sort of an updated number count. So
yeah. And just before I let you go, because I know it's very important you're out there and sampling and seeing all your hard work come to fruition. We don't want to keep you in here too long. What happens this evening? Because we go off the air when the results are done and everything, and we do get people asking, well, what happens afterwards? Does it just stop? What happens?
The beers tent is open till about 9:30, we think, at the moment, or until we run out of beer, whichever comes first. And I believe there's a bit of an after party in Bristol this afternoon, or this evening rather, for people who have come here on the coach from Temple Meads. But hopefully there will still be a little bit of hustle and bustle going on, and people are around nattering and drinking, and hopefully emptying all the last few barrels. And
there seems to be quite a few tents going up as well in the field.
I think how many campers are there? 16?
Yeah, we had 16 people want to camp over the weekend. A few came last night, most of them staying tonight.
Yeah.
So hopefully the weather will hold for them, be nicer this evening than it was last night.
I think there are some hardened campers here, I think.
We need to be with the weather that we had during the night.
It's been quite wild. I'm so pleased that it wasn't as wild as yesterday and overnight.
It's been kind to us, I think.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting seeing people get out the car park.
Is there a towing plan?
There is.
There is a towing plan in place, yeah. You can have a choice of a tractor or a Land Rover, whichever you prefer.
That's brilliant. The fact you offer a choice, you've thought about this,
Actually, there was some argument between two ringers, one who has a Range Rover and one who has an old Land Rover, as to the pricing structure for their services. Because one was offering luxury with the Range Rover and the other was offering character with the Land Rover. And they were bickering. Exactly, they were bickering over, the one was £9.50 and the other was £10, I think. £10 being the more luxury of the Range Rover, but I'd have gone for the character of the Land Rover any day.
I think I'd join you there. Yeah. So, it's wonderful what ringers do and get up to and start planning. So, listen, Sophie, Matthew and Jodie, we will let you get back. Thank you so much and congratulations on organising such a successful event.
And
Thank you.
Thank you to you guys too for such an amazing job with the broadcast.
We do our best.
Terrific.
Right, lovely. Okay, so we'll let them get back to their organisation, and let's go to just messages. But I want to remind you of how you can get in touch. Here are the details.
Wherever you are, or whatever you're doing, we'd love to hear from you, so why not join in with the broadcast? Get in touch via social media and have your say on today's ringing and chat. On X, formerly Twitter, you can mention us at National 12 Bell. Remember to use the hashtag 12Bell, that's the number 12, or email 12bellstudio@gmail.com.
Right, I'm stepping out of the studio. This is. I've not been around the back of this building yet, so it's. I can actually see some blue sky. I can see some heavy clouds as well, and the inside of the building where we've been, next door to us, I said, was a cafe, and it's quite bustling in there. There's people sitting around. Some are drinking hot beverages because it's a little bit chilly out here. And some people are having cake. There's cake being consumed, which is good to see. Someone's brought their dog. This is great. It's Katie Hill with a dog there. That's lovely. And I want to have a wander down to the beer garden. And whilst we do that, we shall have a look at some messages. And Jack Pease has been in touch on Facebook. Let's read this one. He says, well done, Matthew, on yet another great broadcast. I'm listening whilst replacing ropes on the glorious heavy Taylor Octave at Westbury in Wiltshire. Oh, I've wrong there. Shout out to our Bristol friends. Thank you very much, Jack, for that message. On to the emails. Miles Baker has been in touch. He's emailed 12bellstudio@gmail.com. And he says, Dear Matthew, he said, the Durham University Society of Changeringers have been enjoying the 12 Bell, having a watch party in St John's College. Now, that's what I like to hear, a watch party. We haven't had a huge number of those this year, or maybe people haven't been coming out about their watch parties. So, Durham, well done, DUCR, for having that party. He said, we're not supporting any team in particular, but have listened instead, or been following instead, our very own 12 Bell judge around on the live stream. So there we go. So he says, good luck to all of the teams competing. Very good. We like that. Thank you for that message. Oh, now I can see the beer tent. I can hear the beer tent. So we're gonna have a wander. We're gonna have a little roam. Okay, so I'm outside. I'm on the north side of the church at the moment. It's a little bit shady. Going past an enormous tree here through the gateway. Just going past. And we've got Eleanor Linford chatting away there to Tom Mack. Just going down the... Oh, I can see into the beer tent. Should we go and have a wander? Just see what we can find. The sound you hear in the background are ringers. Yeah, sounds of people enjoying themselves, and that's what we like. So it's just a lovely, chilled atmosphere here, of people sampling the local beverage, a little bit of sunshine, lots of conversation, lots of people looking nervously at me in case I approach them with a microphone. And here's and I'm just going to read. I've got a message here that's coming from Celia Stanworth, who said it's been analysing the names of some of the ringers. This is what ringers do. We like being statistical and nerds. I think we can say that. So 7/12 of the Chilcompton band have single syllable names. Is this a 12 Bell record? Andrew Deemer is with me. You're a maths teacher. Let's forget about that. How are you finding today?
Today's been absolutely amazing. Chilcompton rang very well. The weather's been amazing, given that we expected so little of it, and it's delivered so highly. And I have to say that the organisational team at Chilcompton have also delivered very highly. It's been thoroughly enjoyable. We would have been in trouble had it rained, had we been stuck with the church hall and the beer tent, but it hasn't rained. We are very happy. Everyone's had a lovely time.
I must admit, there were a couple of times we were looking at the rain radar and thinking, oh, is it going to go? We had a couple of showers, but nothing to speak of compared to what happened yesterday. It was an absolute deluge.
It was apocalyptic. It was awful. It was, and even this morning it was raining when I left home. So we've been very lucky. That the event is the better for it.
Absolutely. And you're sampling beverage. What do you want today? Are you on the cider or the beer here?
This is Buckham Gold. This is lovely. I've on not my first pint. Not ringing. It enables you to socialise and sample the fares on offer. So I've been very happy.
Can I press you to any thoughts on who might be topping the table today?
Bristol, obviously. There is no question. Birmingham are good, but not. No, I'm sorry, Birmingham, but you've been beaten this time.
Okay, it's interesting. I'm just going to go over here. We've got some more ringers. You say who you are and where you're from?
Melissa Hunt. I'm vaguely Burnham-on-Sea, so Somerset, quite local.
Of course, we spoke to you earlier. I did recognise you. You've changed your top. That's what it is. You've disguised yourself. No, that's right. Michael from UBSR, you're here as well. What how have you found today?
Don't know really. I've listened to some of the teams. I haven't listened to all of them. I mean, I have a standard vague idea of sort of what the vague order is going to be, but equally that's personal opinion. So.
Are you care to share that, or are you keeping your cards to your chest?
I mean, so obviously I'm pro Bristol. Sort of whether they end up sort of topping the tables or not, who knows? Sort of time will tell.
Time will tell. Well, hopefully not too long as well. It's good to see you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Right, let's go for a wander. We're going to go into the beer tent. I think it's a bit steamy and sweaty in there, so we're going to find out. So we're just working through. There's our B&B person again. And look, you're a member of the village here, aren't you? Do you mind if we talk to you? No, it's all right. Okay, so have you ever been to a bell ringing event like this before?
No, never.
So as a local, what to see this descend upon the village, how does it? What's your first impression?
I think it's wonderful. Yeah. It's been quite an experience to see it. I watched it on YouTube earlier in the day. Excuse me, and decided it would be good to come down and get a feel for what's going on. And it's a real atmosphere here. It's really lovely.
Well, you're looking. You've got a little beverage in your hand, and I hope you enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, I couldn't resist having a Buckham.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much for talking to us. Right, we're going to carry on. That's Michael. That's the guy who runs the B&B I'm staying at. That's extraordinary. Right, I'm going to pick out John. Goodness me, it's steamy in here, John, isn't it? This is John Fisher, who is. You were judging one of the eliminators, weren't you?
I was judging at Portsmouth this year.
Right. Okay. So tell us about the what was it? What was your? I mean, how did you approach it?
Well, the judging approach this year, we were not marking faults. We were explicitly told not to mark faults. So the judges were listening to the test piece overall as a performance, and we were relying on Hawk here to mark the faults for us.
That's quite a revolutionary approach, isn't it? Did that feel a bit weird?
It did, and the other thing is Hawk here gives you a number of different metrics, so depending on which order you sort them in, you can put the teams in different orders.
Ooh, okay. So how do you deal with that?
Well, at Portsmouth, depending on which order we sorted the teams, we could put the teams in third and fourth either way round. So that's where the human judgment comes in. We had to decide which test piece we preferred to listen to.
And that's a really important thing to remember, isn't it? We've got the tools to help us, but the judges have a mandate. Your judgment is final, isn't it?
That's exactly it. We could have justified putting the teams either way round. We had to decide which piece we thought was better. So we chose Portsmouth, who we put through in third. We thought that was the better test piece than Oxford in fourth.
Great stuff. And now we're here at the final. I mean, what do you make of the atmosphere? We're standing in the beer tent. We're surrounded by straw bales. It's a bit humid and steamy.
It's absolutely brilliant. I must admit, I've spent quite a lot of the afternoon in here, and it's difficult to hear the bells from here. The hubbub of conversation that you can probably hear in the background drowns out the bells, but the atmosphere is great. Bumped into lots of people I wanted to talk to, and I've really enjoyed myself.
That's great to hear, John. John Fisher, judge at Portsmouth and punter today.
Thank you very much. Nice to talk to you.
Right, we're going to go for a wander because I think we might be able to have a chat with some more Bristol people. We're going to come down to the camera. You can see us here. And Colin Newman is here looking very... Now, Colin, I need to have a chat with you because you are officially the first person to have purchased a pint here today. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am, yes. I definitely purchased the first pint.
And how's it going?
It's going very well. I've had many more.
Have you managed to hear any of the ringing, or have you spent most of your time on this side?
No. I listened to Bristol. Bristol are my team. I support Bristol, and they rang very, very well. I also listened to the first half of Birmingham and thought they were quite good, and then walked off and had some more beer.
And you're having a lovely time?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
What brings you to these events, if you don't mind me asking?
I like to support the team that I'm involved with, and I also like to have a drink, obviously. I've had many of those. But the 12 Bell is one of the most social events in the country from a bell ringing point of view. It's probably the biggest gathering of bell ringers in the country. That happens every year, and it's absolutely amazing this year at Chilcompton, in a remote location, that we have this number of people here. It's just brilliant.
Yeah, they brought all that infrastructure in for us, and it seems to be working. The beer is flowing, and there's lots of atmosphere. The toilets haven't overflowed yet.
Absolutely. I've visited the toilets a few times, and they still work. Apparently there was a power cut earlier to the toilets, and that has now been restored. The people on the bar are doing a really, really good job, and I hope that we actually manage to drink all the beer, which would be fantastic.
That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Colin Newman, thank you for talking to us.
You're very welcome, Matthew. Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay, so who have we got next to talk to?
Hello Matthew, how are you? I'm Will.
Hello Will, it's good to see you again. Have you been listening to all of the teams?
I listened to some of the teams. I listened to Bristol especially. I'm supporting Bristol today. I think they did a good job. Hopefully, you never know what can happen on the day. So yeah. How are you doing today, Matthew?
We're doing okay, and we're enjoying.
Thank you for all you put in again each year. Each year, the production value is so good. Thank you very much for everything you do.
Well, we try to help. We've had a lot of people listening. We've got record numbers. My production team are telling me we've had. I think I'll get an update on the numbers. They might speak in my ear in a moment, but we've certainly had over 409 people watching at the moment and listening. So that is a record. So thank you for that. We really appreciate it. Will, what brings you to these events?
It's the bell ringers, Bell ringing, it's a small community. We're very tight-knit. We know each other really well. We're very friendly. It's an honour to be a member of this community of people, You see old faces, you have a great time. The 12 Bell, always the best day. And here's to Redcliffe next year. Bristol, St Mary Redcliffe. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be giving you all the details for the competition next year and where the eliminators are, the dates and the final, which will be at St Mary Redcliffe. We'll give you all those details before we disappear off the air today. And of course you can get those details on the website 12bell.org.uk. What are you on? You're on the medicine here?
Oh, I'm on Butcombe Gold right now. Butcombe Gold.
It seems to be very popular. There's quite a lot of people. Or is that all that's left?
Oh no, there's lots left still. I think it will probably go. But it's been a very nice range of drinks. Nice to have a lot of cider on today. Obviously, we're in Somerset, so...
Somerset, you've got to say Somerset.
Somerset, on the cider. Yeah, it's been good. Thank you.
Fantastic. Right, we're going to...
See you soon. I'll see you soon.
We're going to carry on wandering. I'm going to find my content producer who's wandered off because he's lining people up. So... Right. Well,
I haven't spoken to her, but
right, so I'm going to have a little wander through here. I can see some of the college youths, some of the Cambridge lot were passing. Ian Hill, who's been working on the bar. And, there's a lovely dog in the car. I interviewed the dog, but I don't think a dog's a very good person to talk to because I don't think it's going to do much other than perhaps lick or eats the microphone. So let me just come out of this tent again. It is very, very humid in there, I will say. Right, now I've just found a bit of daylight, and to operate my phone, I can go back to some emails and see more messages. I tell you what, we're going to go to Facebook, and a message from Jeff and Caroline Emerson. And they said, we really enjoyed listening to all the ringing and the interviews at home today. Thank you to Matthew and his team for the brilliant coverage, and well done to the ringers of Chilcompton for organising a great day for everyone to enjoy. That's from Jeff and Caroline Emerson. We've got a message from Laura Parker on Facebook, who says, I'm listening from my home in North Norfolk. Being just over 2 years into ringing, I love all the advice from the more experienced ringers. This gives those of us in the early ringers lots to think about. It's an addictive broadcast. Thanks for bringing the 12 bell experience to rainy Norfolk. Well, Laura, I am standing with a very experienced bell ringer. This is Steph Warboys, who's ringing from Birmingham. Hello, Steph.
Nice to talk to you. I've had a few wines.
That's fine. The words will flow, won't they?
I'm sure they will.
No, you're a regular. We talk to you quite a bit, and you always give words of wisdom. I was watching you during the draw today. I think a bomb could have gone off outside that church. You were so focused. What's going through your mind at that point?
At the draw point, you're simply thinking, are we going to get the draw we want? So since we've had Hawker in, we're perfectly happy to be drawn first, whereas that used to be the slot of death. I think ideal draw is probably 2 or 3. With my band, they get very miserable if they get drawn late because of they can't drink. So an 8, 9, 10 draw is a disaster, but we were out at 6 today, so it could have been worse.
I like that. Yeah, it's just complete disaster. That's right. And now that you have rung, I mean, do you completely switch off, or do you go over the touch that you've rung in your head? I mean, there's a human side, isn't there? How do you control that side?
So I only normally have sort of 2 modes after we've rung. If I'm happy, I come down to the bar. I buy everyone within touching distance a drink, or use my token or whatever, because if we've rung well, then I'm very confident we will have won. But today wasn't like that. Today we didn't ring anywhere near as well as we could have done. We rang well, we rang respectably, but we could have done so much better. So we've left the gate open for other people to come through. So I haven't been that happy, but I've still been relatively smiley because we didn't ring badly.
No, that's right. That's really, really good to hear. Well, thank you, Steph, for talking to us. We may see you again a little bit later. I'm just going to go for a little wander. And speaking of the results, I think it's time that we go back to the judges, because if you missed the judges' interview this morning, we're going to play that again for you now to give an overview of their innovative approach this year. As we heard me talking to Eleanor a little bit earlier, and also from John Fisher, who was judging at Portsmouth, they've taken a very different approach to judging this year, and the way that they use the strikeometer. I'm here with the judges. We've got Tom Griffiths, Andrew Mills and Julia Cater. A very good morning to you. You're looking bright and smiley. Has anyone been staying in that muddy field?
No.
No.
Good. Relative comfort last night.
Far more sense.
What's muddy field?
I really hope that people can get out. It looks really muddy, doesn't it?
I saw yesterday there were only like 3 vehicles had gone in and it was already churned up. So we'll see how that pans out during the day.
Farmer's offered a tractor, hasn't he? So we're good. Drag everyone out.
We're going to talk about your judging and the journey. Actually started, of course, in March with the eliminators. Each of you were looking after an eliminator. When this process started, before the eliminators, Tom, as chief judge, did you have any conversations with your fellow judges before the eliminators?
Yeah, we had a few. I mean, the journey actually started in September, when I got a message saying, would you be interested?
Yeah.
Via various people. And yeah, I was interested. It's always been an ambition of mine to, especially as I don't have a team that I sort of affiliated to, so the next best thing is being head judge. That's brilliant. And the hardest thing is actually building a team, deciding who you want, and it's really quite difficult.
Is that down to you as chief judge? You've got complete control over that?
Yeah, well, I've got to sit in a room with people for a whole day, so they give me a choice of who I can. And of course, the pool of people is really quite small who not only able to do it, but got the skills to do it, who aren't attached. I mean, at the squad list, there was 500 people listed down.
Wow.
So if you get into choose someone adequate, they need to be, pretty good and available. So it's really quite difficult. That was the most stressful bit of the whole lot.
That's really interesting, because you say it's so critical, isn't it? And you've got to choose people who can cope with the pressure on the day and really stay focused because it's a bit of an endurance. Act, really, isn't it? So I suppose you have top trumps, don't you? You can pick any of the 12 bell ringers who may be competing. I mean, they've got presumably they can refuse.
I think the teams get a bit upset if I start poaching
really?
their best ringers. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a bit difficult, but so you spend months thinking about what you want, and without making Andrew or Julia blush, you want really good ringers. You want people who've got an opinion. I wanted people who could stand up in front of a crowd of people.
Oh, because you've got to do that at the end, yeah.
And the people participating need to have respect for the people who are, criticising their ringing, really, which we do.
Yeah.
And I think that we've had a really good team this year. Not to mention John Hughes Death, John Fisher, and Alan Redding, who helped out with the eliminators.
So on that, just on the eliminators, because we'll just talk about today, the eliminators, are you steering who those extra judges are, or do you involve Julia and Andrew on that? How does that work?
That was down to me as well.
That's all down to you.
And the idea was we had experienced judges, so with Andrew and Julia, they've done this loads of times before, and they can look after me. And some less experienced people. I mean, they're very talented, the other judges, but they, we need to bring on other people for future years, and hopefully they'll enjoy it and say yes next year, and maybe even run it themselves.
So let's talk about today. What preparations have you done between the eliminators and today amongst yourselves?
Does someone else want to talk?
Do you
want me to keep going?
You keep going.
We had
you want us to step
in?
we
had a couple of meetings before the eliminators, so just talk about how we'd like to judge it, what my thoughts were. I mean, there are various routes you can go down judging, so we need to all be on the same page. So we had a meeting, just an hour or so, talking things through, and whether my ideas were good, whether my ideas were rubbish.
Well, it's interesting
both.
Because I know, because when we've interviewed you, Julia, you've had your own sort of methodology, and it's worked really well, and it works for different combinations of judges you're working with. You've had people doing helicopter views and things like that. Can I ask, have you divvied roles up, or are you all taking the same judging approach today? We're trying to build a picture of what is it going to look like in that room.
So Tom's been quite brave this year, and done something which I think is a first, and we are all going to take what's known as a helicopter or an impression approach. And I was a bit at first, but actually when we tried it at the eliminators, it's a different level of listening. So if I may, when you listen conversationally, there's three levels of listening. So the first level is listening. When you're having conversations, you're not really listening. You're just listening for the gap when you can offer your opinion, and that would be in bell ringing equivalent of the churchyard listener. They're not actually really listening. They're just sort of casually listening until they can, have their next pint or whatever. The second level of listening is where you're listening to the words, and that would be, I think, equivalent to row by row scoring. So you're listening quite minutely to each row and adding a score to it, which is what we've done previously. And then there's a third level of listening, which is in conversation, which is where you're listening to why someone's saying that. What's their motive for saying that? What are they not saying? And I think this is the equivalent, the bell ringing equivalent of that. You're listening to why is the team sounding the way it is? What's it not doing as a team? What is it doing? What's its strategy? What's its purpose? And so now that we've tried it in the Eliminator, I actually really quite like it.
Yeah?
Because the tech does the row by row. And actually, this enables you to stand back and see that helicopter. And we have done it before. So I was judging with Alex Byrne once year, and two of us, were doing the row by row in heat, and one of us was doing the helicopter. But for all three of us to do it's new, but I think we quite like it, don't we?
Was it a bit unnerving when you sort of first tried it?
No, I haven't. Personally, I haven't.
Oh, did you not do it?
Because the reason I couldn't, because we couldn't use the feed. So I ended up judging by listening, unfortunately, to the live through a window at Portsmouth. But I had no option.
And you had to do the level 2.
Yeah, had to do the level. Well, I didn't actually do that. We just listened and we just put dots. So we dotted the pages, but we did do the listening. We had so it was done, but it was done live to the bells as we heard it. So it was a bit of a challenge. Yeah. And then it was having a conversation with our friend down there.
So I'm kind of getting then, is it a case we've got to a point where we can trust the software to do that kind of administrative marking, if I can call it that, and then you can take the artistic approach. Is that where we're at now?
Yeah, the strichometer's very reliable, as long as we have the power. I think that's it. You've got that mandate.
Yeah. Your decision's final, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think he means the electricity power, actually.
This afternoon.
That's a good point. So, I mean, have you got a backup?
There is backup. Yeah. There's several contingencies because we had one of the other things we did. Was it 2 weeks ago? We got together with Dave Richards, who, while I mention it, Dave Richards is a big part of our team. I'm sure with yourselves, there's lots of tech in the background.
He's an absolute master, isn't he? Yeah.
And so really we're a team of 4, and Dave guides us on the information that's coming out of the computer or the strichometer on the feed.
How is that presented to you? Do you get a sheet of data, or do you get is it a graph? Is it a score? What do you get?
Well, you got it, you didn't see it, did you?
No, I didn't. That's the point.
We got a big screen, and there's various graphs and things, but he knows it inside out. So if for example we think, the ringing was a bit dodgy, round halfway, he'll find it on the computer, bring up these graphs, and prove whether we were right or wrong. It's really quite satisfying, actually.
So you get to see visually, because you get to see each bell has a line through it visually on a so it's not graphs as in a 2x2. It's a sort of pictorial display of all 12 bells ringing. And if, say, there's someone leads slowly and the person in second place follows in the right gap, but therefore it's late, and the third person, you get to see the whole thing kind of shift to the right, and you can see it there visually in front of you. So, you think you hear it, and then you can go back and you can go, we did hear that, and this is what's happening. And that tells you as a team that they're taking a certain approach of ringing together as a team, but it's not necessarily on beat.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, the metronome's gone a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
And so that tells you about the strategy of the team, and therefore you can have a discussion about whether you like it, whether it's right, and so on. So it's great.
That's really helpful because you hear people talking about that. It churns out a lot of data, but I think for the listener, just building that picture of what you're seeing in front of you and how it's helping you build your decision, particularly if you're taking an innovative approach. The room that you're in is interesting. I want to talk about it in a moment, but can I just say, first of all, the results format, when you are in the church later giving your results, we often get a percentage that's bounded about, and a question I get a lot from people listening, particularly ringers just starting out: what's it a percentage of?
Well, kind of stealing my thunder. I was going to mention that in the results actually, but it deserves repeating. But so, did you develop that with Alex? Do you want to talk about it? Or so there's banding that Alex Byrne and Julia. When did you do that?
It was the Norwich final, Mancroft final. Gosh, whenever that was, I don't know. I'm looking around the room.
2015.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go on.
So I have an HR background, so I'm used to assessing people. But when you're assessing things which are subjective, you still need to have some kind of objective measure of that. And I just felt that trying to work out sort of what actual final... You could give just people their fault score, but you want to give something a little bit more meaningful to them, and 100% is really good, obviously, type of thing. So I just felt that we needed to actually band things up and have decent descriptions of what it actually meant to the layperson about if someone was 75%, this is actually because this is what it felt like, or this is what it sounded like. So I just said to Alex, I think we need to have some slightly, we need to have some descriptors here. So I wrote some out because I'm used to doing that in my job. And he played around it, and it's been adopted ever since.
It's almost like it's like in a school, like a grade band sort of thing,
exactly
almost.
That.
Amazing.
Yeah. But with some descriptors, and the descriptors are things like this feels like what you would a normal Sunday service ringing, or this feels really top notch and exciting, and so that they're descriptors of.
I think you've just been promoted to head chief judge.
I think he's gone to get the descriptors.
Oh,
maybe.
right, okay.
So they're descriptors that people can just relate to about what it feels like, and sounds like.
Yeah. I hadn't appreciated that, because you get this. All right, I'm getting a bit of paper out now. So these are the grade boundaries.
I can't read that. I've got the wrong glasses on.
I haven't got my glasses on.
No one can read it.
Come on, Andrew's going to.
He's holding it.
Do you want it? So basically, I mean, it's as you saw on the eliminators, no team got above 90%, and the reason was through the descriptions we have here, really, and they fit them as you go along. So 90% plus, outstanding, virtually faultless, exhilarating to listen to throughout, this sort of thing, a model piece of ringing. So there you are. So how many of those bands match that? And we all decided no band.
That was quite interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, so the highest score, could not be above 90.
Okay,
So that's where you start. And then, of course, for the lower teams, it's trying to pick. So 50 to 60 is satisfactory. A spread of errors throughout, but none that disrupted the flow of the touch. The ringing held together but lacked control and finesse. So then you've got the three bands between that. But you try, obviously, with the 50 to 60. A band below 50 is, try not to go below that. But you obviously then play around with it. Once you've heard all the teams, clearly you can amend various points. Do you want me to read the others, or are you?
I can't read the others.
Do you want
yes,
me to
please?
read do you want them to run through? So I'll go back. 60 to 75% is respectable. Contained some good patches. There were errors, but these were not too disruptive to the overall performance. Was respectable ringing, but needed more consistent accuracy or approach.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're good. They're good builders, actually. You're just reading them, you feel it. Yeah. And the 75 to 90% good, mostly accurate throughout, with some stickiness or minor errors. Enjoyable to listen to, had a consistent sense of purpose, style and approach. Because that between 75 and 90, you've got a wide spread there, and you just pick which ones, and it sort of guides you.
Yeah.
So it makes it.
That's really helpful. We've never talked about that before. That breakdown, and I hadn't appreciated there were actual kind of broad descriptors. So that's really helpful, and will certainly help people understand where you're coming from with those scores. So that's something we'll be listening out for a bit later. Now, there is obviously a lot of pressure on you today, but I understand that one of the biggest pressures is not walking on the carpet in the room that you're in.
Apparently so.
Can you describe where you're going to be?
Well, I've only seen a picture like these guys because I forwarded it. So
I think it's an old farmhouse. It's just across the way from here, and the sound will be sent to you electronically. But it's
a brand new carpet and very plush,
white.
Yeah, white.
A white carpet.
I have my slippers in the
I have
porch.
brought my slippers too. We are so middle-aged, aren't we? Glasses, slippers.
That was going to be my next question.
Well, I forgot my slippers, so I'm
tiptoeing around. Well, just remember, a white carpet will show marks and blood. So when you go into your
or red wine,
your little deliberations later. But no, I'm sure they'll look after you over there, and we're certainly looking forward to hearing your results a little bit later. So it's been fascinating talking to you. We really appreciate this, and the listeners really appreciate it. We get lots of great feedback from this. But I don't want to keep you anymore because you've got some preparation to do. We're going to have a test ring so you can make sure all the sound feed's working and everything. And we wish you an excellent day. I know it's going to be intense, and we look forward to seeing you a little bit later. So
thank you very much.
Tom Griffiths, Andrew Mills and Julie Cater, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Live from Chilcompton,
The National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final
2024.
Well, I'm back in the church now. The church is starting to fill up. We are moments away from the results in this year's contest. The results of the 12 Bell Final. I am going to just give one more thank you to some of our sponsors, starting with Whites of Appleton. Thank you very much for your support today, and also to Big Wilf's Muffles. Without your support, today's broadcast would not happen. We'd also like to thank Matthew Higby and Co for supporting the broadcast. Again, there is a cost to this broadcast. We do not do it to make any profits, and not for profit. And these sponsors enable the broadcast to happen and to bring the coverage directly to you wherever you are in the world. Right. Some people have been very strategic about coming back into the church because they got in early before the masses started pouring in. Word has gone out that the judges' results are going to be due between sort of 6 and 6:05. Of course, it depends how long they take to walk over here, and they might need to have a quick toilet break, refresh, compose themselves before they stand up in front of this motley crew. But there is a real sense of anticipation on the faces now as people wait for the results. We've heard some people hypothesising about, is it going to be this team, that team? You heard me talking to a few people out in the beer tent a few minutes ago as well. And some of you have been messaging in. Some of you have been looking at statistics and band lists from previous years. For example, Robin has been in touch and says, Robin, for the Oxford band, 2014 final in Oxford, he says, when it comes to syllables and surnames, 8 out of the band had single syllables in their names. This is in response to Celia Stanworth's email a little bit earlier, talking about syllables in surnames. Time to have a look at a message on Twitter from Sarah. She says, I've been rooting for Portsmouth from Portsmouth. It was very emotional listening to them. It brought a tear to my eye. I thought they rang brilliantly, and I was really proud of them, whatever the result. Well, I think that is a wonderful sentiment. If you can be proud of the band that either you are ringing in or you are supporting, then you've done your job, haven't you? Let's face it. It's about having a good time. We've heard some people talking about the pressures they're under, but also citing that this event is about bell ringing. It's our hobby, and at the end of the day, no matter how much pressure and what situation we're ringing in, we should be able to enjoy it. And we've tried to communicate that to you today in the coverage and sharing some of the experience and tips from more experienced ringers and their approach to this contest. We have a message from Ben Keating on Facebook. And Ben Keating says, I've been watching all day and I've enjoyed all the ringing. I think I need to attend a 12 bell final as it looks a great atmosphere. It certainly is, Ben. Thanks as always to you, Matthew, and the team for an excellent job in the broadcast, making it possible for everyone worldwide to watch. Well done to all of the teams, but especially Cambridge. Yeah, who are you supporting? There's still time to get your messages in. 12bellstudio@gmail.com is the email address if you want to ping us a message. Now, we've got the choir stalls behind me are filling up. I think it's going to be standing room only in the church here. And I wonder how often the church really gets this rammed with people. The creche area is absolutely full of adults. There are some children there, but it's mostly adults in there. We've got people gathering on the side aisles. We've got people crowding around the entrance. There's people piling in through the porch. Matthew Higby just coming down the aisle. We've got an empty scoreboard on the screens, so it's all ready for the results coming in. And people are just wandering around at the moment. Most people are trying to find seats. You can see them scanning around. Oh, I can see Will Bosworth, editor of The Ringing World as well. His laptop is open, so he's clearly curating articles for an upcoming issue. So if you're just joining us, we are minutes away from the results of this year's 12-bell final, which has been a really exciting final. Some bands commenting that they may have left the gate open for perhaps a different winner. From the Birmingham team, not overly confident with their performance, but are they just saying that? Are they calling our bluff? What do you think? Who do you think is going to come out on top? Stay with us, because we will be bringing you those results live as they happen. It's quicker than paying attention to social media. We are the official broadcasters of the 12-bell final, coming to you live from Chilcompton in Somerset. I think it's a village that's had a bit of a shock today, the number of people that have descended upon it. And what's been really interesting is the number of locals who are non-ringers who have actually come to the church to understand what all the fuss is about. We've got drinks in hand, eating cake, really soaking up the atmosphere and starting to understand a little bit about the magnitude of this final. We even had some people come up to me and say, is it really the World Championships? Is it really the global final? And I guess it is, because the contest is open to ringing from around the world. So if you are listening to this in some far-flung part of the world where you do have a band of ringers and you're thinking, maybe one day we could enter that contest, it is possible. Now, Julia Cater is just eyeballing me. I think the moment is coming. The judges are making their way up the aisle. Tom is here and Andrew, and they're smiling. That's a good sign. If the judges are smiling and they're still standing. So we are very, very close to the final. The judges are just organising where they're going to sit. I'm not sure who's going to be giving the results. You usually hear some general comments from one of the judges, some comments about each of the bands, and then someone who has the job of reading out the scores. Now remember, the scores are given as percentages, as you heard in the judges' interview a few moments ago. Percentages broadly following categories of how good the ringing is. So 90% and above is exceptional ringing, completely flawless, and then it goes down. So hopefully that will add some context to the comments that you're going to hear from today's judges. This church is absolutely rammed with people. It is standing room only now. I can't even see any spaces in the choir stalls, but there has been seats reserved for the judges, which is a good thing. So I'm just going to find out if we're ready. I think we're gonna go for it. Here we go. Here come the results.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know, there's one right now.
Okay, before we start on the results, I have a long list of people who've put in an enormous amount of work today to make it all happen. So, first of all, the Vicar, Reverend Esther Smith, and the Curate, Reverend Steve Miles, who we met earlier. The Tower Master, Adrian Beck, and all the members of the local band. In particular, the main organising committee, Jodie Wood, Matthew and Charlotte Higby, Sophie Szorski, and Paul Wotton. Paul and Karen Mattick for use of the Manor Farm grounds, surrounding farmland, and the judges have been in the farmhouse today. To all the members of the wider church community who've been working in the hall with the breakfast and refreshments throughout the day. All of the many volunteers who've contributed to making the day a success, obviously too many to name in person. Roy Shallis for his wonderful artwork, who's done the booklet cover, the logo and the certificates. David Marshall for his steeplekeeping. The judging team, Tom Griffiths, Julia Cater and Andrew Mills. If this was school prize giving, we'd have had rules in advance about when you were allowed to clap and when you weren't allowed to clap. The technical team, which is Dave Richards, and we also need to thank Ian McCallion for the continued use of the Hawkeye software. And then the broadcast team, Matthew Tosh, Rob Convey, Gareth Lawson, Matt Thuzy, Isaac Renton, Pete Spain, and Claire Tosh. Okay. The raffle has been drawn. If you think you might have a winning ticket, go and check in the hall. Alternatively, try and spend your raffle tickets on beer. There are also a very small number of spaces on the bus. See Annabelle if you fancy going back to Bristol this evening. Annabelle's over there. Right. I finished page 1. And the additional bus instruction is that the bus is leaving at 7 o'clock sharp from where you got off it this morning. Approximately. Okay. Next year's contest, the qualifiers will be on Saturday the 22nd of March 2025 at Beverley, Liverpool St Nicholas, Rotherham and Shrewsbury. And next year's final will be held on Saturday the 28th of June at St Mary Redcliffe, Bristol.
And we will be there, broadcasting live.
Okay, because Liz isn't here, I've now gone rogue and I'm doing things in a different order. So, When we've had the results and we have our winner, there's some important things to know about the trophy. This is a new trophy this year. The old one was full. The old one, so thank you for Andrew Wilby and Taylors for providing us with a new trophy. The plan is that the old one goes and lives in the Taylors Museum, but is going to be part of a display that comes to future contests so everybody can see the old trophy and all the names of the winners from the past. Also when we get there, the trophy will be presented by Reverend Guy Scott, who is Vicar of Midsummer Norton and is also recently elected Master of the Bath and Wells Association. Those of you with your autograph books might like also to know that he was the Vicar of Scilly featured in the Island Parish BBC series. Okay, now the judges are going to do their bit.
So first up we hear from Tom, Chief Judge.
Good afternoon, friends. Julia's advice to me was I had to be funny and not drone on, so I promised not to either. Thank you. I'm Tom Griffiths, the Chief Judge this year. I'd like to thank Ellen and the 12 Bell Committee representatives to ask me to do this year. It's been a huge honour. And I'm flattered that you've pulled yourself away from the party of a lifetime to come and listen to what I've got to say. It's just fantastic. With me, I've got Julie Cater and Andrew Mills, as alluded to earlier. I'd just like to say a little bit why I've chosen the team. If you listen to the recording earlier, finding judges is extremely difficult. Finding good, competent, excellent judges is extremely hard. To put it yeah. So Julie and Andrew, but at the point as the competition expands, obviously there's more and more ringers. I think there's about 500 people listed on the teams. So to find people who can stand up in front of the 500 best ringers in the country and say, you need to do better, you did very well, and for you to take notice and take on board what they've got to say, which I hope you will, is very difficult. But I've been really pleased with the team I've had this year. That includes Adam Reddin, John Fisher and John Hughes-Death, who helped out the eliminators. I'm really, really chuffed, and thank you for supporting me. A bit about, if you don't know who Julia and Andrew are, bio programme, we've got a little biography, and there's all sorts of interesting things in there, so I'm not going to repeat it all again and make them blush, but I've known Andrew rang in my second peal, which was Plainville Maximus at Bradford. Do you remember that? Yeah? Yeah, I was smaller than you were. It was at the age of 14. And I've known Julia since I was a student at, where was it, Warwick? At Warwick, yeah. But I studied ringing in Birmingham. Both very fine ringers, and I've learned a lot from them over the years. Very glad to have them with me today. One final thing, there's a few thank yous. Thank Paul and Karen for the use of the house. It was a really good setup. We had the sound feed was extremely clear, perhaps even clearer than what it was in the tower. Having rung the test ring, that was quite pleasing. Another member of our team was, of course, Dave Richards, who disappears at this point in time, but he's a very important part of our team. He helps with the technical aspects. He runs the strikeometer, and he helps out with opinions, and we bounce ideas off him. I'm very grateful for all the hard work he's done, and he's a very important member of any judging team, and he's been doing it for years, so thank you, Dave, where you are. And of course, thank you, Sophie, who's been bringing us shed loads of coffee and tea during the day, sandwiches, and thank you very much. That's one less worry we've had. Thank you, that's been really great. I won't drone on any longer. I'll take Julia's advice. Julia's going to read the comments, and then Andrew is going to do the results.
So Julia Cater takes to the microphone to give the comments.
Thank you very much, Tom. I'm going to be talking about Team A and B and so on, and I notice on your sheet you've actually got them as 1, 2, 3, so I'm afraid you're going to have to adjust to me because I can't possibly know what number Team G is, so but bear with me on that. Team A. A solid start to the day with a confident first half lead and lead. There was a tendency for this team to drift at the back of the change, which often impacted the start of the next row. When the tenors were coursing, it was more relaxed, and that needs to continue when the bells were mixed up more. Peel speed 3 hours 30, the slowest of the day. Team B. This team rang at a consistent pace, which felt pacey and driven. The main issue for this band is to think about the leading. It was often too slow for the beat from a number of bells, which sometimes frustrated the rhythm. 3 hours 18 peel speed. Team C. This was the fastest of the day at 3:11. It felt energetic and mostly well structured. Are we good? Right. Individuals' errors were not impacting negatively. Despite very accurate tenor ringing, this piece did run the risk of becoming borderline rushed. Team D. Sadly, an unfortunate error in the first lead threw the rhythm for a while. However, by the third lead, you had pulled it back. It became consistent with patches where the beat was clear and the ringing was tight. The leading was fine and the little bells were rung nicely. 3:23 peel speed. Team E. There were patches of remarkably good ringing with a tight and consistent structure and accurate bell placement. Sometimes it went slightly off the boil for a few rows, but then you got it back together again. Peel speed 3:16. Team F. An excellent piece of ringing, rhythmical, and generally a consistently high standard. Where you picked up faults was at lead. Some bells were quick, some bells were slow. For a piece of ringing as good as this, you really need to work on this. Tom did say you had to be able to stand up and tell the crowd what we think. Peel speed 3:13. Team G. The good ringing had structure and consistency, but this came and went. Sometimes it sparkled, and sometimes it was hesitant. There were 2 mistakes, which were unfortunate, but they didn't cause much damage beyond the rows they were in. Peel speed 317. Team H. This had a very clear beat and structure. It was controlled with a sense that everyone knew the plan. The faults that did occur weren't structural or anything in particular, but individual slow or quick blows here and there. Consistent and pleasing throughout. Ooh. 323 peel speed. Team I. I know that rounds are not marked, but you really need to agree on the speed before heading into changes, as your hand and backstrokes were going at different speeds. As a result, it had a nervy and hesitant start. However, it got better, and there were periods where it was flowing with a clear framework. I encourage this team to be more confident and assertive when you're in seconds and thirds place to help the row flow more. Peel speed 327. Team J. This team also went into changes before rounds were rung accurately. When the bells were closer to their home position or in coursing, the ringing was stronger. There were no method mistakes, the middle came up nicely, and the 1, 2, 3, 4s that come up each lead were done very well. A peel speed of 324. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Andrew Mills now.
So we've had the comments, some interesting comments, interesting reaction from the audience as well. Now we get the actual results from Andrew Mills.
Are we writing from the board as we go? I think so, and I right. Right, the moment you've been waiting for, and giving that big ooh might be a surprise, I don't know, we'll see. Right. We've got teams in reverse order, starting with the Team J in 10th place, 60%.
That was Chilcompton.
Hey. A big cheer there for the home team.
Well, having to look after you, Rabble, all day long, they did very well. In 9th place is Team I with 62%.
That was Portsmouth.
In 8th place with 65% is Team D.
Guildford.
In 7th place, with 76%, was Team G.
Cambridge.
All right.
Yeah, I think we're just doing the score.
You good? In 6th place, with 77%, is Team B.
College Youths.
Make sure I don't In fifth place, with 78%, was Team C.
Melbourne.
Getting closer to the nitty-gritty. With 80%, in fourth place, was Team A.
St Paul's Cathedral.
In third place, with 87%, was Team E.
Bristol.
Anyone feeling the heat? You want second place? Right, in second place, with 88%, Team F.
Wow.
Birmingham.
Need I say more? Need I say more?
So well done. Well done to Team H. Well done with 90%. First, the Cumberlands, I see.
The cheer here is absolutely deafening. We've got people covering their ears. It is so rowdy in this tiny little church here in the village of Chilcompton as the Cumberlands celebrate their victory in this year's final of the National 12 Bell contest. Jack Page just coming up to shake the hands of the judges and to accept the trophy. And he raises it high. Now there is a smile and someone who is very proud of his team. I think we're going to hear from Jack.
What a night. That trophy's not been designed to be lifted by a front bell ringer. Hopefully the fact that the results over the last 3 years prove that there's no hard and fast way to win the 12 bell. Birmingham are a phenomenal team to beat, and so we're really pleased. Obviously. The last time Birmingham were... sorry, Eleanor, you're looking at a watch. Basically, there's loads and loads of people that are committed to ringing in the Cumberland Band. I'm really pleased that we try really hard every year, and basically, there's 3 people in our squad who weren't ringing today: Shirley McGill, Geraldine Forster, and Sam Cave, and they're all phenomenal. Yeah.
Jack Page, can I just have a quick word with you? Absolutely phenomenal result there. How are you feeling?
Very happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The noise in here was extraordinary when that second place was announced, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's annoying really, because it's more like that. It's because Birmingham haven't won, and Birmingham are just brilliant. They're so good, and very, very pleased to have tried really hard, basically done what Birmingham have done, and taken it very seriously. And it's good. No, and nice that there's lots of people that are happy with what we've done. Yeah.
Thanks.
So the hard work's paid off.
Yeah, and it's not just hard work in 1 year. It's hard work over 3 years. You can't just magic up a first place. You have to put a lot of effort in for multiple years. We've had 3 years of taking it semi-seriously, or really quite seriously, and yeah, that's how we've done it. It's not just 1 year, basically. Yeah.
Already people are congratulating you, patting you on the shoulders. Do you pay tribute to people who are not here today? They've been involved, I presume.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah. The last 2 years we've been more like a borderline 12. We've been very lucky this year that a number of people have made themselves available. Or let's say, like, my brother's come back home. We've had Kath Merlane has reappeared, but that means that competition for ropes has suddenly.
From here inside the church, so if you heard it go quiet for a little bit, we apologise. Of Jack's interview there. I'm going to try and catch a. Oh, I'm back in the studio. Sorry about that. Somebody actually trod on the socket for our radio mic output, so that's why it switched off. So well done, that person. That I guess that happens, doesn't it, if ringers have had a little bit of lubrication. I've just been talking to Jack Page, who was completely over the moon, as you can imagine. He was talking about the squad, the base of people who he's able to choose from now to increase that kind of. We talk about talent pyramids in competitions and in sport, and if you've got a wider base to your pyramid, then the pyramid can rise even higher. So that's how he's described their success in this year's contest. So that is it. That's a very interesting result, isn't it, for this year's contest? Maybe that was or not what you expected to hear, because you've been listening to today's results. So we hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Roddy Horton has been in touch and says it's been a brilliant broadcast. Well done to all the team. Thank you very much, Roddy, for that comment. We really appreciate it, and we really appreciate all of you who have been in touch today and taken the time to share with us how you have been listening to today's broadcast. Well, looking ahead to 2025 now. And you heard Eleanor just before the results were being given that the qualifiers will be taking place on the 22nd of March. And as this contest continues to grow and evolve, there will actually be 4 qualifiers taking place in 2025. They will be at Beverley, Liverpool Pierhead, Rotherham and Shrewsbury. That's on the 22nd of March, so you can pick one of those towers if you're nearby, if you fancy getting along and seeing what happens at one of the qualifiers. Next year's final will be coming from St Mary Redcliffe on Saturday 28th of June, and we will be there, mark my words, because half the team is based in Bristol. And I hope you'll be able to join us then. It'll be a very special event, much larger bells, so a very different challenge for the teams. The National 12-Bell Final live broadcast is brought to you with support from John Taylor & Co, Big Wills Muffles, Whites of Appleton and Matthew Higby & Co. And as I've said several times today, without their support, this broadcast would not be possible. And it would not be possible either without the amazing production team around me. You've heard me refer to them several times today, and they've sat in this steamy studio quite a lot. It's not always been free-flowing with air, but they've kept the work going and they've kept the audio quality buoyant and kept me on air. But they couldn't stop somebody from treading on the power supply cable. That's a different issue. Studio production and direction is by Gareth Lawson. The content producer is Rob Convey. The live stream is produced by Matt Thusey with technical assistance from Pete Spain, Dave Richards and Isaac Renton. The broadcast assistant is Claire Tosh. I'm Matthew Tosh, and it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you today's coverage from Chilcompton. We look forward to having your company next year in Bristol, so I hope you can join us then. We're going to play you out with this year's winning performance from the Cumberlands, and from all of us here at St John's Chilcompton, we want to thank you for your company, and we'll see you again next year. Goodbye.
You're listening to the National 12 Bell Striking Contest Final